Blood Omen: Legacy of Kain is an adventure game developed by Silicon Knights and published by Crystal Dynamics in 1996. In many ways, while it on the surface seems an extremely traditional game, it still managed to subvert my expectations when I originally played it. And in this video, I hope to explain why. As you start the game, you're shown several separate company introduction videos highlighting the interesting relationship the Legacy of Kain intellectual property had at the time. Something that is likely worth its own video, made by someone else. After the videos, you see a stylistic but simple main menu, from whence you can either enter the options menu, watch a preview for a completely different game, or start the game. The options menu itself begins with a map of the world you're about to enter in, a dark chronicle which at this point does nothing, but can later be used to rewatch in-game cutscenes, the load game menu, and buttons to change the controls or adjust the volume of the music and other audio. Pressing the start button, you're immediately faced with an ominous quote before the scene switches to an apocalyptic scene of soldiers impaling people on massive spikes, showcasing the 3D rendered cutscenes of the game, before changing again to a monstrous-looking humanoid creature slaughtering people within some kind of a fortress or a keep, drinking their blood. The people scream for help, but it doesn't come until it's too late. This warrior, called Malek of the Sarafan, is then punished for his failure to protect the people, condemned to forever inhabit a suit of armor in spirit form and serve these people. We see yet another murder occur, and a vision of pristine white pillars which crack and turn black. Who were these people? What happened? What are the pillars? All of the imagery is provocative but explains a little for now. Our understanding of the scenes reflect the understanding of the character whose story we are about to play. Meet Kain, a nobleman from Korhagen on a journey, attempting to get service at a tavern on the road. But his requests are rebuffed, since the tavern keeper refuses to keep the place open at night during these dark times. This introduces us to one of the best parts of the game, Kain's narration, voiced brilliantly by Simon Templeman, who does an amazing job giving the character personality.
And so I left, cold of heart and soul, forced to the road and the long, bitter night.
The game itself is played from a top-down perspective, in a similar way to games such as some of the Legend of Zelda games, a comparison that is impossible to avoid with many aspects of the game. The graphics of the game aim for a more realistic look than the more traditional cartoony sprite work that is common in 2D video games. And while for the most part it looks quite good, in some instances it can be messy. Controlling Kain works pretty much as you'd expect, and they function rather well. Using directional controls, you can move in the 8 main directions, and pressing the attack button while facing a direction swings your sword in that direction, very, very slowly. Immediately after leaving the tavern, these controls come in handy, as you're ambushed by a band of marauders who are there clearly after you. No matter how well you learn these controls, eventually you'll succumb to the overwhelming number of enemies and you die. Since clearly Kain has not lived a godly life, he finds himself in hell. But not all is lost, as while Kain is lamenting his fate, the necromancer Mortanius arrives and gives him the opportunity to get revenge on those who murdered him. Still enraged, Kain quickly accepts this opportunity and is released from his bonds, but is changed. In this moment, the narration gives us one of the best lines to begin the game with, and a perfect way to set the foundations for some of the game's themes.
The necromancer Mortanius offered me a chance for vengeance, and like a fool, I jumped at his offer without considering the cost. Nothing is free, not even revenge.
You wake up to your new existence in a crypt. Enough time has clearly passed since your death that a funeral was arranged and your corpse was buried deep within this elaborate mausoleum, and so begins the tutorial. The crypt takes the form of a linear sequence of rooms, each of them expecting the player to perform a specific action before unlocking the door to the next area. Unlike in many more modern games, however, the tutorial does not actually explain to you how to do things, or pause the game with a pop-up window to do so. Instead, the area merely takes the form of a simplistic dungeon while teaching you the basics of the game organically. To proceed from your sanctuary, you must push a button that unlocks the first door. Pushing a button isn't done with an action button, but instead by bumping into it within the game world. This button is conveniently lit up, and when you push it, the light disappears, showing you that the action has now been taken. Not only is this a clever way to visually show the player which actions they've already taken, it also showcases the somewhat dynamic lighting systems of the game, which amplify the, in my opinion, rather fantastic visuals of the game. In the next room, you find a large tarot card. This is how a vast majority of collectible items appear in the game. Spells, equipment, and items are shown in the game world as tarot cards with an image of the object or spell it contains. This spell is called Sanctuary, and using it allows you to abandon your current task and return back to the beginning of the game. Proceeding through the crypt one room at a time teaches you more and more features, such as how some objects are movable and need to be pushed, or how there are environmental hazards in the world. You can find blood and magic energy containers as well, which increase the amount of each that you can have at the time. This is a rather brilliant way to organically teach the player about different features of the game. The crypt also has rudimentary button puzzles, containers that can be opened for items, showcasing of transforming environments, and also different enemy types. Now that you have been turned into a vampire, your life depends on a steady supply of living blood. Killing an enemy will give you no blood, since drinking from a corpse does not sustain your vampiric unlife. This leads to one of the most interesting ways the game has made the combat just a little bit more difficult. When fighting humans, even in the introduction segment before your transformation, you may have noticed that after a few hits, the enemies get stunned for a moment, before falling to the ground dead. Hitting them with a sword while in this state immediately kills them. As a human, this meant nothing, but as a vampire, this is your opportunity. Only stunned enemies can be drunk from, which can create a dilemma. Sure, as a vampire you now have faster combo attacks and can rather swiftly cut through most enemies you encounter at this point, but if you do, no damage you receive will be healed, since you let that blood go to waste. Yes, there are chained prisoners on the wall sometimes, and these people are practically free food, but there's no guarantee the game will provide this easy healing to you at every step. Will you fight enemies with more ferocity? Will you count your hits to maximize the amount of blood you can feed on? Or will you try to avoid confrontation altogether, since the game does not have an experience system, and the only things to gain from combat are more blood and a safer passage to wherever you're going? This is a thought process that, at least for me, remained in place for most of the game. The one big problem with combat is that, especially with melee enemies, they sometimes try to occupy the same space as you do, creating a situation where neither of you are actually hitting each other until you reposition. Fighting the skeletons in the crypt, however, will net you no blood. After all, they are skeletons, and striking them down will kill them immediately instead of stunning them. This shows the player what kinds of fighting dynamics they may encounter during the game. Humans can be dangerous, but they also have blood. Fighting them in a way that allows you to feed will keep you healed and safe. But there are also other types of enemies, ones that you cannot feed from, requiring you to find other sources of sustenance, or be much more careful in your approach. Despite the fighting in many ways being extremely simplistic, this relationship between the enemy types and your ability to heal ascends the combat system from being merely a button masher to something far more interesting. In the crypt, one of the items you can find is called a Heart of Darkness. This as well is an important part of the healing dynamic, a somewhat uncommon item that allows you to feast from its forever beating unlife, or in more mundane terms, basically a consumable healing potion. But that is not all the heart can do. Even to a vampire, death is a possibility. Your constantly draining blood reserve is an issue by itself, but combat with enemies or environmental hazards can drain that precious liquid from you even faster. If you run out of blood, that is the end of your journey, unless you have a Heart of Darkness in your inventory. As, in addition to being a consumable blood supply, the game automatically uses up one of your Hearts of Darkness in case of death, slightly recovering your health while saving you from the eternal slumber. This creates yet another brilliant dilemma on how to use and reserve your various blood supplies, as a quick heal might be useful if there are no other blood supplies around, but that also removes one extra life that might be useful later on. Fighting your way through the rest of the crypt, Kain's narration teaches you more about the nature of vampiric unlife in this universe. Sunlight to you is not immediately lethal, but it does weaken you. He also states rather ominously that as time passes, this will get worse. Time in the world of Nosgoth is constantly moving, and in the user interface you have a handy sundial which shows you the current time. While a dynamic day-night cycle is atmospheric and I like it, for the most part it doesn't really affect the gameplay in any meaningful way. You will also encounter vista markers. These are basically narration trigger points where Kain will comment on something related to the current location, such as explaining what save points are within the context of the universe of Nosgoth. Vista markers appear in two varieties, audio and visual. The audio markers merely play an audio clip, whereas a visual marker either opens a small window with an image of the object being viewed or shows a full-screen image of the viewed location. This may also be accompanied by an audio clip. These play automatically when first stepped on, but can be replayed by using the action button while on top of a marker. In some locations, this can be an issue, since the action button is also used to feed from enemies, and the Vista replay action overrides the feeding action. Saving can only be done at specific save points, which are thankfully placed at basically all important locations, and you are rarely unable to find one nearby. The process itself is quite self-explanatory. You open the save menu, choose a slot, and the game saves. Instead of being able to name the saves, the game keeps track of how many days have passed in Nosgoth since starting the game. This can make keeping track of specific saves somewhat difficult if you are playing through the game multiple times. While saving is self-explanatory, loading the game isn't immediately that. When you return to the game, you once more see the main menu where nothing has changed from the initial launch of the game. To continue from your save, you do not press start the game, since that restarts the game from the beginning. To actually load the game, you first need to go into the options menu, choose the load game option from the list, then browse to choose your save file. What I do not understand is, why didn't they add a load game button or even a continue game button to the main menu itself, instead of having to navigate to a sub-menu every time you return to the game and want to continue? It's not the most intuitive choice, but at least it's not that obscure either. The narration is a feature which I find absolutely brilliant as a storytelling device. On one hand, you're experiencing the journey of Kain in a linear fashion, learning new things as he does. But, on the other hand, you also have a clearly more experienced vampire Kain explaining things to you in more detail, slowly revealing to you more aspects of vampirism and also of himself. A great example of this happens as you finally leave the tutorial dungeon and enter the world of Nosgoth. Almost immediately you are faced with the assassins whose swords were the cause that ended your human existence. As your blade cuts down the assassins with ease, Kain's bloodthirsty and ecstatic narration revels in their deaths, clearly pleased that he was able to get his revenge. And so,
with my assassins dead, my quest was over.
Except, not quite. The necromancer Mortania speaks to you, explaining that these men were merely the tools of your assassination, but the one responsible for sending them is still at large. Ignoring this, Kain ponders the nature of his transformation. Is it a curse? Can he be cured? Having no answers to these questions, he decides that the next destination should be the Pillars of Nosgoth. Perhaps there you will find the answers he desires. After a short trek, you reach the Pillars where you're faced with a spirit who acts as your friendly neighborhood lore dump. She is called Ariel and explains that she was the guardian of balance in the Circle of Nine. The Circle of Nine is a group of people who've been chosen by the Pillars of Nosgoth, each of them representing a certain aspect of the universe. As long as the Guardians are alive and healthy of mind, the world will flourish, since the state of the world is directly linked to the state of the Pillars, which in turn are directly linked to the mental state of their Guardians. But now the Pillars have been corrupted by a traitorous act, the murder of Ariel, the loved one of another Guardian, that of the Pillar of the Mind, Napraptor. In his sorrow and madness, he spread this disease of the mind to the other remaining Guardians, and with this act, he has corrupted all of the Pillars. Ariel implores you to help her restore the balance to the Pillars and prevent the destruction of Nosgoth. Kain, however, does not care for the fate of the world, so Ariel instead implores him to think of himself, saying that only when balance has finally been restored to the Pillars will Kain's suffering be over. To cleanse the Pillars, each of the corrupted Guardians must perish and their totem returned to the Pillars. Only by doing this can the Pillars be restored and new Guardians be chosen to take over the responsibility of maintaining Nosgoth's prosperity. So, you embark on your quest. This marks the end of the tutorial and beginning of the overarching quest of the rest of the game. In a way, it is kind of interesting that the event that launches the entire story is partially resolved and then thrown into the background so early on in the game, with a new, completely disconnected quest taking over for the vast majority of the game. From this point onwards, the world as well is beginning to open, and one aspect of this is taught to you in the next screen. Immediately after teleporting, you find a large greenish pillar and a new tarot card. This is your first form card. Form cards allow Kain to transform into another vampiric form, which can perform specific actions no other forms can. The first one you acquire is the bat form, and is basically the fast travel action of the game. To unlock fast travel points, to which you can fly in the bat form, you must reach certain landmarks and activate markers in front of these greenish pillars. Once you've unlocked a location, you can use the transformation button to turn into the bat form and enter the map of Nosgoth. In the map, you can use the directional buttons to select your destination, up and down cycle between unlocked marker pillars, and left and right cycle between larger landmarks, and the exit button, which can be used to cancel the fast travel and return to the position where you transformed. Further down the road, you can find a building you can enter, where the floor of the antechamber is adorned with an image. At this point, you've found the first optional dungeon of the game. The image on the floor indicates which item or spell you'll receive from these chambers, and is a brilliant way of showing the player what they can expect when they delve deeper into the dungeon. Often you receive the new ability very early on in the dungeon, and the rest of the area is technically a small tutorial on how the new ability works. For example, this dungeon gives you the light spell, which allows you to illuminate your surroundings. To have the players naturally feel like they should use the spell and see how it works, the entire dungeon is very dark, and while it's very much completable without using the spell, the usage of it makes the process far less of a chore. This kind of design permeates the dungeons of the game, and in my opinion is a brilliant way to organically familiarize the player with the abilities they find. At the very least, it's a much better way than the more common style of having the player solve a dungeon that requires knowledge of previously acquired abilities, and when you reach the new ability, the dungeon is already over, and you may or may not be in a situation where the new ability is immediately useful. To actually use the spell, you must first equip it. This can be done from the inventory screen. The inventory screen is split into 3 categories: magical items, equipment, and spells. Items and spells must be set into quick select slots within the inventory screen before you can use them. Once done, you can then open the respective quick select window, choose the item or spell, and then it will be shown in your active magic slot in the user interface and can be used. To use the magic, all you need to do is press the magic button to activate the selected magic. If it is a spell, it drains some of your magic energy, and you can practically spam the spell as much as you want until you run out of it. If it is an item, you consume one per activation. All in all, the system feels very intuitive to use. Your magic energy replenishes slowly on its own, but can also be replenished by collecting magic orbs that are scattered around the dungeons. Continuing your trek through the wilderness of Nosgoth, you end up in a valley where the only way forward seems to be a cavern. Within the mountain, you receive the second vampiric form, the wolf transformation. This form acts as your primary means of terrain navigation for large portions of the game. In wolf form, Kain runs faster and, more importantly, can jump. Often, this is the only way to pass certain obstacles, including the ledges you saw outside the cavern from which the wolf form is received, or the dangerous pits of spikes which dominate the features of the tutorial dungeon. While using an active transformation, such as the wolf form, the game introduces yet another drawback which needs to be taken into account. As you are transformed, your magic energy drains slowly, especially in the early stages of the game when your maximum resource pools are very limited. This means you need to take into account how long you can remain transformed, and likely go back and forth between forms and only use a transformation when you really need it. Up until this point, the game has been very linear, and in many ways it will continue to be that, but receiving the wolf form opens up the game even more. With your newfound power of jumping, you can traverse up the cliffside and reach the next area, but before that you can explore even more with the help of another feature. The Eagle Eye view is an extremely important tool for those who wish to explore the world of Nosgoth more than where the main quest is leading you to. It is basically a map view of the current zone you're in, and can be freely scrolled around to see all the features of the area. Using this mode, it's possible to locate optional areas, such as new fast travel locations or hidden caverns, one of which is conveniently located in this area right after you've received the ability to traverse cliffs. In the cavern is the first Spirit Forge. This is basically the only system of trade you can engage in as a vampire. Humans aren't exactly happy to talk to you or trade with you, and even if they did, what would a vampire do with the tools of the mortals? Hence, the Spirit Forges can come in handy. In exchange for a decent amount of your blood, you can receive magical tools that can help you in your quest to slay the Guardians of the Pillars and bring back balance to Nosgoth. As seems to be the case with most things in the game, this exchange as well comes with heavy implications. Yes, it's nice to get more tools you can use to defeat your enemies, but blood is also your health pool and a precious resource. More resources for a heightened risk of death until you can acquire more blood. Placing this new form right before an area that is easily visible and contains something useful is a great way to teach the player that while the game is in many ways linear, exploring outside of this straightforward path can be very useful. Further down the road you find the village of Nachtholm, but are prevented from progressing by large boulders which are too heavy for Kain to push out of the way. Sure, you have the option of braving the deadly waters to enter the village, with a hefty price to your blood reserves, but there is another option. On the road to Nachtholm, the developers have placed a difficult-to-miss cavern atop a ledge. Exploring this cavern introduces one of the final large mechanics of the game, the blood fountains. These fountains act as a way to gain new passive abilities. Most of these take the form of improved strength, which allows Kain to push larger obstacles, and improved magic energy regeneration. Although there are a few unique passive abilities which aid in exploring certain areas.
The rain will do you no harm, for our blood preserves.
The one problem with this system is that I've not found a way to actually check what passive upgrades you've received, but in the grand scheme of things, this is a very minor issue. Traversing through the village highlights another aspect of your existence as a vampire. People do not trust you, and some even fear you. Some people seem to try and ignore you, perhaps believing you're just a sexy goth bad boy who smells good. Guardians and other brave souls go as far as to attack you on sight, transforming villages that for a human represent safety into a place where you're the one out of place and in danger. This change in the usual dynamic of fantasy villages in adventure games is quite fantastic. In games like Link to the Past, villages are a place to gather information, purchase useful resources, and destroy the property of villagers for personal gain. But now for a vampire, it is different. You can still destroy other people's stuff to gain resources, but the rest of the features of the villages have been changed. Walking into a town in the daytime is not necessarily safe, and at the very least it's pointlessly adding danger into your life. Whereas during the night while people are sleeping, you are the terror of the shadows, capable of feeding off sleeping villagers with little to no resistance. The game itself teaches about this change in how the player should think about villages quite brilliantly. When you reach Nachtholm, you really don't have any other choice but to travel through it. And even exploring the entire village will net you very little as a reward. Reaching the next village, on the other hand, gives you an option. Will you go through it, or will you take the mountain passage and go around it? However you decide to proceed, the path takes you to the same location, which leads into the village of Wasserbund. Here, the dynamic changes once more. You've now been taught that as a vampire there's little to gain from villages, but in the outskirts of Wasserbund is a gypsy camp, where Kain exclaims that some of them might have something important to say. But how? As a vampire you can't talk to people, and these travelers as well attack you on sight. Well, in one of the tents you find your third transformation, the human disguise. This form allows you to make the village experience more familiar to other adventure games. While transformed, you can walk amidst the humans without fear of being attacked, and by using the action button you can even talk to them and potentially receive important information about the world or your quest. Of course, this is not without its drawbacks. As mentioned before, being transformed slowly drains your magical energy, and while in the wolf form that may not have seemed important, now the drawback of using magic to maintain a transformation becomes more clear. After all, losing your transformation while being surrounded by human guards might lead to a very uncomfortable situation. In Wasserbund, the game also railroads you into a specific direction with a pair of immovable monoliths, and thus the only direction remaining to you is towards the west, where the skull-shaped lair of Napraptor lies behind hordes of armored guards. As you reach the cliffside entrance, you are given a choice of two caverns. One of them leads towards your goal, whereas the other leads to a short passage that gives you a nice view of Napraptor's retreat. Going through this cavern forces you to return back through the same cavern, and might be the first moment when you notice another interesting feature of the game. Enemies in the game respawn when you re-enter an area, but sometimes they do not return alive. Instead, the ghosts of the foes you've slain begin to haunt the area. These transparent entities act identically to their living versions, but can sometimes be more difficult to see. Thankfully, they are also easier to kill, as they can withstand less damage than their alive counterparts. But ghosts have no blood, not human blood anyway. This creates yet another difficulty you need to overcome in your vampiric existence. Killing humans gives you blood, and up until now, humans have been plentiful, and the dead have been replaced by new living humans. Knowing now that this is not always the case creates a dilemma in these dungeons. Yes, killing enemies will make the area easier, since even if backtracking, ghosts fall to your sword faster than living humans. But should you spare some for the blood, in case you need it? Ghosts are not entirely useless either. Even though their blood will not sustain the vampiric unlife, what ghost blood does is recover your magical energy. By slaying all enemies, you may lose some access to one resource, but you gain it to another. This also explains some aspects that may have remained unnoticed up until this point. Slashing enemies causes a spurt of pixelated blood to spill from them, and different enemy types have had different colored blood come out of them. Red for blood that heals, blue for blood that recovers magic. You can also encounter black and green blood, first of which causes direct damage and the latter poisons you, forcing you to be careful with your feeding to avoid bringing harm to yourself. Practically every aspect of the universe has some relevance to your vampiric existence, even if they are not immediately obvious when you first encounter them. But slowly, as you learn more about the world and also of yourself, more and more things begin to click in place and begin to be more meaningful. It is brilliant and, in my opinion, a testament to the amount of care and thought that was put into the game's world and how a vampire would survive and think in this world of Nosgoth. Braving the lair of Nupraptor, you see the consequences his madness has wrought on those close to him, and you get to see Kain slowly get used to his new existence.
The cretin squandered life and left it seeping on the floor. Such waste was a travesty. Perhaps Nupraptor needed to be taught a lesson as to the value of blood.
As you finally come face to face with the Mentalist, he's accompanied by Malek, the Guardian from the introduction who failed to protect the previous Circle of Nine. Nupraptor does not let him forget this fact and chases him away to face you alone. This leads to the first boss fight of the game, which isn't terribly difficult, a theme that continues for the rest of the game. In practice, you're fighting against the environment, walking from one side of the arena to the other, avoiding obstacles which increase as you strike Nupraptor. In many ways, this to me is reminiscent of the final battle of Ultima 2, where you have to go through Minax's castle between two chambers, and each time you strike her, she teleports to the other. You swiftly defeat the Guardian of the Mind and take his head as proof of your deed, but before you're able to leave the fortress, the game rewards you with your first new piece of equipment and a location where you need to use it to be able to leave. The mace is useful for two purposes. First, it allows you to stun enemies instead of killing them, making it easier to feed on your foes, which is extremely useful against armored enemies who can withstand a considerable amount of swings from your sword. Second, and perhaps more importantly, the mace can be used to break the monoliths that have been blocking several passages on your road here. To me, this is yet another brilliant way of immediately making it clear to the player what they can and should do with their newfound powers. Leaving the fortress, you automatically fly back to the Pillars of Nosgoth, where the first of the pillars has now been restored. This is a good sign, and Kain is pleased with his progress, dedicated now to the killing of the rest of the Circle to rid himself of this curse. Now, if any of this seems interesting so far, and you'd like to experience the story for yourself, this would be a great moment to pause the video and go play the game, since many things will happen from this point onwards, and I will spoil a significant amount of them. The remainder of your journey takes you through other areas of Nosgoth, one by one hunting your prey as you get more familiar with the world and meet more characters, including the recluse vampire Borodor, who was seen at the introduction.
Meddling with the affairs of man can do us no good. Seraphan witch hunts are much too tedious to concern ourselves with. Am I understood, Kain?
And an oracle who seems to have an unhealthy obsession with a certain king.
King Atmar, paralyzed by his princess's malaise. King Atmar the useless.
As you get further and further into the game, you also receive more equipment, including new pieces of armor. A nice detail about this is how each piece of equipment is actually shown in the character sprite, unlike many games where wearing a specific armor or wielding a weapon doesn't change the outward appearance of the playable character at all. Each piece of equipment has its own use, and it is up to the player to choose which gear to use based on their personal preferences. A flaming sword does more damage than a regular sword, but it also burns down your enemies, preventing you from being able to feed. Will you use an armor that has less protection but reflects the damage back to the enemy, or choose more protection? Practically everything about the equipment system is fantastic, even if it is, in a way, rather simple. Unfortunately, practically everything doesn't mean everything, since there is one massive issue that just gets more annoying the more gear you find. If you're the kind of player who wants to swap gear based on the situation you're in, such as switching to a mace to destroy all destroyable objects and then back to your sword to do damage, or perhaps you want to use the strong Soul Reaver greatsword, which prevents you from using magic or items, but sometimes you want to cast spells so you need to switch to another weapon, then the issues with the gear system become very apparent. Every time you want to change a piece of equipment, you first need to open the menu, then navigate to the Equipment tab, open it and scroll to the piece of equipment you wish to wield, equip it, and then back down from the menus and continue playing. This is honestly very clunky and becomes annoying rather quickly, especially with older hardware or on the PlayStation where the loading times between the screens are unbearably long. For some reason, gear does not have a quick selection system like spells and items and forms do, forcing the player to do this every single time. A simple way to fix this would have been to just allow the player to bind equipment to quick slots as you do with everything else, but instead the last shoulder button where the quick slots are located is saved for a zoom function, which on the PC at least is practically useless. As you travel further into Nosgoth, you begin to hear tidings of war. A kingdom to the north led by their fierce king Nemesis is gathering his forces to invade Nosgoth. This creates another problem, since the fury of Nemesis is legendary and his forces leave behind little else than ashes. Even if you were able to restore the pillars and cure your curse, living under the rule of Nemesis is not a life Kain finds appealing. So, you take part in this war. You fight through hordes of warriors, but to no avail. The forces of Nosgoth fall under the overwhelming power of the northern hordes, and all seems lost, until something strange happens. An object you recovered from one of your prey begins to tremble, and the world around you changes. Up until this point, the story of the game has seemed pretty straightforward, and what you needed to do has been clear. Hunt down the 9 guardians of the Pillars of Nosgoth and be cured from your vampirism. Now things are about to get complicated. The device you held was a time-streaming device, and you've been transported 50 years into the past. Here you find not only an opportunity to change the fate of Nosgoth, but also one of your prey, the time streamer Mobius, who is supplying William the Just, the future nemesis, with weapons to destroy his enemies, while stoking a fear of vampires in the population. To prevent the hordes of Nemesis from waging their war of destruction, Kain decides the best way to deal with the situation is to kill him before he has an opportunity to begin his campaign of terror. The king falls quickly to your blade, and you find another time-streaming device, which transports you back into the present time. In your own time, the castle of Nemesis now lies in disrepair, his armies disbanded, and the kingdom fallen. By this change in time, Nosgoth is saved. However, not all is as expected, and quickly the reality of the situation is revealed. Your actions may have saved Nosgoth, but they also doomed the vampire population. The murder of a beloved king before his fall into insanity by a vampire bred a violent rage in the population, and a new crusade against the vampires was born. Witnessing the execution of Vorador, you realize it was Mobius who orchestrated these events, and you played straight into his hands. You are now the only remaining vampire in all of Nosgoth, and with your death, his plan will finally be complete. However, despite his ability to see the future, he can still misinterpret things.
The future says you die.
But I am dead. As are you.
With most of the circle now dead, you return to the pillars where your final quarries await. Mortanius the necromancer does half of your job for you by killing another member of the circle, explaining that the corruption of the pillars caused the circle to fail, and he orchestrated your death and resurrection so the circle could be killed and the pillars healed. With that revelation, he says he resigns to his fate, but still fights you. The final battle is once more not terribly difficult, especially with all the spells and gear you have accumulated by this point. And as Mortanius falls, he transforms into a being that taunts you, saying that his plan is almost complete, and you've once more been a pawn. This leads to the second phase of the fight, which is, honestly, pretty anticlimactic. What comes next, however, is not. It is revealed that you are the final guardian, chosen on the day of Ariel's murder, and it is your duty to bring balance back to the pillars, and thus you are given a choice. Sacrifice yourself to restore the pillar of balance, or refuse the sacrifice and doom Nosgoth into a slow but certain decline. Obviously, the sacrifice option is the correct one, and the game has a happy ending while you feel like an accomplished hero. Blood Omen Legacy of Kain is, simply put, fantastic. Yes, it's very much inspired by games such as the Legend of Zelda series in how the gameplay progression is structured and also in how many aspects of the gameplay itself function, but that's for a good reason. More often than not, those games are very solid experiences. Of course, this game is not perfect. Once you accumulate enough resources, the combat becomes more of a chore than something enjoyable, and it in fact becomes easy to just ignore that aspect of the game almost completely. Especially once you receive a spell that negates almost all damage you can receive. That, combined with an armor that reflects damage, makes combat lack any kind of threat, and no threat, to me, equals no real enjoyment. Still, the way the combat and equipment progression has been structured, it is very interesting up until a point. The exploration aspects of the game are much more interesting, and several areas feel like little puzzles. Sure, they are simple puzzles, but juggling between different forms and spells to explore areas is still a fun thing to do, especially since there are plenty of things to find if you do decide to explore more than what is expected. The weakest part of this is that not a lot of optional exploration will net you anything that special, and most of what you find are more consumables or ways to get more consumables via the Spirit Forges. There are even points where the game forces you to explore more by barring your path with boulders you can only pass with a strength upgrade further down an alternate path. In my opinion, it would be more interesting if more of these upgrades would be optional, as that would make them feel like a reward for going past a linear path, instead of just being something the game guides you towards since you need it to progress. Where the game really shines is the story. Kain is a fantastic anti-hero who is just thrust into this situation because of his ego, which is what the masterminds behind the larger schemes of the game took advantage of. Mortanius knew that Kain would more than likely take advantage of an opportunity to gain revenge for his death without thinking about the consequences of his actions, and he was correct. Only after the slaying of the assassins does Kain properly begin to realize what he's done, and for a while clearly regrets his decision. For a while being the key phrase here, since his growth as a character is absolutely fantastic. As you play through the game, Kain's narration slowly becomes more and more comfortable with the idea of him being a vampire, and he begins to see his situation less as a curse, and clearly begins to think like a vampire instead of a human.
Gift? Vorador thought my curse a blessing, that we were gods.
I make no pretense to justify my killing, yet these vampire hunters would cloak their bloodlust beneath a veil of righteousness. Hypocrites! They would make themselves judge and jury. Very well then, let us see how they take to my role as executioner.
The change in his attitude is brilliantly done, and Kain's transformation from a follower of orders into a person comfortable with his vampirism and capable of choosing his own path is one of the best parts of the game that to me has made this game such a classic. Most other characters you don't get to know nearly as well. Vorador the vampire seems like a major figure based on the intro of the game, but in the end he's just another side character. An old vampire who just wants to live in his mansion and enjoy a decadent lifestyle filled with blood. And that's about it. Even other major players of the plot get relatively little time to grow. Mobius the Time Streamer, who in the lore of the game is the cause of a major war threatening the land, only appears in the game a couple of times, including as his alter ego, the Oracle, guiding you towards the war so he can goad you into murdering William the Just, and creating a new timeline where he's the leader of a group of vampire hunters. It would have been interesting to know more about his hatred of vampires and why he's so willing to go to these lengths to rid the world of all of Kain's kin, but alas, we never find that out in this game. Then we have Mortanius the Necromancer, who gets all of his character development at the very end of the game, after appearing shortly at the beginning and then mostly disappearing from the game. The ending as well is rather confusing, since in the cutscene Mortanius is willing to be slain to heal the pillars, but immediately after saying that, he fights you. His transformation into a monstrosity as well is not properly explained, and it seems like he has conflicting motivations. On one hand, he says he wants the pillars to be healed and you to kill him, but then in his monstrous form he has completely different motivations which are not properly explained, but they do revolve around the pillars being corrupted. In part, this is because this segment of the story was apparently changed rather late in development, resulting in a somewhat confusing scene if you miss a secret area and one line by Ariel, and then manage to put all the pieces together. In fact, this monstrosity is not Mortanius, but the unspoken of which Ariel warns you of with a throwaway line. Even though it's not properly explained, we can then assume Mortanius is somehow possessed by this entity, and his death allowed the being to manifest in reality and attempt to finally stop you. This is the one part of the story that I find to be rather weak. But for the most part, the little glimpses we get into the stories of the characters are interesting and enhance the feeling of the world being a collection of twisted fairy tales. So, overall, the writing is superb. Especially when it comes to the world of Nosgoth itself, as every area you wander into can give you more information about the world, whether with the dialogue from Kain or the inhabitants of the villages who talk about the war, a plague ravaging the land, vampire attacks and so on. Slowly telling you more about the world, and sometimes showing these things to you with environmental storytelling. This ties into the well-executed audio-visual presentation of the game. This is an early PlayStation-era game, and instead of experimenting with 3D, the developers chose to create a 2D game instead, which was probably a good idea. The sprite work is, for the most part, good-looking, and conveys the feeling of a medieval world that is slowly dying. The music of the game is very atmospheric, but there is one issue with the music system that is a little bit jarring. Whenever you pause the game, whether it's to go to your inventory or by opening one of your quick select windows to change spells or items, the audio pauses abruptly, and after leaving said menu, the audio resumes just as abruptly. This is overall not the best way they could have done things, but in the grand scheme of things, it is a rather minor complaint. Overall, in case it's not already blatantly obvious, I love this game. Absolutely love it. And if you're like me and want more good games with vampires, and you haven't yet played this, do so. Seriously. It's great. Anyway, that is it for this time, and next time we'll be looking at the sequel, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, where I'm sure the world is completely healed and we're all praising the sacrifice of Kain, which is his legacy. Thanks to all the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters, Iliad Drone, The Bloke, High Food Court, Zai, and Daniel Zupke. You're all amazing, and until next time, Fintrovert, signing out. In 1996, Blood Omen Legacy of Kain gave the world the story of Kain, an assassinated nobleman turned vampire whose desire to rid him of his curse and avenge his death led him on a quest to save the mythical pillars of Nosgoth, and as a result, the entire world. This obviously went well, and 3 years later a sequel was released, telling us the story of a world restored by Kain's sacrifice. As you launch the game, you see a far more condensed set of introduction videos, as at this point in the series, Silicon Knights, the developers of the first game, were no longer involved for very complicated reasons. The main menu is very simple. You have two options, Start Game and Options, where the only things you can modify are the volume levels of specific parts of the audio. I really enjoy when games have different volume options for things like sound effects, dialogue and music. It wasn't always that common of a thing, and even these days some games do not give players this option, which, in my opinion, is a massive downside. One fun part of the main menu is the group of statues that take up half of the screen. Instead of being just a static image, the faces of the statues sometimes morph, revealing the vampiric nature of the depicted characters. Starting the game leads into a pre-rendered introduction video, and fine. Kain did not choose to sacrifice himself at the end of Blood Omen. Instead, he chose the other path, allowing the pillars to collapse while building his vampiric empire to rule the world as its god. To serve him and his empire, he created 6 lieutenants, one of whom is Raziel, Kain's firstborn, who is narrating the introduction segment.
I am Raziel, firstborn of his lieutenants. I stood with Kain and my brethren at the dawn of the Empire. I have served him a millennium.
Since the events of Blood Omen, 1,000 years have passed, and Kain rules from his throne, built atop the collapsed pillars of Nosgoth. No longer the sexy goth bad boy rockstar musician of Blood Omen, but looking more and more like the vampire Vorador did in the first game, having shed much of his human-like characteristics, replaced with what they call divinity. It is explained that periodically the vampires change, as Kain withdraws to metamorph, reappearing with a new ability, with the lieutenants following suit some years later. Now this status quo has been shaken, as Raziel is the first one to gain a new ability, demonstrating to Kain his new set of wings. Unfortunately, Kain does not seem to take this transgression well, ripping the bones from Raziel's back and ordering him to be executed within the ever-flowing watery abyss.
Cast him in.
This is a terrible fate for a vampire. As explained in the first game, water is extremely hazardous for a vampire, but it is not immediately deadly. Instead, being submerged in water is a form of torture that can last for millennia, as the vampire's body attempts to fight against the harm done by the flowing water, effectively immobilizing the victim in a state of unbearable torment until the eternal slumber finally arrives. Time passes as Raziel is submerged, until suddenly, he is awakened by a strange voice.
Raziel, you are worthy.
This voice, described in the manual as the Elder, or Elder God in the credits, explains to Raziel that he did in fact not survive the abyss, and the Elder God has merely rescued him from complete annihilation. Clearly, Raziel does not particularly enjoy his current form, but
I would choose oblivion over this existence.
The choice is not yours.
the Elder God further explains that the creation of new vampires traps souls into these undying vessels, preventing them from returning to what he calls the Wheel of Fate, and how he has recovered Raziel to act as his sole Reaver, or an Angel of Death, to destroy these undead abominations and free the souls back into the cycle they are meant to take part in, imploring that, if not for redemption, Raziel can take part in this quest for vengeance. In many ways, the beginning of Soul Reaver mirrors the beginning of Blood Omen. The protagonist is a nobleman who is murdered at the beginning, and the quest begins with a desire for retribution. Overall, the introduction is quite well done. It is not too long, and it gives enough backstory and exposition so it doesn't feel like you're missing something even if you've not played the previous game. Even the introduction of the new main character works well. You know enough of his history to properly understand his motivation to embark on his quest. Unlike the first game, Soul Reaver is fully 3D and displayed from a third-person perspective, and for a game of its era it looks quite good. And here begins the tutorial. To move Raziel, you can either use the D-pad or the left analog stick for more accurate movement. Despite the game having come out several years after dual analog or dual shock controllers became available, Soul Reaver, however, does not take full advantage of the twin analog stick design, and the camera controls work the same whether you have a controller with analog sticks or not, by using the left and right rear trigger of the controller, pressing both of which allows you to enter a zoomed-in mode where you can look around more freely. Traversing through the corridors teaches you about the basic controls and features of the game, and unlike Blood Omen, Soul Reaver's tutorial is more like a traditional tutorial instead of the more free-form dungeon where features are taught organically. Instead, each room is there to teach a specific feature with pop-ups on the screen explaining what needs to be done and how. In this area, you can also see an interesting relic from this era. For some reason, which I still don't understand, whenever you enter a cutscene, the screen goes into letterboxed mode, which just seems completely pointless to me. Just like in Blood Omen, much of the world building and introductions to features are done via narration, this time replaced with the disembodied voice of the Elder God acting as your guide to the game, and Raziel's narration acting as your view into the in-game universe and lore about the vampire society that rose into power since the events of the first game. The first room introduces the fast travel system of the game, which takes the form of teleportation gates. For now, the gate you find is useless, as to use them you must unlock them in a similar fashion as the bat travel markers worked in Blood Omen, and at this point this is the only active gate. Next, you are taught about healing. As in Blood Omen, to heal you must feed. But you are no longer a vampire per se, but a soul reaver, and thus blood is not your sustenance. Instead, you can feed on souls, which in this realm are abundant. You are also shown some of the traversal methods of the game. Basic jumping works as you'd expect, but you also have other jumping features to aid in your travels. Ledges can be grabbed and climbed, and crouching before jumping allows you to perform a high jump, which can aid in reaching higher ledges. Finally, you can also use the remains of your tattered wings to glide short distances. The final tutorial room introduces you to the basic combat system of the game by putting you against a pair of Sluar, spectral beings which feast on the souls of the dead. But instead of returning the souls to the Wheel of Fate, the souls fed on by these creatures are forever trapped within them. The primary weapon available to you are your claws, which can be used with the attack button. To add some complexity to the fighting, you can also lock on to an enemy and strafe around them while locked on. While doing so, you can also use the jump button to perform a dodge. The enemies here have a colored aura around them, which shows you the approximate health remaining, as the aura turns from blue to green to yellow to red. As you inflict enough damage, these creatures don't exactly die. Instead, they turn transparent and require sustenance to return back into a more corporeal form. While they are in this state, you can feed on them and draw their fleeing soul into your maw, restoring your health. Climbing even higher, you find a circle of misshapen pillars with a circular glow at their center. This is a portal between the spectral realm, which you've been traveling in, and the physical realm. To be able to use this portal, your health must first be fully restored, after which you can open the spell menu and select the spectral shift option. Doing so demonstrates one of the most interesting features of the game. The physical qualities of the separate realms can significantly differ. Brilliantly demonstrated here as the misshapen pillars straighten and the blue-green glow of the spectral realm makes way to the more colorful sunlight of the physical realm. It is a very interesting way to immediately show the player that there will be differences between the realms, and perhaps this is an important thing to make a note of. While manifesting in the physical realm can only be performed within these portals, returning back into the spirit realm can be done at will. The Elder God also tells you that while in physical form you retain some of your vampiric weaknesses, such as being susceptible to damage from water. Immersing yourself in a pool of this deadly substance will immediately destroy your physical manifestation and return you to the spirit realm. This is also a brilliant place to demonstrate this feature if the player is to fall into the water, as you are unable to proceed further in the spirit realm. The pathway is blocked by a door, which you are unable to manipulate while in the spirit realm. As spirits have no physical representation, they have no effect on the features and creatures that manifest themselves in the physical realm. Thus, to proceed, you must be in the physical form to be able to perform a simple action such as opening a door. Next, you find yourself in an arena of sorts, and are faced with two grotesque beings, the visage of which shocks Raziel. These, the Elder God tells you, are the children of your vampire brother Dumas, feral beings with only one purpose: to feed. This portion acts as a secondary combat tutorial, but this time for the physical realm. Vampires as well do not just die, and must be dispatched via specific types of actions. As you fight the monsters, the health aura of the spirit realm has been replaced with a splatter of blood which gets larger the less health the enemy has. Draining the health of the enemy stuns them in a similar way that you could do in Blood Omen, except since you're fighting vampires, they do not die. Instead, to kill the vampires, you must either impale them on a sharp object, immerse them in water, burn them, or in the case of younger vampires, expose them to direct sunlight. This can be done when the enemy is stunned, and you are prompted to use the grab button to take hold of the enemy. Doing so allows you to carry the enemy and throw them towards a deadly hazard. Once the enemy has been damaged in this way, their soul detaches from their body and can be devoured, which permanently dispatches the enemy. This is a very interesting way of adding variety and complexity to the combat system. Once more, the combat itself is not exactly that complex, as the only primary means of combat are one attack button and the dodge button, which also acts as an attack if you dodge towards an enemy. While this already is slightly more involved than combat in Blood Omen, the addition of a kind of puzzle element to defeating your enemies is a clever way of adding interesting complexity to the system. Having destroyed your foes, you're introduced to one of the main mechanics of the game: moving blocks. As a Soul Reaver, your strength is immense, and it's possible to move several massive objects within the game world, most of which take the form of cubic blocks. These can either be pushed, grabbed to drag them around, or by using crouch, you can move them while also turning the block by one increment. Dragging blocks also shows how much of the world is basically grid-based, as moving blocks is not smooth. Instead, the blocks are restricted to the grid of the world. Learning how to move the blocks allows you to proceed to the next section of the game, where more of the backstory of the game is revealed. You find yourself outside the stronghold of the vampires, the seat of Kain's empire, within which lie the Pillars of Nosgoth, symbols of the world which played a humongous part in the story of the first game. In short, the pillars are linked to the state of the world, and each of them is assigned a guardian, whose mental state defines the state of the pillar, which in turn affects the health of the world itself. In Blood Omen, the guardians were corrupted, and thus the pillars were as well. Your quest as Kain was to kill the corrupted guardians and restore the pillars, allowing new guardians to be selected and the world to be healed. At the end, it was revealed that Kain was the final guardian, and to restore the pillars he had to sacrifice himself, an act which he chose not to do. Now we see the true effects of that choice. Centuries have passed since you were cast into the torment of the abyss, and the world is dying. The formerly lush Nosgoth is devoid of life, and even the ground is shaking and collapsing upon itself. Souls have not returned to the Wheel of Fate, and all life is disappearing. Perhaps killing Kain is not only good for vengeance, but necessary for the fate of the world itself. Here you can also find your first proper weapon. Sometimes on the walls or on the ground lie sharp objects. These can be used in combat not only as standard weapons, but they can be used as throwing weapons, which, if done properly, can dispatch an enemy in one strike. Or during combat, they can be used to impale a stunned enemy, a very useful feature in case there are no environmental hazards around you which you can throw your enemies into. Weapons also demonstrate another interesting feature about the vampires of Nosgoth. If you mortally wound an enemy and for one reason or another are unable to feast on their soul before it dissipates into the spirit realm, the enemy does not actually die. Instead, if you remove the weapon used to impale an enemy, their soul returns to their body and they are resurrected. The game also has a rudimentary stealth system, which the game demonstrates in the only hallway accessible. If you manage to sneak behind an enemy, it is possible to impale them and feed on their soul without having to fight them and subject yourself to danger. A little bit further, you can find a door with a curious glyph on it. This is the marker of the teleport gates and contains your second gate. Unlocking this allows teleportation between the beginning of the game and this room. Unfortunately, the first gate is underwater, so teleporting back to the beginning will instantly destroy your physical form. Still, this gate will be extremely useful. Saving your game can be done via the options menu at any time during the game, and it's very simple. You go to the save menu, choose the save slot, and voila, you're done. This sounds amazing, doesn't it? Saving anywhere, anytime is a great feature. Loading, on the other hand, is done from the main menu. As you have saves available, a new load game section has been added to the start game section of the main menu. From here, you merely choose the appropriate slot, and you can return to where you saved. Except, not quite. While saving a game saves things you've done, it does not save where you are. And every time you load a game, you return to the very beginning of the game and have to travel back to where you were from the depths of the abyss. Here is where the teleport gates come in handy, as they act as de facto checkpoints for your progress. If you're unable to find a new gate before having to save and quit, you've basically made no progress. This is kind of understandable, considering the age of the game and the platform it was originally released on. Having a more detailed save game would have likely taken more space on the PlayStation memory card than was reasonable, so the developers chose this option instead. That doesn't make it the most fun feature though, and if you're unaware of this the first time you play, it can be a rather large shock when you first load the game and realize you're nowhere near where you thought you left the game off. Continuing your journey, you find the location of your execution and a route to the home of your clan. Unsurprisingly, after being cast into the abyss, your entire clan was deemed unworthy of serving Kain, and no trace of the bloodline is left within the barren walls of your ancient stronghold. A fact which stokes the hatred within Raziel even more. Passing through the deserted halls, you reach the territory of your first target, Melchiah, the youngest of Kain's lieutenants, and thus also the weakest. Unlike the more beast-like descendants of Duma which you've been fighting thus far, the children of Melchiah seem more like deformed humans. In fact, almost zombie-like in appearance. Not only that, this is the first time you see an actual human being, showing you that despite them being the prey in this desolate world ruled by vampires, some amount of humans still survive and even fight back against the undead menace. Unfortunately, your monstrous visage doesn't really generate trust in a human population that has been hunted for millennia, so they attack you on sight as well. Within Melchiah's domain, you eventually end up in a dead end, and might potentially wonder what you're meant to do here. One way to gain help whenever you're stuck is to return back into the abyss, where standing on a specific highlighted platform has the Elder Guard give you hints on how you should proceed. This time, it reminds you to take advantage of the abilities of your new existence.
Use your newfound talents to gain entry where you have been otherwise impeded.
As demonstrated at the very beginning, shifting between realms can change the geometry of your surroundings, and in this room, that is the only way to proceed forwards. In a way, this area acts as a tutorial to acclimate the player to the ways in which the game expects you to use this realm-shifting ability to solve puzzles. First, you must be in your spectral form to climb the room, but can't proceed unless you move a block in the physical realm, which allows you to open the gate to the next area, which acts as a secondary portion to this tutorial. On both sides of the room there are platforms, but when you jump on one it falls down and the other one rises high into the ceiling. To move forwards, you need to use the platforms to jump across the ceiling, and it can only be done by utilizing the attributes of each realm, by first manipulating the features of the world in the physical realm, and then moving across them in the spirit realm, where you're completely unable to interact with the physical realm. This is a rather brilliant way to familiarize to the player how the realm-shifting ability can and will be used, and unlike the basic tutorial at the beginning, is more akin to the organic learning process of Blood Omen's ability dungeons. Melchiah's domain also introduces more block puzzle type variations, such as stacking blocks, how to separate stacked blocks, and also block orientation puzzles where a specific side of the block must be visible and rotated correctly to solve the puzzle. There are also blocks which can change the environment, in this case taking the form of giant braziers that can be used to burn wooden support beams. In this area, you also have your first engagement with a new type of spirit in the spectral realm. Vampire spirits that have been trapped in the spirit form for a long time, unable to return to their bodies. These spirits have learned to harness their vampiric nature in the spectral realm as well, and have the ability to slowly drain your soul during combat if you're not careful. As with many other features of the game, this adds a new danger into the physical realm as well, since if you allow a vampire whose soul has become one of these soul-devouring wraiths to resurrect, they will retain this ability in their physical form. To prevent this from happening, it is possible to defeat and devour the vampire wraith in spirit realm, which in turn causes their incapacitated body to dissolve in the physical realm. A rather ingenious feature that adds complexity to how the player can interact with the world and its denizens. Depending on your actions, you may also encounter one of the more interesting features of the game, despite it in essence being rather minor. In Melchiah's fortress, you can meet another human, and their reaction to you depends on whether or not you attacked the first human you met. If you just bypassed them, the humans in the world stop being hostile towards you and instead kneel and raise their arms in reverence. However, if you attack any of the humans, this will stop, and they will be hostile towards you again. This is rather brilliant. Nowhere in the game is this specifically mentioned, since your quest has absolutely nothing to do with humans, but adding a feature such as this beautifully adds more detail to the world, and subtly shows the player how the human population is willing to grasp onto any shred of hope after millennia of persecution. Even if it is a new monstrous creature, but one that only kills vampires. Solving the puzzles in the fortress finally allows you to reach the depths of Melchiah's domain and enter the inner sanctum where he himself waits you, clearly aware of your presence and identity. The introduction of this first boss is very well done, as he shambles from the shadows and his monstrous form is slowly revealed in its grotesque glory. In the centuries since Raziel's judgment, the bodies of Kain's lieutenants have vastly morphed, and these monstrosities are the de facto rulers of the world, especially since Kain has apparently been absent for much of the time you've been gone. How difficult this might make finding your final target is currently irrelevant, since after a short discourse, you end up in the first boss battle. In essence, boss battles are small puzzles instead of straight-up combat. However, Melchiah is so monstrous, your claws do nothing to harm him, so another solution must be found. To make things more interesting, as you run away from your beastly brother, he seems to phase through partially solid objects, like the circular fence in the center of the room. This is because he seems to have evolved to exist simultaneously in both of the realms. Taking advantage of this and the available environmental hazards, you finally defeat Melchiah, who seems content to finally be free of his vile existence. After the battle, the soul of Melchiah is drawn into you, and the Elder God once more talks to you, introducing one of the most important features of the game. As seen during the battle, Melchiah had the ability to phase through certain types of obstacles. Now that you've consumed his soul, this ability has been transferred into you, although in a weakened form. Instead of being able to phase through obstacles in the physical realm, you can only do it in the spectral realm. This is the primary way you receive more abilities, and thus open up more of the world. Each boss you encounter has some kind of an ability, and defeating them unlocks a form of this ability for your use. It's intuitive, gives the player a clear goal with a reward during each portion of the game, and is quite well linked with the lore of the universe in a way more interesting than just finding items from treasure chests. Using your new ability, it is possible to finally breach the walls of the Vampire Sanctuary, where the Elder God teaches you about yet another feature of the game: health power-ups. These pie-shaped artifacts are reminiscent of pieces of heart in the Legend of Zelda series. To increase your maximum health, you must find 5 of these slices, after which the health spiral automatically grows larger. In many ways, the way this feature is introduced has been done well. It comes just after finishing your first dungeon, and is in a position where it's impossible to miss, as you have to pass by it. And finding out what it is immediately gives the player more motivation to keep a lookout for these objects. In fact, it's already possible you may have seen these before, but in places where you've been unable to reach them. This adds a tangible reason to do more exploring whenever you gain a new ability, since now there's obviously something to gain from treading outside the rather linear main story path. It is also possible that this is not the first shard you've encountered, if you're one of those people who don't need an incentive to begin exploring, as immediately after leaving Melchiah's domain, you can jump into the water and find a cage with one of these shards that you can now obtain with the new phasing ability. Regardless of which piece you find first, that is where the function of these objects is explained to you by the Elder God. In the same lake is another caged-off area, where you can find a hidden shrine which unlocks the first of many completely optional abilities. Solving the rather simple puzzle activates the shrine, causing a mysterious item to appear. This item unlocks your first glyph magic spell. Spells are completely optional rewards for exploring more, and can be very useful in different situations, such as using the shockwave of a spell to push an enemy into an environmental hazard. Spells, however, require charges to use them. To use the spells and see your charges, you need to enter the spell menu, which also contains the realm shifting ability. In the top corner, you can see how much power the selected spell requires and your total amount of magical energy. To recharge your spell energy, the game has several locations of power that you can step on and immediately gain more charges to use the spells with, or by finding energy recharge pickups from either the environment or as random drops when defeating foes. Increasing your magical energy can be done in two ways. First, by finding more spells, each of which also increases the maximum pool of energy you can store, or by finding collectible glyphs hidden across the world. Deeper within the sanctuary, you reach the Pillars of Nosgoth. In the millennia since Blood Omen, they have clearly decayed. No more do they reach to the skies, but lie crumbled as a testament to Kain's choice and the decay of the world. Here the Vampire Lord himself is waiting for you, and has not changed at all since the introduction video. Unlike Melchiah, whose slow evolution had turned him humongous and monstrous, Kain's change seems to have stagnated. After a short dialogue where Raziel's rather naive and idealistic nature is made obvious, and where Kain declares you would never be able to understand the gravity of his decisions, you fight each other rather early in the game. Kain draws his legendary sword, the Soul Reaver, he found from the Avernus Cathedral during the events of Blood Omen, and used to slay William the Just in the past, altering the timeline as per Mobius's plans, dooming the vampire population of the time to a certain death in the hands of vampire hunters. According to Raziel, whenever Kain draws the Soul Reaver, it means certain death to whomever is the target of his ire. Fortunately, you're already dead, so your physical body can be destroyed multiple times during this battle, as you try to fight against the camera and the rather short time limit between Kain's attacks, and finally, you lose. This is one of my pet peeves in video games, and thankfully it's not that badly done here, especially since it's more than likely you'll take damage during the fight and have to regain your physical form until you get used to what the boss battle expects you to do, and are able to do it quickly enough. But whenever a game has you take control for a battle, forces you to win the battle, but then has you lose, I've never liked it. At least have the same outcome happen if you actually lose, or just don't have that fight as a boss battle in the first place, but just as a cutscene. It just feels wrong whenever one thing happens within the gameplay, but then the cutscene afterwards completely undermines what you've just done. Kain immobilizes you with his magical powers and raises the Soul Reaver for a finishing blow. Then he strikes, and the blade shatters in a flash of light into hundreds of small pieces. For some reason, this does not faze Kain at all. Instead, he proclaims that you two are now one step closer to your destinies, before teleporting away. From this point onwards, there will be many more spoilers, which is a good thing to know just in case you wish to play the game for yourself, and don't want the twists and turns of the game to be ruined for you. Just a little warning though, I was unable to get the PC version of this game to work on my desktop PC, which was quite unfortunate. Thankfully, Soul Reaver is also available on the PlayStation 3 as one of the PlayStation Classics titles, so there are options to get the game to work in one way or another. Even though the blow from the Soul Reaver was unable to completely destroy your soul, as it is said to do, it did inflict enough physical damage to cause you to return to the Spirit Realm, fatigued from the fight. In the Spirit Realm, something curious manifests before you. The spirit that gave the Soul Reaver its magical powers now resides in the Spirit Realm. Unable to act on its own, this spirit craves for a host and quickly attaches itself onto you, wrapping itself around your arm, embedding its own existence onto yours. Now you are forever linked with this entity, two beings that feed on souls, now connected by a twist of fate. In gameplay terms, the spirit form the Soul Reaver acts as a new weapon. In the Spirit Realm, the Soul Reaver is always on your arm and changes the animations of your basic attack moves, adding more damage and range to your battle abilities. In the physical realm, however, the Reaver is only able to manifest while your health is full, making it very easy to lose access to this weapon. So, while the blade itself is extremely powerful, due to this limitation it's not an easy win-game feature, as whether you like it or not, eventually your health will go down in the physical realm, either by taking damage from the enemies or the environment. Once the blade has been introduced to you, the moment is disturbed by a familiar spirit. Even after all the millennia since the events of Blood Omen, the spirit of Ariel is still bound to the pillars. This time, clearly more cynical, which is understandable. She has had the front row seat on Kain's empire, not only having to exist through Kain's refusal to sacrifice himself to restore the pillars, but seeing him build the seat of his empire on top of her prison. After making it clear that you're no friend of Kain either, Ariel seems to have a glimmer of hope again. The only way for her to be released from her eternal torment is for Kain to be killed and the Pillar of Balance restored, allowing the pillars and as a result the world to begin healing. So she offers her assistance in your quest to kill Kain. After all, she has many millennia of knowledge that could perhaps be of use to you. From this point onwards, the game follows a familiar pattern. You receive a target which leads to a dungeon with puzzles and enemies, at the end of which you battle a boss and receive their signature ability for your own. After which you can explore new areas for secrets and also reach the lair of your new target. As you defeat your vampire brothers, eventually your path leads you to the tomb of the Sarafan. These warriors were mentioned in Blood Omen, and Malek, the condemned knight, was the last of this order. The Sarafan were, in essence, zealous warriors whose exploits could be seen in the introduction of Blood Omen, as they waged a holy war against the vampire population of Nosgoth, claiming entire bloodlines to their swords. This fact was not unknown to Kain, and in an act of ultimate irony, it is revealed that you and your brothers once were these Sarafan knights, now turned into the very beings you once hunted. Fueled by the ever-growing hatred for Kain, Raziel's path is now even clearer than before, and you cut through your transformed vampire brothers, who are unable to supply you with much information about Kain, but with their souls, imbue you with even more abilities. Eventually, either the Elder God or Ariel guide you towards your final destination and the hiding place of Kain, deep within the caverns of Mobius the Time Streamer. From the chamber where Mobius once performed his role as the Oracle of Nosgoth opens a path deep into the bowels of the mountain where the final puzzles of the game reside. Solving those puzzles, the story begins to pick up and change, in a similar way as in Blood Omen, where a vast majority of the game was rather simple, and you learn more about the world you were exploring while hunting down your targets, before the final twist of Mobius' time-streaming device sending Kain into the past. This time you're not sent into the past, but instead as you walk through the corridors of Mobius' hidden laboratory, you encounter strange walls which give you a glimpse through time. At first, you see things that have already happened. Your rebirth into the Soul Reaver in the Elder God's lair, your first encounter with Kain, and so on. This causes Raziel to begin questioning the entire experience. Did Kain foresee all that was to happen, or is this merely one of his tricks meant to confuse you? Further down the corridor, you see events which have yet to happen. Encountering Kain, striking down Ariel with the spectral Soul Reaver, and a cryptic scene of Raziel overlooking something while the Soul Reaver blade is glowing black and red. Are these visions of what is to happen, or what can happen, or neither? Finally, you reach the bottom of the caverns and find Kain in a chamber full of strange machinery. He taunts you for being slow, and the two vampires engage in a sort of philosophical debate. Kain clearly has a plan, and believes it all has been foretold, and the two of you are merely acting out your roles in the ultimate plan of the universe where your fates are preordained. Whereas Raziel refuses to accept this, seeing it as an excuse for all of Kain's atrocities. Then you engage in one of the most annoying boss battles of the game, which is made difficult mostly because of the difficult camera controls of the game. In practice, the battle is the same as the first encounter with Kain. He teleports around the room and you must quickly find him, get to him, and strike him. Why it's more difficult this time is because there are 3 levels to the chamber, and when he jumps to the final level, it's extremely difficult to see where he actually is. And if you go into the free look mode to locate him, it's more than likely you will not have enough time to jump to the top level to strike him afterwards before he teleports away. Eventually, as you manage to land the final blow, Kain explains that this is not where your story will end, and runs through the portal he's opened by operating the machinery as you've fought. The Elder God warns Raziel, implying it's not safe for him to pass through the portal. But he does not listen. You end up somewhere dark, where only a portion of the floor is lit up. This floor has the symbol of the time streamer on it, and suddenly, Mobius himself walks out from the shadows, greeting Raziel and welcoming him to his destiny. Soul Reaver is, without a doubt, one of my favorite games of all time, but it still has many things it can be criticized for. The controls for the time are relatively good, but there are several moments where the lack of free camera controls becomes a massive hindrance. As an example, the final battle with Kain is made more difficult than it could be, specifically because the camera controls are not terribly good. Obviously, I'm not a professional game developer, so I don't know how difficult it would have been to do this, but considering the PlayStation already had controllers that would have allowed for a more free camera control, it is a shame they didn't add that as an option, even if the primary means of camera control were still made for the controllers that didn't have analog sticks. This alone would have made several aspects of the game much better. Because of the camera controls, it's quite common to have enemies attack you from outside your view, and have it take a while to adjust the camera and actually be able to fight the enemy effectively. Thankfully, as in Blood Omen, fighting is far from being the primary focus of the game, and more often than not, battles can be completely avoided, as the focus of the game is in platforming and puzzle solving. Platforming as well is only made worse than it could be by the lack of good camera controls, as it can be difficult to accurately gauge the distance between where you are and where you're trying to jump to, as even the height of the camera is not constant and can vary between rooms. The spectral shifting ability of the game, on the other hand, is absolutely fantastic, and adds a very interesting layer on top of the standard exploration. Having 2 versions of the map with slight differences that block progress in one realm and allow it in another is to me one of the most interesting features added into a game of this type. Even the way how the different realms affect each other is quite amazing, and how this feature not only links with the puzzle solving and exploration of the game, but the lore of the game as well, as is the case with Belkaya or the Vampire Spectres, just shows how much thought was put into the feature, as instead of having it just as a half-baked gimmick, the existence of it actually matters for the overall plot of the game. The realm shifting also acts as a great demonstration of the audio-visual aspects of the game. In my opinion, for the time, the game looks really good, and how the geometry of the world dynamically changes as you shift between the realms is very smooth and impressive. This also changes the dynamic lighting of the scene, changing the natural-looking lighting of the physical realm into the more surreal color scheme of the spectral realm. The visual aspect is not the only thing that changes, but so does the soundscape and the music, with the sounds becoming more distant and distorted. Each area also has different versions of the zone music for the physical realm and the spectral realm, with a similar difference in the soundscape being present in the music as well. Most of the music in the game isn't exactly melodic, but is more atmospheric, with a heavy emphasis on percussion and bass. This creates a somewhat unreal and apocalyptic feeling with the music alone, and the composition of these pieces, while not something I'd be likely to listen to on my free time, works absolutely brilliantly to create the atmosphere of the game. Puzzles, on the other hand, are one of the best and worst parts of the game. While there's some variety to the block puzzles, and solving those sometimes takes a reasonable amount of thinking, which I very much appreciate, there's no getting around the fact that in the larger scale of things, the puzzles end up becoming somewhat repetitive the longer you play. Even the final block puzzles aren't actually that difficult, and figuring out what to do, which to me is the best part of these puzzles, doesn't take that long. Instead, the time-consuming part of the puzzles is the moving and turning of the blocks, and how sometimes to solve the puzzle you have to run between two areas after each move, which does end up feeling like unnecessary padding. After all, when you know exactly what you want to do and how to do it, when it still takes several minutes to go through the motions to reach the solutions, it's not exactly the most engaging gameplay. Still, despite this, for the most part, solving the puzzles is actually quite fun, even if there comes a point in the game where the block puzzles wear out their welcome. It is a shame this is the primary form of puzzles, as the game does have other types of puzzles, some of which are criminally underutilized. For example, at a late stage of the game, you gain the ability to rotate large objects by running around them, a feature which ends up being barely used, and in only a few smaller puzzles in the final dungeon of the game. This to me is a massive shame, since we have one puzzle that deals with reflecting light and changing the color of the light by channeling it through certain colored prisms, showing that there could have been other types of puzzles, and that in fact, the coding for these puzzles actually exist. This just makes me question, why did they opt for the block puzzles as the primary means to challenge the players, when they clearly had other options in their repertoire? That is in fact the case with many of the abilities you unlock, that they are not utilized that much during the main quest of the game. For example, while the ability to swim finally turns the previously deadly pools of water into new pathways you couldn't previously traverse, this is really only used to reach a couple optional secrets, and areas you have to go into to finish the game don't take advantage of your new immunity to water. From what I gather, this is partially because a bunch of content ended up being cut from the game, and one area where you never have to go, that does in fact take advantage of the swimming system, has been relegated to a completely optional area. Another aspect, which may or may not be due to cut content, kinda works as a sort of cliffhanger for those who paid enough attention, as it's not directly mentioned in the game. But for all the fratricide you commit, one of the vampire lieutenants, Turel, is never seen in the game, and you merely fight some of his kin. This leaves the opportunity open for him to make an appearance in a later game. One problem with the exploration aspect of the game is the lack of a world map within the game. This is obviously not a deal breaker, and most of the world is rather linear, making the world map not be a necessity for exploration. The story is where the game really shines for me. Not only is the writing absolutely fantastic, it also speaks to the edgy emo in me that never seems to properly grow up. While the story works quite well without ever having played the first game, as Soul Reaver explains to you enough about the previous game to have the current plot make enough sense, it still has plenty of references to Blood Omen that add another layer of subtext for those who've played the first game as well. Even when it comes to optional areas, this is the case, as if you explore the apocalyptic Nosgoth properly, you can find the lair of Napraptor. When I first found this location, it was amazing. Does it have any meaning for the plot of Soul Reaver? Nope. Absolutely none. But it is a nice little reminder that this still takes place in the same world, and having the place of the person who was the catalyst of all of these events be that reminder, I love it. Other optional areas add to the lore of the current game, such as the human citadel you can visit. Currently in the game there is absolutely no need to visit the place, but you can find some extra collectibles in the area. Other than that, it acts as a place for environmental storytelling. Not only does the existence of a human citadel show you that while humans are no longer the apex predators of the planet, they are still surviving, and have come up with defenses to keep the vampires at bay. At least to an extent. Also, as mentioned before, if you've stayed your hand and not attacked humans, the denizens of the human citadel either ignore you, or some even revere you as a kind of savior. After all, you're going through the world destroying the worst enemies of the humans while leaving them alone. While if you have attacked humans, These ones consider you a threat as well, and demonstrate in practice how dangerous their new weaponry can be. The environmental storytelling of the world is rather fantastic and tells you a short story of the nature of the vampires you're hunting, as almost every single one of these creatures has made its lair in a location that was once somehow meaningful to the humans. These act as a clear demonstration of force to any other remaining humans, as the mere existence of vampires in these former human strongholds is a constant reminder to who is the stronger faction in Nosgoth. For example, Zephon's lair is in a stronghold that once was a massive weapon intended to destroy the vampires using sound waves. The lair of Rahab is in an ancient cathedral, now sunken beneath the ocean, and so on. The story also delves into some more philosophical topics, albeit briefly. The Elder God is in a sense a depiction of the status quo, the wheel of fate, a circle, churning forwards, never changing, keeping the souls of the world in a cycle of death and rebirth for all time. This has been disrupted by Kain's refusal to sacrifice himself and the creation of his immortal vampire empire. Instead, now the souls are trapped by an act of defiance, never to be reborn. Raziel, on the other hand, is brought into this world, unwilling, but reborn as one who is meant to restore the souls of the dead to the wheel of fate by eradicating the vampires. A newborn creature, still trying to find his place in this world. Kain seems to believe in the concept of fate, and after centuries of examining and studying the machines of Mobius, seems dedicated to seeing whatever destiny he's foreseen through to the end. What he seems to think as well is that it's not only his fate, but his right to do so. What this plan is? We do not know. Raziel, for the most part, doesn't seem to care as much about the grander scale of things, but is more focused on vengeance as the first goal. Whatever else there is comes secondary, if at all. The discussions between the characters are written well, and all of the voice actors do a phenomenal job portraying these people.
As long as a single one of us stands, we are Legion. And that is why, when I must sacrifice my children to the void, I can do so with a clear heart.
Very poetic, Kain. But in the end, you offer no more than a convenient rationalization for your crimes.
The one negative aspect about this is how some of the effects added onto the voice lines of the vampires can make understanding them a little bit difficult. This could have been remedied by having subtitles in the game, but unfortunately, at the time Soul Reaver was developed, it was rather common that games did not give you the option to have them. For now, these topics are explored only on a surface level, but since the game leaves on a cliffhanger and a large to be continued text, it's not an unreasonable expectation that they will be explored in more depth in a sequel. In conclusion, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver is a fantastic game, but with some flaws that are a result of the time the game was developed in. The graphics are great for the time, and the soundscape amplifies the atmosphere of the world fantastically. The story and the characters are memorable and really got me to crave more of their story, which was quite nicely teased at the end of the game. Gameplay itself is decent, and the largest negative in it is the way the camera controls, and how some of the puzzles become a little bit tedious towards the end of the game. The world of Soul Reaver is well built and fascinatingly conveys an apocalyptic future of which we saw merely a glimpse in the canon ending of Blood Omen. Would I recommend people play this? Absolutely. If you can imagine enjoying a game about vampires which plays out somewhat similarly to games like Ocarina of Time, go for it. But that is it for this time, and I would like to thank all of the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters: High Food Court, Iliad Drone, Paul Leone, The Bloke, Zai, and Daniel Zupke. Thank you, everyone, for supporting this project. For next time, we shall continue further down the story of Raziel with Soul Reaver 2, where perhaps the twists of fate become a little bit more clear. Or just more confusing. We'll see. But until then, Fintrovert, signing out. In 2001, 2 years after the release of Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, the sequel, Soul Reaver 2, was released on the PlayStation 2 and Windows platforms. And for the purposes of this video, I will be playing the PC version of the game. Launching the game once more shows you the mandatory studio logos until you find yourself in the main menu. The menu itself has received a rather major facelift compared to the previous games in the series. The background is now a constantly moving 3D space with an eerie effect filter on top of it. The available options in the menu as well have increased significantly, with one exception. In the options portion of the menu, you can change things like the display resolution, frame rate, and some basic detail controls such as anti-aliasing and texture filtering. The control setup allows you to choose between different control devices such as keyboard only, keyboard and mouse, and controller, which I will be using to play the game. You can also choose your key bindings, which wasn't always as common of an option as you might expect. The one exception mentioned is in the sound settings. In Soul Reaver, the game had different volume options for music, sound effects, and spoken dialogue. This time, that is not the case, and all audio is delegated to one volume setting. You can turn off the sound effects or music, but that feels like a band-aid to an issue that could have been solved by just having different audio volume levels for the different audio sources. Launching the game leads you to a pre-rendered 3D cutscene depicting the ending of Soul Reaver. The events of the cutscene play out rather similarly to the ending battle of Soul Reaver. Raziel confronts Kain in the time-streaming chamber, where Kain, rather unimpressed with the speed at which Raziel was able to reach him, continues setting up the weird machinery in the room, while having his monologue. Raziel occasionally interjects and attempts to fight Kain, who rather effortlessly counters Raziel's attempts and continues working on the machinery. In the re-recorded lines, they've given Raziel much more emotion, especially when talking about him finding out that in the past life he was a member of the Sarafan Order, a group of vampire-hunting priests, now seeing their crusade as selfless and in service of all of Nosgoth, to counter the horrors that vampires would bring into the land, as seen in the decaying state of the world where Kain is the ruler.
I have been to the tomb of Seraphan Kain. Your dirty secret is exposed. How could you transform a Sarafan priest into a vampire?
How could I not?
How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
How could I not?
This gives him even more motivation to try and defeat Kain, which is a rather good choice, in my opinion. In the end, Kain activates the machinery and leaves through the newly opened portal, through which Raziel follows, and finds himself in an unfamiliar place, where Mobius, the time streamer, confronts him and welcomes him to his destiny. Here is where the previous game ended, and now the story of Soul Reaver 2 can begin. Instead of the pre-rendered 3D cutscene earlier, the beginning of the Soul Reaver 2 portion of the story is told in-engine, and looks rather good for the time. The facial animations of Mobius work rather well in expressing his emotions, whether it's true fear or clear mischief. This adds a layer of storytelling that was absent in the previous games due to a lack of technical capabilities, and shows rather brilliantly why it was a good idea to move the development of this game from the PlayStation to the PlayStation 2. Here, Mobius attempts to use an orb to incapacitate you, but instead it merely disables the Wraith blade coiled around your arm. This seems to surprise Mobius, and he explains that the orb is the key to the victory his mercenary army has had over the vampires, but proclaims that he has no ill will towards you, and instead claims to have been your friend, back when you were still a human in the Sarafan priesthood. You enter the next room, which is the same scene in the introduction video of Blood Omen, deep within the Sarafan stronghold, where Vorador struck down several members of the Circle of Nine, the protectors of the Pillars of Nosgoth. Here, Mobius also tells you his version of the events, which are, unsurprisingly, very unsympathetic towards the vampire side of the story. Following this, Mobius shows you that Kain as well is currently in this time, waiting for you at the Pillars of Nosgoth, placing this time somewhere between the time when Vorador attacked the Circle and the time when the Pillars fell. Mobius implores you that even if you do not wish to be friends with him, at the very least consider that you have a similar goal: the death of Kain. He desires for the vampires to be extinct, and you desire vengeance. Both need the same thing to happen, and both would lead to the ultimate goal, the rejuvenation of the Pillars of Nosgoth, which Kain's continued living prevents from happening. So Mobius implores Raziel to go to the Pillars and confront Kain. Unfortunately, you are within the Sarafan Fortress, where Mobius's mercenaries hold their headquarters. Raziel is told to fight his way out, with Mobius clearly not being too concerned with the casualties that will be caused by this.
But do what you have to do. All great movements require a few martyrs.
Upon this, Mobius teleports away, and Raziel notices another doorway in this room, identical to the doorway leading to the time-streaming chamber from which he emerged, but with one difference. This doorway has a peculiar crystal above it, a detail which may be important later. After this rather long and unskippable introduction, spanning almost 10 minutes, you finally enter the game, and thanks to the game and the cutscene both happening within the same engine, the transition is almost seamless. One strange part about this scene is similar to an issue mentioned in the Soul Reaver video. For some reason, the game plays in a 4:3 aspect ratio, but the cutscenes do not. Instead, they play out in a 16:9 aspect ratio, even within the game engine. This requires the cutscenes to be shown letterboxed, which has always confused me. Why would you have cutscenes play out in a different aspect ratio than the rest of the game? Especially now with widescreen monitors, the poor thinking behind this choice becomes more clear, since the cutscenes are now shown within a black box in the middle of the screen, while most of the monitor is nothing but blackness. This is made even stranger as the game still doesn't have subtitles, which could be shown in one of these black areas. Still, this is not a criticism of this game specifically, but about the tendency to do things in this way, which is very emblematic of late 90s and early 2000s game development. Once in control of Raziel, you can finally get acquainted with the basic controls of the game, which are very similar to Soul Reaver, but improved. The screen is mostly plain with only 2 indicators visible. In the top left of the screen is a compass, which can be turned on or off in the options menu. And in the bottom right is a spiral, which acts as your health bar. To move Raziel, you can use either the D-pad or the left analog stick, which also allows for more control over the speed and direction of your movement. Moving Raziel forwards or backwards has the camera move in that direction, while moving left or right has Raziel run in a slight circle, and the camera will turn with that movement. The camera movement is similar to Soul Reaver as well, but has now been bound to the right analog stick instead of the rear triggers. Unfortunately, there is still no up and down movement for the camera, which is still a massive downside. Instead, looking up and down is done by pressing a button which transitions the camera movement to a looking around mode where you cannot move, but can look around the level somewhat freely. But there have been some improvements which make the camera less of a bother than it was in Soul Reaver, and having similar improvements in that game would have made me complain about the camera far less. First off, the camera turns much faster than it did in Soul Reaver, making it much easier to have the camera face the direction you want it to face. In addition to that, slightly tapping the look around mode button quickly snaps the camera to be behind Raziel. In combat as well, the camera automatically moves a little bit further away to make sure you have a clearer view of the combat area. These improvements make the camera still not perfect, but removes most of my annoyances with the camera system of the previous game. Looking around the room, you can see several murals depicting Vorador slaying members of the Circle of Nine. The monstrous visage of this creature vaguely resembles the Vampire Lord, showing how the humans have been conditioned to see their enemies merely as bloodthirsty murderous monsters, leaving little doubt to why the eradication of the vampires is so ingrained in the human cultures of this time. Leaving the Sarafan Fortress acts as your tutorial to the game, and if you have the hint option turned on, which it is by default, the game gives you short prompts on which button to press to perform a certain action you need to do. The action button is your primary means of interacting with the world, and in this area is used to open the door to the next area, which leads you to a corridor patrolled by a singular enemy. Having knowledge of the previous game, you may notice a weapon attached to the wall, and just like in Soul Reaver, this can be taken from the wall by using the action button. Encountering an enemy teaches you the basic combat controls of the game. You can lock on to an enemy by pressing the lock-on button, which lets you strafe around the selected enemy. Pressing the jump button while in this mode causes Raziel to perform a dodge action instead of the standard jump. While a weapon is equipped and no other actions can be taken, the action button functions as your basic attack button. You also have a heavy attack button which performs a slower but more damaging attack. A new addition to the game is a block function which can be used to absorb some of the damage that would otherwise be inflicted upon you. Another new addition is the enemy's ability to also perform heavy attacks and blocks. These attacks have a visual tell, as the enemy's weapon has a distinctive glow, giving you a signal that this attack should be avoided. Once you've dealt enough damage, another returning feature of the series makes its appearance, as the enemy enters a stunned mode. In this mode, the enemy can be left to their own devices and eventually they will succumb to their wounds and die. Or you can press the heavy attack button that performs a finishing blow. Upon the death of an enemy, their soul leaves the body, and is represented in the game world as a glowing orb. These souls can be drawn in and consumed by pressing and holding the feed button. Successfully devouring a soul is your primary means of healing yourself, and as such, is an important function of the game. Eventually, this must be done relatively quickly, as after the initial tutorial areas, the souls dissipate after a while and become unavailable for feeding. The first enemies you encounter wield swords, and as an improvement to the previous game, these can also be used as weapons. In Soul Reaver, the only weapons you could find were spears, and the only difference between them was the visual appearance. But in Soul Reaver 2, there are other weapon types which add to the variety of combat, as these weapon types have different reach, animations, and even the finishing blow. Overall, the combat is rather simple, but it feels fluid and for the most part satisfying. Just as in Soul Reaver, you can also leave your weapon behind by crouching and pressing the action button, or you can throw the weapon by entering the look around mode and pressing the heavy attack button. As you wander through the fortress, Raziel seems to become more enamored with the Sarafan Order. Seeing their depictions in the stained glass windows and the statues, he laments the nobility that was forcefully taken from him by Kain when he was turned into a vampire.
Throughout the stronghold, I discovered evidence of my former nobility and my life as a Sarafan priest. This was the heritage so foully stolen from me when Kain raided my sacred crypt and defiled me.
Eventually, you will reach a dead end, and the hint system of the game, in a rather unsubtle way, tells you to enter the spectral realm. For those who are familiar with the previous game, this might be an obvious answer, but makes sense to include as a familiarization of some features to newer players. In a rather uncommon development choice, Raziel retains most of the abilities gained during the previous game, instead of just resetting the character as is more common in many game franchises. As such, the path blocked by a barred gate can be bypassed by entering the spectral realm through the ring menu, and by using the ability to phase through some objects that was received by slaying the vampire Melchiah. Once more, the realm shifting feature is one of the best parts of the game, and the spectral realm as well acts in a very similar way to how it was in Soul Reaver. Entering the realm can be done at any point, and the visual effect when changing realms is rather fantastic. The visual appearance of the world you are in can shift, and the landscape can twist into shapes otherwise impossible in the physical realm. The colors of the physical realm make way for the blue-green dreamlike visuals of the spectral realm, and the audio becomes more distant and distorted to denote how this is not the world we are familiar with. The health spiral as well becomes more jagged in the spectral realm, adding another visual distinction between the realms. In the spectral realm, souls wander freely and can be consumed to fill up your health without worrying about whether they will disappear or not, as any souls that leave the physical realm eventually take residence here. The souls in the spectral realm do not look like glowing spheres, but instead, they look like floating skulls, which is a rather fun visual addition. To leave the spectral realm and return into the physical form requires you to find a portal, one of which is conveniently in the middle of the room, and extremely difficult to miss, as it is a white glowing circle pulsating with some form of energy, clearly distinguishing itself from the rather dark surroundings. If your health is full, which is easy to achieve thanks to the abundant souls in the spirit realm, you can enter the ring menu and choose the spectral shift ability again, which returns you into the physical realm, this time directly into a cutscene. Once you return into the physical realm, the Wraith Blade also returns. This causes Raziel to ponder the potency of Mobius' orb and how it explains the success of his crusade against the vampire, while wondering why it would affect the soul that forms the blade, but not himself. In this room, it is also very likely that you will be introduced to one of the major weaknesses the blade has. The blade can only manifest in the physical realm if your health is completely full, and even a single blow will cause the powerful weapon to disappear. Further down the hall, Raziel begins to feel a strange sensation, a sort of dislocation, as if reality itself was warping around him. The source of this sensation is found in the furthest corner of the hall, where the tomb of William the Just is located. In here, the stained glass window depicts the duel between the beloved king and his assassin Kain, shown here as a monstrous vampire slaying a noble king. The tomb itself is not the source of the sensation, however, but it is the Soul Reaver blade itself. The physical form of the blade that shattered during the fight with Kain, but the soul that gave the blade its power to consume souls is still present, albeit dormant. Nearing the blade, the twin of the soul draws into the blade, awakening not only its past incarnation, still trapped within, but another aspect within itself. Now no longer merely a tool to be used, the ravenous will of the Wraith Blade has been rekindled, and it begins to drain you of your own power, using your essence to repair the blade that houses its past incarnation. Knowing better, however, than to kill the host that it resides in, the Wraith Blade holds its hunger and stops before your essence has been completely drained. Mobius as well has arrived to witness this scene, and Raziel lashes out at him, questioning the time streamer about the meaning of this event. Mobius seems surprised and in fact afraid, a reality that does not escape Raziel, who threatens the man's life. Almost striking the time streamer down with the Soul Reaver, Raziel stays his hand as Mobius brings up the Wheel of Fate, the eternal cycle of death and rebirth. The same cycle which is the catalyst for Raziel's rebirth into this form in the first place, as the Elder God brought him back specifically to serve the Wheel of Fate, to restore its movement which had been halted by Kain's empire, as immortality is an affront to the cycle of life. This tires Raziel, and he chooses to leave Mobius alone and go after his primary target. Unbeknownst that Mobius had not foreseen this event and was truly afraid, likely for one of the only times in his life, as he was not certain whether Raziel would kill him or not, something that could have changed the course of history. As this cutscene ends, Raziel explains that now the properties of the Wraith Blade have changed. No more does it merely appear when your health is full, but it can instead be summoned whenever you wish to do so, using the ring menu where the spectral shift ability can also be found. The blade can also be drawn and withdrawn by tapping the feed button twice. But unlike the blade's previous incarnation, this time it has a will of its own and will consume the souls of the defeated enemies instead of merely releasing them. This changes the dynamic of the weapon in comparison to Soul Reaver, as in both games the blade is a powerful weapon, but in Soul Reaver there are really no downsides to using it whenever you have the ability to do so. However, now in Soul Reaver 2, it is still a powerful weapon, and can now be used whenever you wish, but using it to defeat enemies locks you out of healing. The awakening of the Reaver has also added a new mechanic to its usage, which is denoted by a new bar that surrounds the health spiral. Each strike and each soul that is consumed by the blade increases the length of this bar, which slowly grows shorter by time. Allowing this bar to grow too long will cause the Reaver's hunger to reach its apex and turn on Raziel, draining the health spiral. While defeating enemies destroys the soul of an enemy completely, it is possible to use the Wraith Blade to damage an enemy and finish them off with another weapon, but the developers have even thought of this possibility. As such, a soul that is released from an enemy that has been harmed by the Wraith Blade will recover less health than a soul released from an enemy defeated solely by other means. These additions and changes to the system I find quite interesting. In addition to this, the restoration of the blade has tapped into the essence of Raziel so much that the spiral denoting the health of Raziel has shrunk immensely. This as well I think is quite brilliant, as the game has an actual reason for why you have to look for more power-ups to increase your maximum health again, instead of just lowering the maximum health because it's a new game. Right outside the chamber where the physical Soul Reaver resides is a large alcove that triggers another cutscene. Here you can see a memorial to an important event in Sarafan history, the defeat of Janus Audron, a legendary vampire that was first mentioned in Blood Omen, depicted in the stained glass windows of the fortress as a demonic being defeated by the noble Sarafan knights. This defeat is when the heart of Janus was ripped out of his body and taken into the protection of the Sarafan Order, as his heart was still beating after being removed from the vampire's chest. This heart came to be known as the Heart of Darkness, and the legends surrounding it tell tales of the heart being able to restore vampiric unlife. Having played the earlier games, we know that these tales are not merely myths, but are in fact true, since in Blood Omen, Kain recovered this heart and used it as a means to heal himself during his quest to kill the Guardians of the Pillars of Nosgoth. Beginning to question everything he's been told, Raziel wonders how accurate this depiction of the legendary vampire is, or if it's merely a form of biased imagery from the perspective of the Sarafan, wanting to show their enemies as more horrific as they truly were. Deeper in the fortress, you encounter a familiar location, the Tomb of the Sarafan Knights. This is the location where you found out about the true origin of Raziel in the previous game, and now, seeing it in its intact glory, you can witness the depictions of each of the Sarafan lieutenants, your brothers, who were so deformed and unrecognizable as beings that once were humans. This memorial depicts each of the knights as a noble sacrificing figure, and Raziel laments how this nobility and pride was so cruelly taken from him by Kain, as he perversely defiled the Sarafan knights to satisfy his desire for cruel irony. Seeing these murals and finally witnessing his own self as he was a human, Raziel is now even more determined and desires only one thing: the death of Kain.
It tortured me to see how noble and pure I had been. And what a vile phantasm I had become. And a profound sense of injury, of loss and betrayal welled up in me, so overwhelming I could barely contain it. All I wanted at this moment was to find Kain and destroy him.
Fighting through the defenders of this fortress, you eventually reach a balcony, perched high on the upper levels of the fortress, and a fantastical vista emerges in front of your eyes. Nosgoth, alive and vibrant. The world is full of beauty, full of life. It almost seems like a completely different world compared to the apocalyptic hellscape from which you've just emerged from. This acts as yet another motivator for Raziel, who now knows for certain that Kain must die. For his decision to selfishly refuse the ultimate sacrifice has doomed this vibrant and beautiful world to be destroyed and become the wasteland of your memories. Here, yet another feature unlocked in the previous game returns, as the only way out from this place is to jump down from the balcony into the massive lake below. Thankfully though, you had gained immunity to water by absorbing the soul of your brother Rahab, and this poses no danger to you. Swimming itself is somewhat clunky. As you enter the water, the camera controls become inoperative and the directional controls begin to move the camera around. To swim, you need to point the camera in the direction you wish to swim in, and then press and hold the jump button. This is functional, but does make exploring underwater areas somewhat difficult, as you're unable to look around without coming to a complete halt, as trying to turn the camera while swimming will immediately have you swim in that direction. And if you're not already familiar with the specific underwater area, that can become rather confusing. It does not help that, at least in the version that I played, the underwater visual effects make it difficult to discern features of the underwater landscape. You can also give yourself a burst of speed by pressing the crouch button before pressing jump to begin swimming. This is an important feature, not so much because of the speed burst, but because it is how you can leave the water. Doing this move close to the surface launches you into the air, allowing you to reach ledges that are higher than the surface level of the water. On the dry land, the game introduces a completely new feature. As in Soul Reaver, death in the physical realm merely destroys your physical manifestation, returning your soul into the spirit realm. But since the game does not use the Abyss as a hub anymore, you can't really return there if you die in the spirit realm. Instead, the game now has pillars which act as checkpoints. In the in-game lore, these beacons absorb a small wisp of the Wraithblade's energy, and that acts as a beacon in the spirit realm, allowing a weary Raziel to locate that beacon and return to that location rested. Just next to the beacon is your first properly interactable object, a wheel which can be turned to open up an underwater passage to the next area, swiftly demonstrating that this kind of environmental manipulation is still a feature of the game. In the next area, you find a somewhat familiar-looking pillar. These pillars can be found in certain locations and have been attuned to the spirit of Raziel, allowing him to imprint his memories onto the pillar in the event that he is too wary to continue his quest. Or, in other words, these are save points, made to look somewhat similar to the save points in Blood Omen. Instead of the save system of Soul Reaver, where you could save at any time, but only certain things would save, and loading the game would return you to the very beginning of the game, in Soul Reaver 2 this idea has been replaced with the more traditional save points, which, in my opinion, is a better option. If you have a save system you can use to save anywhere, I know I expect that to mean that when I load the game will be in the state where I saved it. This was not the case with Soul Reaver, so having save points is a good way to give the player realistic expectations about what will happen when you save and load the game. Saving itself is simple. You merely use the pillar and click save. That is it. Each time you do this, the game creates a new save and doesn't allow you to overwrite old ones. Loading the game is done from the main menu and brings up a list of saves, which are now better marked than they were in either of the previous games. In Blood Omen, there were tons of save slots, but you couldn't name the saves, and the only indication of which save was which was the automatically generated Nosgoth timestamp, telling you how many in-game days had passed during the time of that save. In Soul Reaver, you had a few slots to save in, but once more couldn't name them, so saves were merely labeled with a letter at the end of each save slot. In Soul Reaver 2, however, the game does give you slightly more information, by telling you the real time spent in the game during the time of the save, and showing you an image of the area in which you saved in. This is already a better, even if not a perfect save system. Proceeding from the first save point, the game teaches you about high jumping and gliding, both of which work identically to their counterparts in the previous game. To jump high, you must first crouch and then jump, and to glide, using the tattered remains of your wings, you have to tap and hold the jump button after initiating a jump. The rather linear pathway forwards gives you the opportunity to practice the combat of the game and introduces new enemy types, such as a ranged weapon-wielding version of the vampire hunters. This pathway also ignites a small conflict within Raziel. He still believes that for the good of Nosgoth, vampires need to be eradicated, but the impaled and mutilated vampires strewn across the path are nothing like the monstrous abominations of his future, but seem to retain most of their humanity. Yet, they are hunted like animals.
In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution.
Eventually you reach the Pillars of Nosgoth, where Kain is still patiently waiting for you. Here Kain implores Raziel to stay his hand and wait for a moment, as he explains the full importance of this very specific point in time. Kain describes how every step the two of you have now taken have been predestined, and how he's foreseen the ending of your tale and wants to rewrite that ending. Raziel is not exactly receptive to Kain's explanations, but is willing to listen, begrudgingly. So Kain continues, revealing when you are. This is the day of his birth, and in just a few short moments, the young Kain would draw his first breath outside the womb. That also means that something else is about to happen. The betrayal of the Circle of Nine. On this day, the previous Guardian of Balance, Ariel, was murdered, and just as Kain had been born, her body was discovered by her lover, the Guardian of Mind, Napraptor, who fell into such deep and strong despair and madness that it caused a chain reaction, reaching every other Guardian, including Kain, corrupting the Circle, and preventing Kain from ever being able to fulfill his destiny as the Guardian of Balance. He describes the decision put in front of him as a two-sided coin. On one side, he needs to sacrifice his life so the pillars can be restored and new guardians can be born. But this would also mean the extinction of the entire vampire species as orchestrated by Mobius. On the other side, he could refuse the sacrifice, which would allow both humans and vampires to exist, but would doom the world into eternal decay. This befuddles Raziel, who exclaims that after all this, Kain makes his case for him and agrees that he needs to die to restore the pillars. But before teleporting away, Kain implores you to seek the secrets of this land that may change your view on the events so far, and has one final thing to say.
But suppose you throw a coin enough times. Suppose one day it lands on its edge.
After Kain has vanished, Raziel ponders what made him stay his hand. He had the opportunity to finally slay Kain, but didn't. Perhaps he's just tired of being used by everyone and wants to forge his own destiny. After all, free will is an important concept for him. Here the game also very unsubtly telegraphs what you're meant to do next by focusing on the spectral shift symbol etched onto a stone obelisk. The pillars in a way mirror the dead end of Melchiah's lair in Soul Reaver, acting as a point where the game reminds you that the spectral shifting ability exists and must be used to successfully traverse the land of Nosgoth. As you shift realms, the previously impassable cliff morphs into an easily traversable staircase, leading you forwards towards your next objective. Here you encounter a massive doorway with a somewhat familiar looking creature painted onto it. This blue-skinned creature, with talons bearing 3 large fingers, is very reminiscent of the current appearance of Raziel, a comparison he believes is not a coincidence. Especially since this kind of a doorway is very familiar to him, bearing the symbol of the Soul Reaver. These doorways existed in the previous game as well, but were used in a very limited quantity, probably partially due to the very vulnerable nature of the Wraith Blade, as you needed to be in full health to use the blade. Here, on the other hand, the summoning of the blade is easy, so doorways only openable with the Soul Reaver pose little issues for the design of the game. As you enter this ancient construction which leads deeper beneath the surface, Raziel ponders that these halls were not built by human hands and perhaps were never seen by human eyes. A hypothesis that seems very reasonable as you reach the very bottom of the construct. You find yourself deeper below the pillars, in a chamber filled with strange symbols and murals. The pillars themselves reaching even deeper into the ground, seemingly infinitely. The murals depict these same blue-skinned winged beings as you saw on the doorway, causing Raziel to wonder what the connection between him and these beings might be. He looks similar, but his features are grotesque and demonic, whereas these beings seem beautiful and angelic. The murals seem to tell a story. These blue-skinned beings are engaged in combat with other strange-looking creatures, until the blue-skinned beings magically construct the pillars of Nosgoth, which seems to spell out the end of these other strange beings. But victory doesn't come without a cost, as the next mural seems to depict the blue-skinned beings being inflicted with a vampiric bloodlust, showing the beginning of the curse. Finally, the Soul Reaver's sword makes an appearance, linking practically all of the important features of the world to these beings. Before you have the time to ponder this in more depth, you hear a familiar voice.
Lies, Raziel.
The Elder God implores you not to ponder these murals as they are irrelevant to your quest, and reminds you that you're his servant, and your goal is to kill Kain, as the vampires are a blight on the land and prevent the natural order of birth, death, and rebirth. Raziel, however, has had enough of being told what to do, and rebuffs the Elder God's demands. If he is to kill Kain, it will be because he decides to. This to me is a great moment, as Raziel had relatively little character development in Soul Reaver. Yes, he had some discussions with Kain establishing how Kain subscribes to a very deterministic view of the world, where all actions are preordained, and there's basically nothing one can do to alter the course of events, which lead inevitably to a specific conclusion. Whereas Raziel is a staunch believer in free will and personal agency, but that's about it. Revenge and single-minded purpose behind it was still the primary trait of his character. Here, on the other hand, the free will aspect comes into play more strongly. He's still motivated by hatred, but it is slowly starting to take a back seat, being replaced more with determination to learn more of the machinations of everyone trying to manipulate and use him, and finally prove to everyone that he is the master of his own destiny. We also see the true form of the Elder God. Sure, he was seen in Soul Reaver as well, as the tentacles in the abyss are a part of his being, but it was never really confirmed that this was the Elder God. Instead, he appeared mostly as a disembodied voice, whereas here his appearance is seen very clearly and without any doubt that this is the true form of this being. We also find out a curious trait about the Elder God's existence. He seems to not exist in time in an exactly linear way, as this version of the god would be unaware of Raziel if that were the case, but instead he seems to retain all the knowledge he has regardless of the time you encounter him in, suggesting that his existence is not linear but might instead exist in all times simultaneously. Swimming through the caverns, you reach a new location where Raziel feels like he's being watched. For those who've played both of the previous games, this place might seem familiar as you find yourself in the Thermagant Forest, the dangerous swamp where Borodor had his mansion in Blood Omen. Soon you see the ancient vampire himself, who swiftly teleports away after being discovered, but this only piques Raziel's interest more, and he decides.
Very well. If Borodor would not come to me, I would go to him.
Reaching the vantage point Borodor used, however, does not get you to the vampire himself, but instead to another door that can only be opened with a Soul Reaver, and within is one of the most important features of the game. Unlike the first Soul Reaver, this time Raziel doesn't have a list of targets to kill, so instead of focusing on themed areas which culminate in a boss encounter, Soul Reaver 2 has more of a focus on the narrative aspect of the game and puzzles. Behind this door is the first puzzle dungeon of the game, which teaches the player some of the new features of the game, and some returning features that you might already be familiar with if you played the previous game. As you enter the dungeon, you encounter a new kind of enemy that is guarding a locked door. Defeating this enemy has it drop its shield, which you can pick up and carry. This is a new feature for the series and features rather prominently in many of the puzzles in the game. Now you can pick up certain objects and have to place them in the appropriate place to proceed. In this case, the shield acts as a key that opens the door to the main area of the dungeon. Here you can only enter the main complex by shifting into the spectral realm. This time though, the game does teach you one more thing. The same rules that governed the spectral and physical realms in Soul Reaver still apply here. You cannot interact with objects in the physical realm while you are in the spectral realm, which includes climbable walls, as you cannot shove your talons into the wall, as the wall is not manipulatable within the spectral realm. Thus, the game rather brilliantly teaches new players who are not already familiar with these features the importance of shifting between realms. It is not just for traversal, but also plays a part in the puzzle-solving elements of the game. The first puzzle dungeon is not terribly complex, but does act as a good introduction to the gameplay meat of the game. In the previous review, I mentioned how it was a shame that the developers used mostly block puzzles and little else, despite there being potential in some systems that were built into the game, such as certain light and color related puzzle systems. Well, this time the puzzles are much more varied, and I love it. In the first dungeon, the start seems relatively simple and familiar to those accustomed to the series. You need to swap between realms to reach different areas. When you do reach the central hub, however, you're immediately faced with one change. In the later stages of Soul Reaver, you unlocked an ability to run around an object to rotate it. This was, let's be honest, somewhat clunky. And it seems like the developers agree, since this time to rotate objects, you merely grab an object that can be rotated and then you rotate it. The first object you can do this with is a mirror that reflects light, and you can open pathways to different parts of the dungeon using this mirror. The light aspect present in the puzzle system becomes even more obvious in this dungeon, as in one of the puzzle chambers you need to read environmental clues, and based on that information, direct the light to the correct source, and place another object appropriately to open up a pathway forwards. In another puzzle chamber, a similar mechanic is used, but this time, instead of making a portion of a wall disappear, the pillar used in the puzzle casts a shadow, which creates a solid walkable platform. I absolutely love this, as I do love puzzles, and in this game there are quite a few of those, since the primary gameplay loop now revolves around solving themed puzzles in these ancient dungeons. They do also serve a purpose, and the theming of the dungeons becomes quite clear once you complete the first set of puzzles. This causes a pulse of energy to be released, which fills a well of sorts in the central chamber. The Reaver bound to your arm is drawn to this energy and takes control of your body while plunging itself into the source of this energy, draining it dry. Raziel now has a realization. All of the iconography leading to this point, and the Reaver's hunger for this energy confirms his hypothesis. These dungeons are ancient forges created by the same blue-skinned beings that created the Reaver itself, and their purpose is to imbue the Reaver with elemental power. The elemental power mechanic is one of the major new features of the game, and in practice takes the place of the boss souls of the previous game. Now, instead of earning permanent feature upgrades for Raziel, you unlock different elements for the Soul Reaver that will be used in different forms during the course of the game. The elemental upgrades are not permanent, however, but can be lost. This is not an issue though, since unlocking the power of a forge also spreads this elemental power to basins all around Nosgoth. These basins have been seen all over the world during your travels, and now their purpose becomes clear. They can be used to re-imbue an element to the Reaver. One reason why you might want to do this is immediately introduced, as a newly closed door blocks your path. This door has the symbol of the element of darkness on it, and the energy from the lock pulsates with the color of the required element, as this door can only be opened by a Soul Reaver currently imbued with the element of darkness. I do enjoy this feature, and aside from the story, it is one of the things I remembered the most of this game before replaying it. I find it a fascinating way of blocking the player's progress while giving a clear and tangible goal for every area you explore. Once you leave the forge, you finally meet Vorador, who treats you with mistrust, wondering whether you are to blame for the corruption of the pillars, or if you will be their salvation. Raziel caring naught for either of these options. Vorador also explains more about the history of the world from his perspective, as he's made the connection of Raziel's visage and that of the blue-skinned beings whom he calls the Ancients. He does not believe your appearance at this specific time to be a coincidence, as you wander around the world unlocking secrets that have been sealed for centuries, accessible only to one being. But also explains that your quest for answers is for naught, as the final person who could have guided you and given you answers was his creator, Janus Ordrin, slaughtered by the Sarafan 500 years earlier. This merely strengthens Raziel's resolve. Now determined to unlock the secrets of the Soul Reaver, find a way back into the Sarafan fortress, and learn to manipulate the time-streaming device to find Janus, and finally figure out what his place in history is going to be. From this point onwards, the vast majority of the game follows this pattern. You reach an area, find yourself locked out of places, which leads you to an elemental forge, in which you solve puzzles and fight enemies to unlock the next elemental power, which in turn lets you reach the next area you need to go into. Solving the next forge bestows you with the power of light, which finally allows you to return to the Sarafan fortress through the front gates. The assault takes you through the hallways and back into the great hall that houses the Soul Reaver. Here, Kain is waiting for you, explaining that this is where you were always destined to meet, and gets to one of the most interesting discussions of the entire game. As per Kain's experience, history is immutable. He's tried to change the course of history to allow for the coexistence of both outcomes he desires, the restoration of the pillars and the continued existence of the vampire race, but has been unable to. He was able to change the course of history once before, during the events of Blood Omen. How was this possible if the flow of time is predestined? He surmises that this is due to one variable, the Soul Reaver. Not only did Mobius ensure that Kain would be in a situation where he sees the destruction the armies of Nemesis would bring, but also would have a time-streaming device that would take him into the past before William the Just turns into the Nemesis. This alone was not enough, and Mobius also ensured that both Kain and Nemesis were wielding the same weapon, the fulcrum upon which the change lies upon, the Soul Reaver. Whatever power lies within this ancient vampire blade is enough to redirect the flow of history and allow for true choices to be made in the right circumstances. This is what Kain relies on, as this is the moment where history dictates that Kain will meet his end in the hands of Raziel, being struck down by the Soul Reaver. Clearly, the universe demands for this eventuality to happen, as when Raziel hesitates for a moment, the blade seems to get a mind of its own, trying to strike down Kain, as Raziel is desperately attempting to resist. Eventually, he does. And instead of striking down Kain, he plunges the sword into the casket of William the Just, changing the destiny of both him and Kain, as the universe begins to reshuffle the time stream to accommodate for this change in events. If the story and the game have seemed interesting so far, now might be a good point to pause the video and play the game for yourself, if you're so inclined, as I will definitely spoil more of the twists and turns of the story since this was merely the setup for the story. This alone should tell you how much more focus is on the narrative aspect of the game when compared to the previous games. The first game in the series was a rather straightforward gothic Legend of Zelda type action game, where the plot was important, sure, but mostly in the background. The second one was similar in concept, and the story was mostly a backdrop, with the focus being mostly in the vampire lieutenant fortresses that combined platforming and block puzzles. Here, on the other hand, the story takes the primary focus, and I don't mind that change at all. On the contrary, as the story to me is absolutely fascinating. I'm quite pleased the story finally gets to properly shine. The universe of the games has been interesting from the very beginning, and it's clear that a lot of care went into developing the world of Nosgoth, and the gameplay aspects as well were thought out in a way that makes sense within the context of the world the game takes place in. But even so, many characters and aspects of the backstory of the world weren't truly well explored within the games themselves. Even in Blood Omen, we never really found out what was the motivation for Mobius and his plot to change the timeline to rid Nosgoth of vampires. Here he's gotten way more time to develop as a character, and we've even gotten an answer to that question. He is serving the Elder God and the Wheel of Fate, to which immortality and unlife are an abomination. The only way to keep souls in that eternal cycle is to ensure the world does not have immortal beings. Even Kain, who clearly had some kind of a plan in the previous game, finally has the chance to explain it. All you really could glean from the plot of Soul Reaver was that he has a plan, and it has something to do with Raziel, but that's about it. Now we know that Raziel's nature and his belief in the concept of free will play a part in Kain's plan, which is to change the course of history to ensure the continued survival of Nosgoth and the vampire race, while returning the custodianship of the pillars to the original creators of those pillars, the vampires. This is absolutely brilliant and finally examined in far more depth than before, even offhandedly answering questions people may have had about the world, such as why are there no new guardians for the pillars, answered with a single line that is easy to miss.
To end this stalemate, you must die so that new guardians can be born.
Once this momentous occasion is over, you can continue towards the time-streaming chamber where Mobius awaits you, seemingly confused as this was not how things were meant to unfold. But his confusion is irrelevant to Raziel's current quest to meet Janus Audrin, and he forces the old time-streamer to calibrate the time-streaming device to the appropriate time. This goes pretty much as you'd expect, and instead of the past, Mobius sends you 100 years into the future, where things are much more bleak and monstrous beings roam the world. Here we also see one of the more negative aspects of the game, as most of the areas you visit in the future are merely slightly modified versions of the areas you've already visited. And aside from the story, the main purpose of this entire segment is to travel through a linear pathway to the very end of the in-game world, solve an elemental forge, and then return back to reach yet another time-streaming chamber. While the repetition of the areas has its negative aspects, it is still interesting to see how these places change across the centuries. One thing that has changed rather immensely is the Elder God, who seems to have grown in size rather substantially since the collapse of the pillars, a fact which Raziel also notices, and begins to suspect whether the thriving mass of tentacles had anything to do with his resurrection after all, or whether he was just in the right place at the right time. Wondering whether he's even a god or merely a parasite feeding on the souls of the dead.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that? Wouldn't that be poetic irony? The great adversary of the vampires turns out to be the biggest parasite of them all.
In the Elemental Forge, it is also revealed how the vampire curse began. The beings with which the ancients were at war with unleashed this curse upon their defeat, thus creating the first of the vampires and dooming the ancient race into eventual extinction. During this long trek, Kain meets you once more, warning you that mysterious forces are afoot, and those forces are behind all of Mobius's machinations, who is merely a puppet to these so far unseen and unspoken powers. Unlocking the previously sealed time-streaming chamber finally allows you to travel to the time where you desired to go in the first place. A happenstance Raziel refuses to believe is a coincidence, although he has no knowledge of which faction in this elaborate charade has orchestrated this event. Now, 5 centuries in the past, Raziel has the opportunity to see things in a new light, as you've arrived at a time when the Sarafan Crusade was in full force, and immediately the brutality and methodical eradication of the vampires disgusts him. Even if he may still believe that vampires are a scourge upon Nosgoth, the way with which the Sarafan are trying to reach this purpose are far more monstrous than anything the vampires have done.
For all the butchery of Mobius's crusade, this massacre was somehow more chilling. The killing fields of the Sarafan betrayed a kind of orderly ruthlessness, the cold-blooded righteousness of the true believer.
Fortunately, Janos' abode is intact in this time, and by solving puzzles that take advantage of all the so far unlocked elements and is themed around blood, you're able to reach his sanctuary. Here, something rather surprising happens, as Janos seems to recognize you. He reveals that the vampires indeed were the builders of the pillars and the original guardians, including him being the 10th guardian, tasked with protecting the Soul Reaver blade until the one for whom it was forged is able to recover it. That being you. He also reveals more details about the pillars and how the guardianship was eventually transferred to humans. As the pillars choose their guardians at birth, vampires were now unable to fulfill that purpose, since after being cursed, vampires were no longer being born, thus forcing the pillars to choose their guardians from the humans. The pillars themselves were constructed to hold something locked away to protect the entirety of Nosgoth, with the Soul Reaver acting as a key to this lock. The Soul Reaver blade, on the other hand, does not cause a similar feeling of dislocation as it did before when you met in the future. This vampiric blade, created to drain the lifeblood of those it strikes, feels hollow and somehow repulsive. Before Raziel has the opportunity to touch the sword, the Sarafan begin to break down the door to Janos' sanctuary, and thus he teleports you away to protect you from these crusaders, straight into the final elemental forge of the game. After solving the forge's puzzles, you're able to return to Janos, hoping you can rescue him, but alas, it's too late. And the Sarafan Knights are in the process of tearing out his heart. Not only that, the Sarafan in question are you and your brothers, the same ones destined to become Kain's vampire lieutenants a millennia in the future. This event strengthens Raziel's resolve, and his purpose is now clear. He intends to recover the sword and the heart, and if it truly has the power to restore vampiric unlife, it must be returned into the body from which it was so cruelly torn from. And here begins the finale of the game, as you travel through familiar landscapes of Nosgoth back towards the Sarafan fortress within which the game began. But even during this journey, more twists and turns are revealed, as the monstrous beings seen in the future appear here as well, intending to block your path, proving once and for all that these beings are not the result of Kain's decision to refuse the sacrifice. Not only that, some of them are eerily familiar to those who've played through all of the games. Once in the Sarafan Fortress, even more things from the past of the franchise are recontextualized, as you find the Soul Reaver and meet Mobius, who once more disables your Wraith Blade with his orb, and Malek. Here you are, in the fortress, at the very moment during which Vorador attacked the Circle of Nine, and Malek's inability to reach them in time is revealed to be a machination of Mobius as well. A purposeful delay so the events of Blood Omen could play out, using you as an excuse.
I knew your every intention before you did, you imbecile.
Call your dogs! They can feast on your corpses!
Lord Mobius, there is trouble within. The Circle is under
Hold
attack.
fast, Malik. This one is the real danger to us.
Having been disarmed, you grab the only weapon nearby, the Soul Reaver, and proceed further into the fortress, where you engage in combat with your former Sarafan brethren, revealing the beautiful irony in the fact that you were the one who put your brothers into their graves, so they could later be resurrected as vampires. These are the closest thing the game comes to having boss fights, but in effect these battles are just the same as fighting regular enemies, except these enemies are much faster with their attacks and defense. Finally, you reach yourself, and after a prolonged battle, defeat your human self.
I renounce you.
After the battle, Mobius has clearly gotten far enough, and the Wraith Blade awakens once more, now coiling around its physical form, causing a terrible revelation to flash in the mind of Raziel. Something that, let's be honest, should have been pretty damn obvious at this point. That since the Soul Reaver was made as a vampire weapon that drains the blood of its enemies and sustains the wielder, it was not originally meant to be a soul-devouring weapon. This is caused by the soul within, which is that of Raziel. That is why the blade shattered in the apocalyptic future, as it was unable to consume itself. But now, history wants to take its proper course, and the sword plunges itself into Raziel, beginning to drain his soul into itself, with Raziel dreading the terrifying future of being trapped within the sword for millennia. However, Kain is there to witness the scene and implores Raziel to stop resisting and trust him. As Raziel's physical manifestation begins to falter and the souls intertwine within the blade, the familiar dislocation begins again, and at that moment, the paradoxical instant that Kain has been waiting for, he rips out the blade, stopping Raziel's soul from inhabiting the sword. Perhaps now, the proverbial coin has finally landed on its edge. Proclaiming that now Raziel is free to seek his rightful destiny, as history once more begins to correct its course, filling Kain's mind with new memories which clearly terrify him as he shouts,
My God, the Hilden! We walked right into their trap. Raziel, Janos must stay dead.
His warnings go to deaf ears, however, as Raziel's physical form finally fails, and he finds himself back in the spirit realm, with the Wraith Blade still coiled around his arm, showing to him that he has not averted the terrible fate of being the soul-devouring Wraith within the Soul Reaver, but has merely postponed it. Soul Reaver 2 is a fantastic story and possibly the most important game in the entire franchise when it comes to plot developments. Not only does it explore the origin and purpose of the pillars, it reveals more details about several aspects of Nosgoth and the characters that received relatively little care before this. For example, sure, we've heard of the Sarafan since the beginning moments of the franchise, but relatively little actual information about them and their crusade has been revealed until this game. It is absolutely brilliant, and in many ways I feel like there are similarities with this game and the Ultima franchise in how information from previous games is recontextualized with new revealed information. Note also that I said Soul Reaver 2 is a fantastic story, because as much as I do love it, I wouldn't necessarily call it a fantastic game. Despite several aspects of the game being much better than they were in Soul Reaver, namely the camera and the combat, it is still far from being perfect. The combat, while in some aspects more involved than in Soul Reaver, still ends up being rather repetitive towards the end of the game, and instead of adding new mechanics and challenges to overcome, the game design instead relies on making new enemies just faster variants of those you've already encountered before. This becomes more pronounced since the game has abandoned the feature from Soul Reaver where undead enemies needed to be dispatched permanently using a variety of means, while in Soul Reaver 2 every enemy can just be killed with any weapon. You also don't have the soul-draining raids anymore, which is a shame in my opinion, even if it is understandable within the lore of the game, as this time you do not fight against any vampires. The game world itself is extremely linear, and there is basically just one way to proceed. It does not help that each era takes place in the same areas, so even the time travel aspect ends up merely giving a facelift to areas you've already explored before. In the end, it's more than likely you'll just end up jumping past all the enemies on your journey towards the next main story beat, as there really is no reason to fight enemies or explore, unless you're locked into a combat arena where you're forced to fight to move forwards. And there indeed is no reason to explore, and no places to explore, since the game no longer has hidden power-ups or spells like Soul Reaver had. This, to me, is very unfortunate, since exploring places and finding completely optional stuff is an aspect of video games that I do enjoy immensely, to a certain point at least. This is also a good point to bring up a feature which exists, and I lamented the lack of it in the previous game. Soul Reaver 2 has a map, which can be accessed from the menu. If the world was less linear, like it was in Soul Reaver, where several areas could diverge into different paths that led into new areas, the map would be a great thing to have, but now it's rather pointless, since you'll just end up going through the same straightforward areas in 3 different times, and there's little chance you'll ever get lost. Due to the linear nature of the world and the lack of optional areas to explore, there is another thing I find to be a shame. The spectral shifting ability is criminally underused. It was one of the most interesting aspects of the previous game and was used rather inventively in both exploration and puzzle solving. For example, there were moments when you had to manipulate an item in the physical realm and then walk across it in the spirit realm, or that object would fall down and not allow you passage to the next area. Or there were moments when you had to manipulate an object and then go into the spirit realm to stop time, so you can pass through a doorway you wouldn't have the time to do in the physical realm. Nothing like this exists in Soul Reaver 2, and I find that to be a massive shame. The puzzles of the game are in a way better than Soul Reaver, and there's a larger variety of things you can do. Unfortunately though, I think they went a little bit too far with removing the block puzzles, since they're basically completely absent, and there are no block orientation puzzles. Instead, the only blocks you can move are on rails and cannot be turned or stacked at all. Yes, the previous game relied far too much on block puzzles, but in my opinion that does not warrant those types of puzzles being completely removed from the game. Still, the type of puzzles that are in the game are for the most part engaging and interesting, and work with the theme of the dungeon you're trying to solve the puzzle in, such as the path to the ancient vampire Janus being themed around blood, and each of the elemental forges having puzzles that require taking into account the current element you're trying to unlock for yourself. The audiovisual aspect of the game is still fantastic, and I think the game is absolutely gorgeous, and the soundscape works well in creating an appropriately gloomy atmosphere. The differences between the realms are still very pronounced and beautifully executed, with the soundtrack and soundscape differing noticeably depending on which realm you currently inhabit. A negative thing about the visuals is the weird ghosting effect, which I admit might be a little bit bugged out, considering I had to use an external fix to get the game working. And it was not meant to be played on the currently existing hardware, so it is possible it looked better at the time, because especially underwater, this effect can become very disorienting. The controls, for the most part, work pretty well, even if there are some minor gripes I do have with them. For example, when running and changing direction, Raziel does not merely stop and change direction, but does this running arc, which is sometimes hard to predict. Swimming as well is not the most comfortable, and sometimes I just ended up diving headfirst deep into the water while not even knowing why. Still, in the end, most of these gripes are rather minor, and do not take away from the enjoyment I had with the game, but they exist, so it's just appropriate that they are mentioned. As mentioned before, the story is where the game truly excels, and it's obvious how much care was put into it. Not only does it explain more about things we've merely had a cursory glimpse at before, but brilliantly adds new things to the lore. Some things explained in an extremely point-blank way, and some in a more subtle way. The Soul Reaver, for example, now gets an explanation to its origin. We finally get a confirmation to what a lot of people have likely suspected ever since the last game, that the soul-devouring wraith within the blade is indeed Raziel. A revelation which would have been a little bit more of a surprise had they not named both the sword Soul Reaver and called Raziel a Soul Reaver. But still, it is a fascinating part of the lore. We also get a link between the very first game and the events happening now, with some enemies which bear a striking resemblance to the Unspoken from the first game. How do those link together? Well, we don't know yet, but there's clearly some kind of a link. Similarly, some of the other monstrous enemies first met in the future portion of the game share some visual aspects with the beings with which the ancient vampires were waging war with in the murals. This as well is not explained, nor are the beings explicitly named, but considering the care put into the world and the lore, this as well is unlikely to be accidental and works as a nice little teaser for what is to come. In a similar fashion, the Elder Guard growing as time passes, being rather small in the past before the corruption of the Pillars, and then growing to rather massive proportions in the future after the collapse of the Pillars, is quite fantastic. Even Raziel mentions this during the game, that it almost seems like the Elder thrives as the world suffers, and it almost seems like he's the one who's destroyed the Pillars, having coiled himself around the remains of the shattered monument. Even the murals seem like they've been wiped away in this future timeline, implying that perhaps someone or something is trying to erase the history of the ancients. There are so many amazing little details in addition to the main story of the game that makes replaying this game fascinating, and I can't recommend it enough. The main story as well to me is very interesting. We finally find out more about the plans of Kain and how uncertain he is about it even working, as it all hinges on the free will of Raziel, the one entity that can truly make meaningful choices due to the paradoxical nature of his existence, as he is himself but also uses himself as a weapon and is destined to become that weapon, all of those existing at the same time. This strange symbiosis between the incarnations of one person intertwined creates an opportunity to create a paradox which changes the course of history. How successful this plan is, however, well, we do not find out, as the game ends on a cliffhanger once more. How much was changed? What was changed? In short, the gameplay does have some issues, and I think they overcorrected a little bit too much when taking into account criticisms of the previous game. But the overall experience is still a good one, and the story is more than enough to me to carry the game into a status of a classic. I would have wanted to see more variety to the areas and more upgrades, which in turn would have meant more puzzles and puzzle variations, and aside from the story, those parts are what really make the game a fantastic experience. But that is it for this time, and I would like to thank all of the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters, High Food Court, Iliad Drone, Paul Leone, The Bloke, Zai, and Daniel Zupke. Thank you so much for your continued support and your patience. I know I'm not the fastest at making these videos, but I also don't want to just pump out content for the sake of having more content. Hoping that taking my time will keep the videos in the style you've come to expect. Next time, we'll be going to the next part of the franchise, which is not a sequel to Soul Reaver, but to Blood Omen. Kind of. It's complicated, and I'll explain it in more detail in the next video. But until then though, Fintrovert, signing out. Mere months after the release of Soul Reaver 2 in late 2001, in early 2002, Blood Omen 2 was released. These two games were developed concurrently by separate teams, which explains the rather short period of time fans of the series had to wait for the continuation of the story, which I will once more be playing on the PC. As you launch the game, you are served with developer splash screens and the first cutscene of the game. This cutscene is not narrated, and we must only interpret the imagery of the video. It seems like after Kain's decision to refuse the sacrifice at the Pillars of Nosgoth, he gathered around other vampires and waged a war to conquer the world. Eventually, his campaign reaches a city called Meridian, where the vampire forces are confronted by a new enemy with which Kain duels and loses. After the cutscene, we see the main menu, which is less visually appealing than the menu in Soul Reaver 2, but ultimately very functional. In the menu, you can change some graphics options, including resolution, frame rate, and so on. The sound menu, once more, is rather lacking, but does at the very least have two channels now, allowing for the player to set separate volume levels for music and everything else. The control setup is basically identical to that of Soul Reaver 2, and you can once more choose between different control devices and then map controls to whichever buttons you wish. with some exceptions, such as being unable to move the control functions from the analog sticks if using a controller. Yes, the vast majority of people are unlikely to even want to do that, but it would still be nice to have as many customization options as possible. Starting the game works as you'd expect. Click Start Game and you can choose to start a new game, which then leads you to another cutscene. Now, Kain awakens somewhere, feeling like his memories are fragmented, knowing what and who he is, but remembering very little of his own past. He's greeted by an unfamiliar vampire who has a, let's say, very 2000s design to her. She calls herself Uma and explains that she and her compatriots weren't sure if you'd ever awaken. According to her, Kain has been in torpor for 2 centuries after his defeat in the hands of his enemy. She shows Kain the world that Nosgoth has turned into during these centuries, and begins to explain more about the state of the world and your past. Kain was indeed leading an army in the pursuit of complete world domination, but was defeated by the newly reformed Sarafan. These new Sarafan were led by a powerful general, only known as the Sarafan Lord, and this is the person whose blade was the cause of Kain's defeat and long slumber. According to Uma, the Sarafan have been able to defeat the vampires and wage a campaign of extermination by using a new type of magic that is powerful against the vampires, called glyph magic, something players of Soul Reaver may have some familiarity with. After the defeat of Kain's armies, the Sarafan took over the entirety of Nosgoth under the guise of protecting the world from the vampire menace. But their rule has not been particularly kind, even to the humans, who are basically enslaved under the iron hand of the Sarafan Lord. How the world of Nosgoth has changed during the long torpor is immediately shown by the state of the city you're in, as the medieval style of the villages in Blood Omen have now been replaced with a more early industrial style, giving the city of Meridian its own distinctive look. You're also told that there are vampires working for the Sarafan, more concerned about their own survival, for now, than that of the survival of their species. This obviously does not particularly please Kain.
Vampires in service to the Sarafan? Are they mad?
Uma explains she's a part of a vampire resistance called the Cabal, and they wish to recruit Kain as their agent to have some hope of defeating the Sarafan once and for all. Since Kain is believed to be dead, and could thus wander into places the Cabal cannot, as to everyone he is unknown, while the Cabal are not. Kain, unsure of her motivations, does have some reservations.
I seem to remember that I played the pawn once before. It ended badly.
But the hunger for vengeance and power is motivation enough. If playing along with her and this Cabal will get him to become strong again and reach his goal of becoming the undisputed ruler of Nosgoth, then perhaps it is worth it. After this cutscene begins the tutorial. As the game changes from the pre-rendered cutscene into the game engine, you hear Uma's disembodied voice, as she explains to you that the vampires have an innate ability called the Whisper, which can be used to talk into the minds of other vampires, but cannot be used to read minds. This is a decent enough explanation for having basically a radio system for the main characters in a game that's more medieval than modern. The very beginning of the tutorial immediately shows how different from Soul Reaver 2, Blood Omen 2 is, since in this game, the movement controls are very different. To move Kain, you use the analog stick. Pressing forwards moves you forwards, pressing back has you backstep, and pressing left or right turns you. In other words, Blood Omen 2 implements a tank-style control scheme. For someone playing through this game in sequence, this could be a difficult thing to adjust to, but it is functional. There is one massive positive, however, as Blood Omen 2 finally has almost free camera controls bound to the right analog stick, including looking up and down. The only curious part about this is that the left and right movement is limited by the orientation of Kain and gives you an approximately 180-degree area within which the camera can be moved around in. Moving further down the alley you found yourself in introduces you to another change, as you walk over your first checkpoint. The save system of the series has changed quite a bit across the games, and this is no exception. This time, the save system is kind of a combination of the systems of the 2 previous games. Saving the game can be done from the pause menu, and can be used basically whenever you want to. But, as in Soul Reaver, loading that save doesn't return you to the specific point you saved in. Neither does it return you to the very beginning of the game either, but to the last checkpoint you activated. Considering the nature of the game, which will become more clear later, this kind of a save system does make sense, and I find it an acceptable solution. Especially since the save system had to work on multiple different platforms, including those that had very limited save space on memory cards. The save descriptions as well are thus far the best in the series, as not only does each save tell you which area you're in, but also the percentage of that area that you've completed, and the exact time and date on which the save was made. One issue with the save system, however, is when you have a large quantity of saves, 50 of which is the maximum, as the display only shows a few of them at the time, starting from the oldest instead of the newest, and the menu sound effect for moving the list is moderately annoying. The user interface of Blood Omen 2 is rather minimal, which I appreciate. The only noticeable part of it is in the top left corner, where you have a circular symbol, 1 bar, and 2 vials, one of which is your current health. Further down the alley, your progress is impeded, and Uma speaks to you once more, explaining how you can jump to traverse the landscape. This time there are no special features to jumping, and you merely press jump to jump, and that's it. As you reach the rooftop, Uma tells you that you can press and hold a jump to quietly float to the ground, similarly to how Raziel can use his wings in the Soul Reaver games. Except this isn't as much a traversal method as it is a way to be stealthy. On the rooftops, you also find out that Kain is still very much a lovable, edgy boy.
She would discover I needed little training in how to kill.
Next parts of the tutorial explain how to use the action button to interact with objects, such as switches to manipulate the environment, or other objects such as doors. For the player's convenience, these objects are highlighted if they are usable, meaning you don't have to wonder whether something is usable or not, as the game very clearly tells you if they are. A little bit further ahead, you are taught another returning feature, feeding, the first time of which is done with a person chained to a wall, which I think is a nice little homage to the first Blood Omen, including some of the sound effects they make.
Please, help me, kind sir!
This works in a very similar way to using the action button. You go near something you can feed off of, and press and hold the feed button. There is one change to this, and one addition, when compared to Blood Omen. Enemies do not have a stun state per se, but instead they can be struck down and fed from later. A massive change from Blood Omen, where you had to take care so you would even be able to feed. This change is likely to be explained by the addition to the system. Now feeding increases what Uma calls your vampiric lore. This is basically an experience system for the game, and filling your lore meter increases the length of your health vial, which is demonstrated rather swiftly after the existence of this system is revealed to you. In my opinion, this is rather well done, immediately giving the player a reason to try and fill the lore bar as much as possible from the very beginning moments of the game. The lore bar is the second vial in your user interface. Immediately outside this area, you find another victim for your bloodlust, who acts as another great way to show how features work to the player, as feeding from this helpless citizen does practically nothing to increase your lore bar, showing that being a homicidal maniac isn't necessarily worth it. Next, Uma teaches the player more about the features of the world and vampirism. As has been the case in every game in the series, in Blood Omen 2 as well, water is deadly to vampires and should be avoided at all costs. While not immediately deadly, unless completely immersed, the damage does accumulate quickly and can result in death. If you do die, however, you are returned to the last checkpoint which you activated. She also shows you a vampire relic, explaining that these chests are useless to humans and can only be opened by vampires, who can then tap into the power inside. In practice, these are collectible treasures which increase your experience bar, making it easier to level up your blood vial. Having another one of these relics very close by is, in my opinion, a great way of teaching the player that exploring the areas carefully can be a very good idea. Not only that, but there is a benefit to exploring, which was not the case in Soul Reaver 2. Further down the docks, you catch your first glimpse of a Sarafan warrior. Azuma explains to you how their crusade to exterminate the vampires includes these green ward gates, powered by the Sarafan glyph magic. These gates are impassable to vampires, so you must find another way around it. And so, you enter the best thing in every game, the sewers, which makes several appearances in the game. In here, Uma teaches you about some of the basic combat controls of the game, which has some similarities to the combat in Soul Reaver 2. As you engage in combat, you need to enter auto face mode, which locks you onto a target and allows you to strafe around them. The first thing she teaches you is blocking, which is rather simple if you're using the assisted blocking mode, as is default. You merely keep the auto face mode on and hold the block button. This causes Kain to defend against incoming attacks. There is also an advanced mode which requires the player to time the blocks. After this, you're prompted to attack, which is done by pressing the action button while locked onto an enemy. Then we get a feature which was absent from Soul Reaver 2 but existed in Soul Reaver, as Kain can grab enemies and throw them, or attack and throw them if you press forwards and attack at the same time. You can also dodge by pressing the jump button while locked onto an enemy, but Uma does not teach this to you. It does, however, not seem to work that well against the enemies you're fighting at this point, leading to blocking being your primary means of defending yourself. Having completed her rather intrusive tutorial, you can continue and try this in practice with an enemy that may or may not fight back, as they are felled very easily. If you do decide to follow the tutorial prompts, however, the game teaches you about the horizontal bar in your user interface, as this is your focus bar, which fills up during combat. Once full, you can use a combat-oriented ability if you have one equipped. These abilities are denoted by the circular icon in the user interface and can be changed by opening a ring menu, which allows you to swap between the unlocked abilities. Defeating this enemy allows you to feed, and also demonstrates another returning feature, as you can pick up the weapon dropped by this enemy. In the next area, Uma teaches you about the dark gifts of each vampire, explaining that vampirism manifests in each individual differently, and every vampire acquires different powers as they grow older and more powerful. Yours have been weakened as you've been dormant for centuries, but you still retain the ability to turn into mist form, even if in this game you can only transform in certain very well telegraphed areas. The mist form also serves a very different purpose than it did in Blood Omen, and instead of being a traversal method, it plays into the stealth system of the game. While in the mist form, you are practically invisible to the humans, which allows you to sneak behind them, and when a skull icon appears above the enemy, you can press the action button to perform a stealth kill, which plays an execution animation that differs depending on which weapon you're currently equipped with. Going even further, Uma explains to you that after the rise of the Sarafan Order, they spread out their glyph magic technology across the world, and you are shown a junction box, which Uma tells you to activate. She also tells you that this glyph technology is maintained by a secretive order called the Glyph Rates, but that not much else is known about them. Activating the junction box causes a somewhat slow pulse of glyph energy to traverse towards a switch, and once the pulse reaches its endpoint, the entire wire lights up and the switch becomes operative, allowing you to open the gate that blocks your progress. After this, Uma tells you that you should continue through the slums and find your way to a bridge in the east where she will rendezvous with you again. In this area, the game also introduces another type of collectible chest, using which causes a surge of energy to imbue itself onto whatever weapon you currently have equipped. This is basically a damage boost power-up, which lasts until you change weapons or it breaks. The next segment is a set piece which has you take advantage of all the game mechanics you've learned so far without being handheld through the entire experience. You can also stop and listen to some of the locals, since in this game the humans are not immediately afraid of you despite your pale and imposing appearance. After all, in this somewhat dystopian world, they are likely used to seeing sexy goth bad boys who smell good. Hence, the game has a feature which hasn't really been a thing in the series since the first Blood Omen. And some humans have small tidbits to say which add to the lore of the world.
You see that? Have you seen what it can do? It will bring light and heat and no cost for oil or coal. And they bring it right down to the poorer quarters for us simple folk to use. Bless the Seraphim and all their doings, that's what I say, for sharing their magic with the poor.
As you complete this test sequence, the story begins to move forwards, as Uma intends to take you to the leader of the Cabal who wishes to talk to you. But you two are separated as a Sarafan recognizes her as a vampire and immediately turns on the ward gate before you have the opportunity to pass. She tells you to go to the smuggler's den, from where you can find vampire sympathizers who can guide you further. Kain, pondering whether to follow her instructions or carve his own path, decides that he shall find this Cabal, and after finding out what they have to say, he will then have more information on which to base his decision. This denotes the ending of the primary tutorial, and considering how many pages I have in this script just talking about it, you can see how girthy it is. Unlike the tutorials in the Soul Reaver games, or even the first Blood Omen, this one is the most like a tutorial, as you're funneled through a very linear pathway from one lesson to another, each of which stops you and has Uma act as your teacher, explaining in length every single feature that you're expected to learn to play the game. I am not the biggest fan of these kinds of tutorials, as you may have noticed from the earlier videos, where I've praised the games whenever they've taken a more organic approach to teaching the player. Even in Soul Reaver 2, where the initial tutorial is extremely linear, you can completely disable the tutorial pop-ups, and it does not make the game any more difficult to play, as the entire game has been thought around the concept of the player having the capacity to learn the features themselves, especially if they've looked at the manual and read about the controls of the game. Still, this is not the worst tutorial. At least it's not pausing the game with a pop-up that has the developer explaining things to you in a way that isn't written in an in-universe way, so it could be far worse, as at least here each portion of the tutorial also adds to the lore of the universe, which makes the tutorial much less of a chore to play through. After ending up alone, the game also introduces another returning feature, as you're required to move around blocks. This is more clunky than it was in Soul Reaver, as you can only drag the blocks forwards and backwards, so placing these blocks where you want to can take a bit of work. You also cannot roll the blocks, which was a feature also removed in Soul Reaver 2. The function of the blocks, however, is rather good, as they can be used not only as a way to reach higher platforms where your regular jump is unable to reach, but they can be used in puzzles to block moving environmental objects. While rather simplistic, I do love how it's used to add a little bit more depth to the environmental exploration and puzzle solving. Further down the path, you meet an informant who reveals more information about the world. He's a human who is willingly working for the vampires, as not everyone is happy about the state of the world, seeing the rule of the Sarafan as oppressive, and believing the vampires are the only viable force to fight against the iron fist of the Sarafan. This informant also reveals to you that he was promised the dark gift of vampirism if he serves the Cabal well, and asks Kain to tell them he did just so. Unfortunately for this helpful human, as Kain leaves for the next area, a figure that has been stalking you in the shadows jumps out and kills him. The Den is the first zone where the game gives you a longer area and expects you to put together everything you've learned to proceed forwards, while also expanding on the concepts you've been taught before. This I actually find a rather good game design, and it works well in my opinion. As you wander forwards, you eventually encounter another human informant at a tavern, who gives you directions towards the next area, before your conversation is interrupted by the tavern keeper calling the Sarafan guards to your location. This initiates the main portion of this area, as you go through the zone solving puzzles and fighting new enemies while trying to reach the sanctuary of the Cabal. Here you'll also notice several ways in which the game builds upon the already existing features. For example, in the tutorial you were taught how the stealth system of the game works, as you were able to use the mist form in designated areas to insta-kill enemies. Now, however, this feature gets expanded upon as a human guard closes a gate you need to pass through every time he sees you. This can be bypassed by opening the gate and entering the mist form before the guard sees you, which allows you to walk through the gate unobstructed. In the same area, there's another similar addition, but this time the people closing the gate cannot be reached, nor is there a misty area you could use to stealth past the gate. Instead, you need to use switches in the environment to activate a deadly stream of steam that causes the guards to meet a very uncomfortable looking demise. As much as I dislike the very straightforward style of the tutorial, I do appreciate how afterwards the game changes rather significantly and actually leans more into the organic learning style that I've praised several times before. Instead of directly saying, do this, do that, the game merely shows you the problem, such as, this person is closing the gate every time you come into view, but it is left up to you to notice the fog and then use it to your advantage. This might seem like a little thing, but to me it matters a lot. Even Soul Reaver 2 kinda faltered on this point by using the camera to focus on the solution more often than it focused on the problem. Basically giving the player the solution instead of letting them come up with it themselves, even when the solution was simple. I much prefer this kind of an approach to adding puzzle complexity to video games. You also encounter new types of enemies as you finally have to fight the Sarafan face to face. While the basic combat system remains the same, the Sarafan do add some complexity to the fighting. Previously, while fighting the lowly criminals of the city, it was easy to just block every single attack they make and then counter either with the regular attacks or with the one special attack that's unlocked from the very beginning of the game. The Sarafan, however, do not make it quite as easy for you, as they have two additional types of attacks, which are denoted by different animations and a glow around their weapon. These attacks are similar to the heavy attacks of the enemies in Soul Reaver 2, but with one change, as now there are two separate types of heavy attacks. The first one of them glows yellow. This is a powerful attack which can be blocked, but will break your block and cause a knockback, which makes countering the attack more difficult, as if you do block, you will not be in a good position to immediately strike back at your enemy. The second one glows red, and these ones cannot be blocked, but instead have to be dodged. Finally, it makes sense why the game has a dodge system, as trying to use the dodge and the regular attacks of the enemies rarely works, but with these two types of power attacks that have a slight charge time before they are executed, the dodge function becomes an extremely powerful tool in your arsenal, allowing you to avoid damage while putting yourself in a position where it's easy to strike back at an enemy and deal a lot of damage before they have the opportunity to begin blocking your attacks again. I really appreciate this, even if I do think that the power attack system could have been introduced a little bit earlier, since at the beginning of the game it's very easy to lull yourself into the belief that dodging attacks is absolutely useless. Reaching the end of the area, you find yourself trapped within a large room and are confronted by the figure that has been stalking you. He is called Faustus, an old acquaintance of Kain who was also seen during the introduction segment of the game. Even though you once fought side by side against the Sarafan, he has now decided that self-preservation is much more important to him, and was very willing to strike you down in service of himself.
In serving the Sarafan, I have protection, I have power, and who better to hunt down a vampire than a more powerful vampire?
This leads to the first boss battle of the game, another feature which was completely absent in Soul Reaver 2. The first portion of the fight is very straightforward and requires you to take advantage of the combat moves you learned so far, as Faustus can also do unblockable but rather well telegraphed attacks, which can easily spell the demise of Kain. Once enough damage is dealt, the fight moves on to the next phase, in which you are unable to strike at Faustus directly. Instead, he uses his ability to jump incredible distances to move between humongous furnaces that are littered on the sides of the room. Here, the boss fight changes to a style more reminiscent of Soul Reaver, where instead of being able to directly kill the boss, you need to take advantage of the environment to actually do damage to your foe. In this instance, the furnaces are the obvious means to deal damage to a vampire, but Faustus jumps to another one every time you get too close. Thankfully, there are fields of fog on the floor, allowing you to use the mist form to hide yourself and quickly walk to the furnace controls and damage your opponent. This is yet another feature of the game that I actually appreciate, as the transition between the different styles of boss battle adds a nice amount of depth into the fights, which to me makes them a little bit more interesting. Once you've defeated the first traitor, the game introduces to you one of the most important features of the game, as you drain the life essence of your foe. Draining the essence of Faustus unlocks something deep inside Kain, and he learns the ability to jump large distances. This is extremely similar to Soul Reaver, where one of the main features was feasting on the souls of your brothers, which would then unlock new physical abilities for Raziel. another feature lacking from Soul Reaver 2, and I kind of appreciate that they brought that back for this game. After all, we are now playing as younger Kain, and one who has been in torpor for 2 centuries. So it's nice to have a feature that not only allows you to learn new vampiric abilities, which can be used to better explore the world, but also to deal damage to your opponents. Not only that, in the context of the world, this to me makes more sense as a means of learning new abilities than finding tarot cards lying around on the floor. At this point, you've been introduced to most of the basic functionalities of the game, and as usual, I will be spoiling the story very heavily as the video continues. So if the premise or the gameplay have seemed interesting enough, now would be a good point to pause the video and go play the game. As has been the case with the series so far, at the time of writing this script, the game is still available for purchase on the PC, and is likely to work right out of the gate. There's also a mod available which aims to increase compatibility with modern computers, so getting the game to work should not be too difficult to achieve. Immediately after the boss fight, you enter an area where the game teaches you how to use the new ability you've acquired. The jump ability has now been added to your ability menu, and selecting it allows you to enter a jump mode by pressing the Dark Gift button. In the jump mode, you can move a targeting cursor in the game world, which changes color depending on what you can do with it. By default, it is white, which means it's not in an appropriate place for a jump, and it turns purple if you can jump to the designated location. It can also be used to attack your enemies, but for the most part the usefulness of this feature is very situational. At this point, one aspect of the game should be pretty clear. The game is extremely linear, and focuses mostly on self-contained set pieces with challenges which you need to overcome. These can come in the form of platforming, combat, and puzzles, often all 3 combined to some extent. This alone I don't see as a bad thing. After all, I do love Soul Reaver 2, and that game is also linear and has shed all forms of exploration, which were a key point of the first 2 games in the series. I can understand why people would take more umbrage at this feature in this game, however, since unlike Soul Reaver 2, Blood Omen 2 doesn't even attempt to hide the fact that it is a very linear game. As not only are the set pieces you go through very constrained, the game is also split into chapters. In addition to that, Blood Omen 2 makes the linearity of the progression exceedingly clear by having small story beats happen somewhat frequently, each of which is required to be triggered in a certain order or the game will not allow you to progress.
Restricted area. This passage is for night shift workers only.
I am the night shift.
If you tell that fool Duncan you work for Duckett's Traders, he'll let you through the gate to the workers' area.
I work for Duckett's Traders. Now, let me through.
I understand why they did this, since it does serve a very clearly defined purpose in the storytelling of the game. As you are wading through a world with which both you and Kain are unfamiliar with, so having these story beats does add to both the character and the player learning about the state of the world and how secretive the vampire resistance has to be, and how they've managed to gain support from the human population, many of which are understandably fearful of them.
Another one. That's what, the 3rd?
That we know of. You still so sure there's no vampires in the city?
There's no saying what we can be sure of anymore.
But it does have very obvious negatives as well. Since the game is already very clearly linear, adding this kind of a progression system makes that linearity much more obvious to the player and can negatively affect the ability to immerse yourself in the game. Personally, I don't find it that big of an issue, but can understand why it would be a feature of the game that would not be particularly appealing to all people. Going through more of the set pieces, which once more add more complexity to the puzzles, you're also introduced to a new type of enemy, a Sarafan guard with a magical armor that begins to glow as you walk near them. As it does, they immediately realize that a vampire is nearby and alerts the guards. This is rather brilliant, as up to this point you've been taught how easy it is to avoid enemies and stealth kill them if you have access to a foggy area. But having an enemy type that can sense your presence without seeing you adds a new layer of complexity to how you have to progress through the game. This game segment also teaches you another new feature, alarms. Once an area has an alarm turned on, they can be turned off by finding the switch for the alarm system and activating it. And the game makes it very clear why you would want to do that, by technically blocking your progression until you disable the alarm. In this area, the alarm switch is right next to a guard station door, which is next to a wheel that can be used to slowly open a gateway that blocks your progress. This is a key point in how the game teaches the player to turn off the alarm, or avoid having them be triggered in the first place, as until it is turned off, the guard station door keeps spawning enemies, which can prevent you from opening the gate. While I'm not the biggest fan of infinitely spawning enemies or unkillable enemies in video games, I still have to commend how this rather simple set piece acts as a way to intuitively teach the player the importance of the alarm systems. Deeper within the city, you find a courtyard littered with mutilated corpses and soon notice the perpetrator of this wasteful display of blood. Another vampire who clearly recognizes you and holds a clear animosity towards our anti-hero. This vampire traitor revels in the thought of finally silencing Kain, but says it's not yet time for your confrontation and runs away rather quickly. While Kain still doesn't know who this vampire is, he is certain of one thing.
You're a sloppy butcher, vampire.
Soon after this meeting, you finally reach your destination, the Sanctuary of the Vampire Cabal, where several vampires await you. One of those being Vorador, the ancient vampire with whom Kain had previous dealings with during the events of Blood Omen. For fans of the series, this could be a controversial moment, as due to the change in timeline seen in Blood Omen, Vorador was seen executed by Mobius and his band of vampire hunters, so shouldn't he be dead? To that, the answer is not necessarily. The timelines of the Legacy of Kain series are, to put it mildly, somewhat muddy. Despite its name, Blood Omen 2 is not a direct sequel to Blood Omen, but in fact is a prequel set after the events of Soul Reaver 2. If this sounds confusing, well, it's because it is. The strangeness of the timelines began with Blood Omen, which technically shows us 3 different timelines, albeit briefly. The first timeline is only shown in the introduction segment, with an event that repeats itself during all of the known timelines in the franchise, the moment when Vorador assaults the Sarafan fortress, slaying several members of the Circle of Nine. In the introduction, we also see the time manipulations of Mobius, which result in the second timeline, starting with the murder of Ariel, which corrupts the Circle, and as a result, the Pillars of Nosgoth. This is the timeline where most of the gameplay of Blood Omen takes place, until Kain is thrown into the past with a time-streaming device Mobius made sure he would have in his possession. Here, Kain creates another timeline by slaying the Nemesis, a warring invader king, before he became the Nemesis and was still known as William the Just. This event caused the entire timeline to change, and the world of Nosgoth to be a very different one once Kain returned to his original time, but in a different timeline. This change created a fervor within the people of Nosgoth, and a massive crusade against the vampires was born, causing the near extinction of the entire species, leaving Kain as the final surviving vampire. This is also the timeline in which the events of Soul Reaver take place, where we see the results of the creation of this timeline and Kain's refusal to sacrifice himself at the Pillars to restore them, which would have doomed vampires to their extinction. In Soul Reaver 2, even more timelines are created, each with the differing amounts of changes that are caused. First of the new timelines begins relatively early on in the game, as Raziel resists slaying Kain with a Soul Reaver, an event which was destined to happen at that specific point in time. At that point, Kain also explained that history would reshuffle events whenever a change happens to ensure that certain eventualities would still happen. The next time a new timeline is created is at the very end of Soul Reaver 2, where Kain rips the Soul Reaver from Raziel's chest, preventing his soul from inhabiting the sword, as was also destined. This, however, was such a massive change in events, as the Soul Reaver is an extremely pivotal part of basically every major event in Nosgoth's history, that history had to reshuffle things even more. We see some of this as Kain becomes visibly frightened by all the new memories that rush into his mind during the ending cutscene, and his anxious cries to Raziel.
Behind Kain's eyes, I could see new memories blooming and dying as history labored to reshuffle itself around this monumental obstruction. And I could see by the dawning horror on his face that perhaps we had strained history too far this time.
The events of Blood Omen 2 take place in this timeline, which was created by Kain and Raziel twice resisting their destinies. Is it confusing? Absolutely. But does it actually contradict the already established lore? Not really, as the entire basis for this timeline's existence was well established and telegraphed during the events of Soul Reaver 2, and the gravity of the changes was made exceedingly clear during the ending cutscene, even if details of those changes were left intentionally untold. Vorador explains that the situation for vampires is dire, and the constantly growing Sarafan forces are threatening the entire existence of the vampire race. Kain questions why Vorador would not just create more vampires to fight this war against the Sarafan, and why should he put himself at risk to help the Cabal, which reveals to us a little bit of lore concerning the vampires of Nosgoth.
Make more of our kind.
It takes time and energy to create a vampire. I have not the strength. No.
This is an interesting change to the common vampire lore, where a simple bite is often enough to transform someone into a vampire, and explains quite well why your victims in the past remained dead, and why it took the vampire empire of Kain millennia to gather enough troops to dominate the entire world. Your meeting is soon interrupted by a wounded vampire rushing into the sanctuary, who exclaims that their reconnaissance mission with Uma was partially a success, as she found something within the industrial quarter of the city, but they were discovered. And before being able to relay the information, Uma was captured, and this vampire was barely able to escape with his life. Now Vorador has a task for you. Save Uma before she is publicly executed, as the information she has may be the difference between victory and extinction. Vorador also knows someone who could help you with this task, the Bishop of Meridian, whose faith is not nearly as strong as his desire for eternal life, but who lives in a quarter of the city which is practically inaccessible for vampires. Kain, being who he is, has slightly differing priorities from Vorador, but is willing to take part in this mission.
Forgive me for it. We need her information.
We need to save her life, Kain.
Yes, of course.
Why Kain is the perfect person for this task is also explained. As explained before, in the universe of Nosgoth, vampires exhibit their dark gift in different ways, and one of Kain's powers ever since the first game has been the ability to blend in with the human population. And so, you leave the sanctuary and begin the next chapter of the game, where you're immediately in your nobleman disguise. How does this affect the actual gameplay? Well, not much, to be honest. For the most part, the disguise acts as a narrative device to give you an explanation to why you specifically need to tackle this mission. Yes, some of the people have banter, which they say when you get near them, and the regular guards ignore you unless you initiate combat in the first area. In most areas, that has already been the case. Soon you also meet another vampire traitor called Marcus, this time one whom Kain recognizes. It is made clear that the two vampires once held a sort of rivalry, while having an uneasy truce during the war Kain waged against Nosgoth, until something happened, and Kain attempted to have Marcus killed.
Will you sour this reunion with old grudges? Granted, we parted on poor terms.
You tried to murder me?
I seem to have failed.
Marcus admits he is working for the Sarafan Lord and explains he is much more powerful now than when you last met, as he intends to use his power of mind control to subjugate you and parade you in front of the Sarafan Lord. He tries and fails. However, even if Marcus's plan was foiled by the strong mind of Kain, he was able to extract information and now knows of your plan, intending to ensure that you will be unable to complete it by killing the bishop whom you are intending to meet. While rather simple, I do like this setup. Not only does it introduce yet another foe, it adds a level of tension to the story, as now the already precarious plan has become even more unlikely to succeed, leaving the player questioning how the story might unfold. The rest of the chapter involves you attempting to find a way to reach the bishop's home, as you solve puzzles and fight against even more Sarafan guards, until you finally reach your destination, where the Sarafan led by Marcus are mercilessly slaughtering the bishop's servants. This part is a rather good way to demonstrate the ruthless nature of the Sarafan rule, as anyone suspected to be against them is either killed or imprisoned. World building such as this is a rather common sight in Blood Omen 2, and to me is a fantastic way of displaying to the player the completely new world we're now in. The bishop, however, has managed to escape, and your journey takes you to a cathedral where you finally meet him. Unfortunately, Marcus has reached him first, and is mind-controlling the bishop, leaving him unable to speak. This leads to another boss fight which differs slightly from the previous one, but still uses a similar template, as the first phase has you take advantage of the environment, and the next your unlocked vampiric abilities. Finally, you defeat your foe, unlock yet another ability, and gain the bishop's help, who takes you to the Sarafan Keep, where Uma is kept waiting for her execution. As at this point has become routine, the beginning of the new chapter immediately puts you into a situation where you're required to use your newly learned ability to proceed. It is very traditional game design, but there's a reason why it's such a trope. Because it works well in familiarizing the player with new features. The rest of the stage follows the pattern set by the game so far, and you eventually reach the top of the Sarafan Keep, where Uma is being held. As you free her, your escape is halted by the Sarafan Lord himself, looking very much like a human, and in no way has a suspiciously alien look to him. He seems surprised to see you alive, yet is in no way concerned about this fact. This confidence is bolstered by the fact that the Sarafan Lord is now wielding the Soul Reaver and is able to easily repel an attempt from Kain to attack him. Before being able to vanquish the two vampires, however, Uma uses her gift to teleport herself and Kain back into the vampire sanctuary. In the sanctuary, Uma explains that within the industrial quarter, she had located a strange device that was keeping open a portal within which she saw creatures of the like she had never seen before. Not only that, the device was powered by the Nexus Stone.
Of course. What is this thing? Explain.
The Nexus Stone is a powerful artifact capable of bending time and space, and was the key to the Sarafan Lord's victory over Kain, as the one who holds the stone is immune to the magical effects of the Soul Reaver. This piece of information strengthens Kain's resolve, and he's very much motivated not only by the drive to create his empire, but by good old-fashioned revenge. As such, he agrees to go into the industrial quarter to recover this artifact, with one condition.
When I recover it, I will also claim ownership of it. I trust that is understood.
Progressing through the industrial quarter, you eventually reach the Nexus Stone, connected to the strange machinery that it powers, and have to face against another of the vampire traitors, the same one you met before and chased. This time, however, Kain recognizes him as Sebastian, a member of his war effort and the one who betrayed him, arranging the ambush which spelled out Kain's defeat. But alas, he's no match for the player who's already learned the process with which the boss battles of the game have been built around, and succumbs to the environmental hazards of the battle arena. Despite being struck down, Sebastian still gloats at Kain, explaining that he will die happy, knowing that Kain has no chance to survive Make Your Time, as the Sarafan Lord is in possession of an ancient machine that will spell out the demise of the vampires who oppose him.
Where is the device? Where? Under the earth?
It lies beneath Meridian. Seek for it if you will. I die happy in the knowledge that all your efforts will be wasted.
As Kain pries the Nexus Stone from its housing, the machine begins to self-destruct, and Kain is enveloped in the explosion. This is not much of a cliffhanger, however, but acts as an excuse to use a time transition, as you find yourself back in the Vampire Sanctuary with the explanation that the explosion threw Kain out of the factory, and one of Vorador's vampire minions brought him back into the safety of the sanctuary. Despite now being in possession of the Nexus Stone, it is not yet time to face the Sarafan Lord. The existence of a doomsday machine is unsettling, to say the least, and Vorador has little to say about the device, but believes that a seer who lives in the wilderness might have the answers you seek, and so your next task is to find her. Moving through the wilderness, you begin to encounter a new type of enemy, strange demon-like beings that prey on travelers who dare to venture between the settlements. These prove to be little danger to our vampire protagonist, as despite their monstrous appearance, fighting them works basically identically to every other fight you've engaged in thus far, and you manage to reach the witch's abode. She looks slightly different and isn't exactly like any vampire you've seen before. However, she does have the information you seek, and as the Seraphon Lord begins to burn down the building you're in, she teleports you to the entrance of the Doomsday Machine. Here, a monstrous being confronts you and asks you for your help. This being has been connected to the machine for centuries, feeding its life force into the device, and is more than willing to help you destroy the machine that enslaves it. To do so, however, you need to gain the blood from the builder of the machine, who after all these millennia is still alive in a prison where time is meaningless, as the core of the machine is a telepathic being, which one might say is very much allergic to the blood of the ancients. You do so and return, delving deeper into the bowels of this complex, where the glyph wraiths are revealed to be beings from another world, or as the beast called them, Hilden. At the very bottom of the complex, you find the writhing mass that the device is feeding, and destroy it as instructed. But as you return to the surface, a surprising sight awaits you. The grotesque beast is no more, but has been replaced with a blue-winged creature. He introduces himself as Janus Audron, the legendary vampire. Here we also find out, likely the most important part of the entire game, as he explains how the Hilden have managed to invade Nosgoth. As mentioned in Soul Reaver 2, the ancient vampires were at one time at war with other entities. These were the Hilden. Eventually, the ancient vampires were able to banish the entire Hilden population into another dimension and erected the Pillars of Nosgoth to forever hold them back. However, one of the Hilden was able to break through and begin a long plan which would allow him to bring back his entire race, finally wipe out all of the vampires and take over Nosgoth as they had wanted to do many a millennia ago. This was possible as the pillars were corrupted and never healed, as Kain refused to sacrifice himself for that purpose. Kain begins to ponder whether this entire predicament is his fault, but decides against it, since he knows that every step he had taken that led to the moment at the pillars had been orchestrated by others, who may have well known what the end result of their machinations would be. Janus explains that the Seraphon Lord had used his influence to build a portal between the dimensions, and using this portal he had brought in other Hilden to aid in his cause. However, the portal has not been powerful enough to initiate a full-scale invasion, and as such he has had to act slow. He implores that destroying the portal should be your first priority, as doing so would cut the connection the Hilden have with Nosgoth, and would effectively kill every Hilden that remains on Nosgoth. If this is not done, however, the Seraphon Lord would be able to bring back more and more Hilden until eventually they could take over the world without much resistance. Now, with the legendary vampire at your side and a new clear purpose in mind, it is finally time to begin preparations for a final assault against the Seraphon Lord. So you inform Vorador and the rest of the Cabal of these new turns of events and set your sights on the keep of the Seraphon Lord, which has been built on a faraway island, unreachable by any other means than boats, since the entire island is magically protected. As you reach the wharf, Uma confronts Kain and steals the Nexus Stone from him, explaining that she does not for one moment believe that Kain would allow the rest of the vampires live if he were to be given the power of the Soul Reaver once more, since Kain still desires his empire and the other vampires would merely be threats, and so she intends to take care of the Seraphon Lord herself. Quite soon, though, you encounter her again, as her plan has not gone quite as she expected. As you find her close to death, she pleads for her life, and Kain shows his lovable empathy we've all come to appreciate.
Kain, I'm dying.
Yes, you are.
However, despite her pleas, Kain does not save her life. Having been betrayed quite a few times during his unlife, that is one transgression he's unwilling to forgive, even if he has some regrets that things had to go this way.
You could have been my queen.
Kain. Oh.
Now, you have left me alone.
Now with the Nexus Stone back in his possession, Kain travels to the island keep where he's immediately confronted by the Seraphon Lord himself, now unmasked, displaying his Hilden features openly. He tries to strike Kain down but is unable to do so, as the Nexus Stone repels the Soul Reaver. However, he is not discouraged by this, and before teleporting away, taunts Kain by proclaiming how despite his doomsday machine lying in ruins, his army of beings stronger than anything this world has ever seen is preparing to travel through the gate and conquer Nosgoth for the Hilden. The island itself is a curious mix of technology and magic, with some Giger-esque visuals scattered here and there. An interesting bit of lore concerning the island is how apparently the Hilden brought humans as slaves onto the island so long ago that their offspring only know of the outside world from the legends passed on by their ancestors. As you explore the island, you manage to disable the magical defenses of the island, allowing the rest of the vampires to teleport onto the island to assist with the eradication of the Hilden. However, the main task of closing the portal through which the Sarafan Lord intends to bring his forces and defeating the Lord himself still remain the responsibility of Kain. This final confrontation between Kain and the Sarafan Lord takes place above the portal, in a scene somewhat reminiscent of the final battle in GoldenEye. During this battle, Kain tosses the Nexus Stone into the portal, which starts a chain reaction that will eventually collapse the portal. Soon, Janus Audrun arrives to assist Kain so he can recover the Soul Reaver, but is thrown into the portal to suffer a fate similar to the Hilden, whom the forces of Janus once banished into the demonic realm from which they are now trying to escape from. With a sword in hand, Kain quickly defeats the Sarafan Lord, who still takes a moment to gloat about how the one benefit to being banished into the realm of the demons is that their race is now effectively immortal, implying that rules of life and death work in a different way in that dimension. However, that does not help him now, as Kain impales the Hilden and as he leaves, shows he's a cool guy because he doesn't look at the explosions, while thinking about what still remains to be done. Even though the leader of the Sarafan is now gone, the Order itself is still in charge of most of Nosgoth. There are Sarafan to defeat, cities to rebuild, and a new order to be built under the rule of Kain, quite neatly paving way for Blood Omen 3, which... oh, never mind then. Blood Omen 2 is not a masterpiece, but it's also not nearly as bad as some parts of the internet might lead you to believe. The story of the game I find absolutely fascinating, even if it does have its issues. For example, the storyline involving the Hilden I do like a lot, as it is finally tying together several things that were merely alluded to during Soul Reaver 2. First of all, we get a confirmation that the race seen in the murals is indeed called Hilden, and Janus gives us more details of the conflict between the vampires and the Hilden, and the circumstances of their banishment from Nosgoth. Having a confirmation to this and hearing how the realm to which they were banished is basically the same realm in which the demons seen in several games live in, explains by itself quite well why the Hilden might be a little bit annoyed at the vampires and any other species living in Nosgoth. The plan of the Sarafan Lord as well is developed bit by bit, and I like the way it was done. I enjoy this kind of storytelling where introduced elements change in meaning as the story progresses, such as the early industrial world of the current Nosgoth, with glyph magic being used like electricity is in the real world, and then recontextualizing that with a more nefarious purpose, which in this case was to act as a magical network through which the Hilden Doomsday Machine could spread its telepathic wave of mass destruction. We're also clued into a detail that is left partially unresolved, which I don't mind, as that is after all a theme in the entire series. You are given portions of a story which by itself is already quite a lot, but might get developed further in later installments of the series. In this case, that piece of information is that it's likely that the return of the Hilden was a part of the plan all along, and everything Kain was manipulated to do from the beginning of Blood Omen was orchestrated with this goal in mind. Perhaps even explaining the difference in motivation that Mortanius seemed to have before and after transforming into a demonic being at the end of the game. There are parts of the story which are not told quite as well though, and the main one is likely the kinda sorta romance plot built around Kain and Uma. It really comes out of the blue and feels very forced, since the relationship between the two has been somewhat combative for the entire duration of the game, and only at the very end does the game properly express that Kain had any feelings toward her aside from being a useful ally. Another portion where I do think the writers did drop the ball, though, was the new history of Kain. Not because the idea of his crusade and his old vampire lieutenants having betrayed not only him, but the entire vampire species in favor of promises of survival is bad, because I think that's actually a pretty good potential story, but because it wasn't developed as well as it perhaps should have been. For instance, the introduction video has no narration, and we are left to interpret those visuals ourselves. I'm assuming the idea here was to give us glimpses of Kain's past and keep us in a similar state as Kain is at the start of the game, knowing only glimpses of his past. This, however, in my opinion, does not really work. Instead, I would have preferred the introduction to take more pointers from Soul Reaver, for example, which quite effectively combined a narration and striking visuals to explain important portions of the backstory in an abbreviated way to immediately give the player a slight familiarity with the characters involved with the story. Not only that, in Soul Reaver, every single vampire lieutenant gained more backstory whenever you reached their territory, with a narration from Raziel explaining more details about the features of the brother whom he is at that point hunting, and the relationship that vampire had within the structure that was Kain's empire. All of this is basically missing from Blood Omen 2, and there is barely any emotional connection to the new characters. Even if the vampire traitors are indeed that, traitors to vampires and Kain, the way their story is told leaves so much unsaid and tries to get to the end with such speed that there's little to no connection made between the player and the characters, which to me is a massive shame, since there was so much potential in the story of Kain and his old lieutenants. Kain's amnesia as well seems barely developed and is practically forgotten halfway through the game. All in all, they could have just cut that plot completely from the game, and it would have likely just made it better. Thankfully, the storytelling of the main plot is significantly better, and there is another portion which I also appreciate quite a lot. That is the world of Nosgoth itself. We are not told much of the current Nosgoth directly, since the state of the world is practically irrelevant to the main story. But we can learn a lot about the world from the environment and NPC banter. The world itself has developed significantly ever since Blood Omen when it comes to technology. There are glyph-powered vehicles and many other mechanical devices which give the world a very early industrial look. There are also many medieval-looking remnants, especially in the city, giving the world a look where everything old has been preserved and merely converted to take advantage of the new technologies that were developed. When we finally get outside of the city walls, there is barely any nature or wildlife, because the corruption of the pillars is already slowly killing the world, as the wilderness through which Kain has to travel is slowly beginning to show signs of the apocalyptic wasteland seen in Soul Reaver. This kind of storytelling I've always found fascinating, and I'm so glad that clearly a lot of thought was put into how the world would be at this point in the timeline. Controls of the game are at the same time pretty good and quite strange. As mentioned earlier, Kain controls in a way that is best described as tank controls, which to me is a strange decision for this kind of a game. The controls work well for what they are, but the style isn't really as suited to this kind of a game as the control style for Soul Reaver is, for example. Thankfully, there isn't that much precision platforming in the game, so at the very least, most of the game was decently designed around the chosen control scheme. Combat, on the other hand, begins as an interesting system, combining blocking, trying to time your dodges and attacks, and for a while it's actually a pretty fun system. Unfortunately, this changes completely towards the end of the game. The functions of the combat system do not change, but instead it has the same issues as the combat system of Soul Reaver 2. Instead of changing how the fights work and adding more features little by little to keep up the variety of combat, the enemies just get better and faster. At the end, this means that it's almost impossible to get any regular attacks through the enemy's defenses, even if you manage to do a perfect dodge and begin attacking before the enemy has finished their power attack. Instead, they just immediately snap to face you and enter blocking mode. This means that in the later chapters, the most likely way fights will go is this. You block until your focus bar is full, then you use the Immolate ability, which insta-kills the enemy. As you can imagine, this is not particularly interesting and transforms fighting from a somewhat interesting system to a waiting game. It does not help that the final battle of the game ends up being basically the same. All other boss fights take advantage of the environment and have you use your abilities in combination with that environment to be able to defeat your opponent. With the final battle, however, this only applies to the first phase, and the rest is just block, block, dodge, use ability, repeat. After several chapters of doing exactly that for every encounter, it is a massive shame that the final battle follows the same pattern. The final battle also shows another feature that I'm sure everyone is happy that I will be complaining about. Again, the aspect ratio strangeness is even worse in Blood Omen 2 than it has been in the previous games. Considering the discussions had after the release of the last video, I think it's a good idea to explain why I take umbrage at the aspect ratio stuff in video games in more detail. Back in the day, 4:3 was a common aspect ratio for TVs and computer monitors. Movies, however, were not filmed in this aspect ratio, so when shown on television, they had to choose between two options. Either they had to crop the video to fit in a 4:3 box, or they had to show the entire filmed area and deal with the fact that this shrinks the video and has parts of the television screen be black, or letterboxed. On television, however, another dilemma became an issue when widescreen televisions were becoming more common, as most shows were filmed in a 4:3 aspect ratio. Either the shows could be shown as is, which caused pillar boxing, or black borders on the sides of the image, or the image of the show had to be cropped and the remaining image stretched to fit the widescreen aspect ratio. These were common dilemmas and completely understandable for filmed media. After all, you can't just take a camera and film more footage to fill the sides of the show if you want to transform a 4:3 show into a widescreen format. With video games, however, this is not an issue, as the rendering of the scene is already done in real time and usually in a 3D environment that doesn't have clearly defined visible edges of nothingness, and you can just add more to whichever side of the image to fit the game into the size and shape of the screen you're playing in. This is not what the Legacy of Kain games do, however. But instead they opt for the same solution that was sometimes taken when converting a TV show into widescreen format. Instead of showing more, they crop the image and show you less. I do not like this one bit. And once more, the game doesn't even have subtitles to justify the inclusion of a completely black bar in a 4:3 display. Not only that, this to me is off-putting because the mixing and matching of different aspect ratios makes it absolutely clear you're playing a video game. This might sound like a silly criticism since it is a video game, but I also like to try and immerse myself in a game. And when I see suddenly spawning black bars, it just immediately takes me off that immersion. Now, why does the final battle bring this into mind? Because Blood Omen 2 mixes and matches aspect ratios more than any other Legacy of Kain game, as the main game runs in a 4:3 aspect ratio. Then pre-rendered cutscenes run in a 16:9 aspect ratio, whereas the in-game cutscenes run in a 16:10 aspect ratio. That's 3 different aspect ratios that you gotta see within just minutes of gameplay, and it's an absolutely flabbergastingly silly choice to me. And as said in the previous videos, this style of widescreen conversion in a video game means that the game is window boxed whenever you're playing full screen, and large portions of the screen on all sides of the displayed game is just a black void of nothingness. I don't find this a good choice at all. This, I hope, explains a little bit why I dislike this trope of the games at the turn of the millennium. Yes, it's still used to this day, but far less than it used to be. And I still dislike it. There's no need for games to try and emulate a medium which used these systems because there were no other good options, when games do have those better options available due to the nature of how the visual aspects of the games are displayed. Anyway, that is it for my mandatory aspect ratio rant. Overall though, despite a rather long list of complaints, the game is not that bad. The controls feel a bit weird, but they are not difficult to adjust to. And the maps have, for the most part, been designed to take these controls into account. The game is extremely linear and doesn't try to hide it like Soul Reaver 2 did, but that linear nature works within the storytelling style of the game, as you have to experience the world in a specific order, slowly seeing exactly the things that the developers wanted you to see. It could feel like a constraint, and I understand that view, but in this instance I do think it works rather well. The varying landscapes and vistas you see during your travels through the industrial Nosgoth as well I do really enjoy, and each area gives you a glimpse into this new world built for the game, bit by bit developing its character as you and Kain both become more familiar with this new age. Most of the boss battles are enjoyable enough, even if still rather simple. But this has been the case for the entire series, so using it as a complaint for this game specifically would feel unfair. At least unlike Soul Reaver 2, this game does have those puzzle-style boss battles again. The ability system as well I do like, even if it is basically a copy of the system in Soul Reaver. But when something works, why not use it? In Blood Omen 2, those abilities are rather well used in environmental exploration and puzzle solving as well, even if many of the puzzles are still rather simplistic. There are some aspects I do wish they had taken more advantage of, such as the alarm system, which was shown in an early area of the game, but basically completely forgotten for the rest of it. So, in the end, would I recommend playing the game? Not necessarily as much as I would recommend playing the other games in the series, but still, yes. Yes, I would. The game is occasionally janky and the obvious linearity might not add to the immersion of the game, but it's not that bad. And that's the key point, I guess. Blood Omen 2 is not great, but it's not that bad. It's extremely average. If all you want the story, sure, watch a YouTube video, since the game is also longer than Soul Reaver. But in my opinion, it's still worth experiencing, if for no other reason than to see how mediocrity manifests itself. And despite that mediocrity, I would have liked to see a Blood Omen 3, since the storylines that this game teases could have been very interesting to see. But that is it for this time, and I would like to thank all of the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters, High Food Court, Iliad Drone, Paul Leone, The Bloke, Zai, and Daniel Zupke. Thank you for your patience and continued support. It's been humbling that so many people have found these videos, and that the reaction to them has been mostly positive, and that some of you have gone above and beyond supporting this project. Never did I imagine that my little videos would be seen by so many people when I began with the Ultima series. Once more, my heartfelt thank you to you all. Next time, we'll get into the final chapter of the Legacy of Kain saga, closing yet another chapter in this channel's history as we see where the story of Kain and Raziel finally ends. But until then, Fintrovert, signing out. 2003 was a landmark year in gaming, during which people were able to get their hands on legendary games such as Knights of the Old Republic, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and Drake of the 99 Dragons. Also in 2003, Legacy of Kain, Defiance was released, becoming what at the time of writing this video is the final properly released game in the franchise. Unless you count the competitive multiplayer game Nosgoth, which was cancelled while it was still in early access. After the very short company introduction video, you're immediately in the main menu. Unlike in Blood Omen 2, Defiance does not have a story introduction video at the launch of the game, which I find to be a good thing. The menu itself is more reminiscent of the Soul Reaver 2 menu than the Blood Omen 2 menu, as the moving background and the dreamlike effect overlay on top of it make a return. The options of the game are very similar to the previous games. There are basic video configuration settings and audio settings, which still don't allow you to modify different channels to configure the audio to your liking, but instead has on and off switches for sound effects and music. Control configurations as well are basically the same as they've been before. You choose your desired controller and can then configure what each specific button does. The GOG version I'm playing had some issues with an X-input controller, so instead I dusted off my old direct input controller, which worked perfectly without needing to change any configuration settings. There's also one very welcome addition within the settings menus, as finally the series has subtitles, and you can choose between several languages or just turn them off completely. Personally, I prefer to have subtitles always on whenever possible, since sound mixing and effects on voice lines can make the dialogue difficult to understand, especially since English is not my first language. As you begin the game, you're presented with an introductory cinematic narrated by Kain, establishing the theme of fighting against destiny itself, trying to come up with a way to find a better option than those that fate has put in front of you, as clips of the cinematics of Soul Reaver play in the background. Eventually, the cutscene moves into newly created content, with the latter portion of the cinematic taking the form of a pre-rendered video created with in-engine assets. In this portion, some aspects of the game are, I wouldn't say made clear, but easy enough to understand for people already familiar with the story of the franchise. Kain, now armed with the Soul Reaver, is returning to the Sarafan stronghold at some point in time after the events of Soul Reaver 2 to look for the time streamer Mobius to gain answers for some so far unrevealed questions. Since the Sarafan Order is still very much alive and well, and serving Mobius himself, for returning players this establishes the timeline to be similar to that where the final moments of Soul Reaver 2 took place. After one of the shortest introduction segments of the entire franchise, you enter the game and gain control of Kain. Within the Sarafan Fortress begins the tutorial, and compared to the previous games, several aspects have changed rather immensely. The user interface is once more very simplistic, and the entirety of it is located at the bottom left of the screen. In this UI element, there's a large red orb with a vial extruding from it, implying this is a health bar. There's also another vertical bar which looks somewhat vaguely runic, and at the bottom is a horizontal display of the Soul Reaver blade. The first difference compared to the old games you may notice when you begin to move. Moving itself works as you'd expect. You press the analog stick in a direction, and this makes Kain move in that direction. Simple and functional. How this reveals some changes, however, is that now the camera doesn't follow the player in the same way it did before, but Defiance now relies on a more stationary camera system, similar to how games like Devil May Cry function. You can turn around the camera in this mode, but for the most part, this seems rather unnecessary. The first part of the tutorial introduces you to basic fighting mechanics. You can enter the combat mode by pressing the action button or by pressing the auto face button. In the combat mode, you'll automatically face an enemy to attack them and can control which enemy to attack with the left analog stick. This is much more functional than the rather janky system of the earlier games. The heavy attack has been replaced with a lift attack, which attempts to strike the enemy into the air. If you manage to do this, it is possible to jump and use the action button to strike the enemy several times without them being able to defend themselves. You can also use the jump button to dodge, during which Kain uses his mist form to evade an incoming attack. This is a rather simple system, but it's functional and feels rather satisfying, as it's far less clunky than, say, the combat system in Soul Reaver. Once you've dealt enough damage to an enemy, you can notice a returning feature which was absent in Blood Omen 2. Since you are now playing as Kain, his vampiric weaknesses and needs are once more a concern, and this includes feeding. This time, however, instead of feeding from corpses, you can once more only feed from enemies that have entered the stun state. The stun state is signified by a noticeable flash that appears when the enemy's health has been depleted. In this state, if you wait too long, the enemy dies and their body disappears, requiring the player to be rather swift with their feeding. The feeding itself has two different styles now. There's of course the ranged feeding, which has been a trope of the franchise since the very first game, but this time you can also feed from enemies in a more traditional vampire way, if you're close enough, as you press the feed button. Unlike Blood Omen 2, however, blood does not add to an experience bar, which increases the size of your health pool and merely acts as a way of healing yourself. After defeating the Sarafan guards, the tutorial moves on to the next phase and introduces you to basic platforming via the means of jumping. Just like in Blood Omen 2, jumping is rather simplistic. There's one button to jump, and that's it. You can still hold the jump button to float for a moment, but other than that, the more special jumping features from games like the Soul Reaver aren't here. After jumping and climbing over several obstacles, the game demonstrates several features of the game in rather quick succession. The first being the return of climbable walls, which for returning players should be familiar from the Soul Reaver games. In Defiance, Kain also has the ability to scale these walls. Immediately at the top of the first climbable wall is a large window with bars, and by walking against it, Kain automatically turns himself into the mist form and walks through it, revealing what kinds of environmental features to keep an eye out for as you traverse the world of Nosgoth. On the other side of that window is the Sarafan prison, where a cutscene implores you to feed on the prisoner shackled in this rather unpleasant-looking dungeon. A very good way to demonstrate the feeding feature for those who may have missed the feeding windows during the initial combat tutorial. If you explore the jail cells of the dungeon, you will also find your first collectible item within a breakable relic. These are, once more, very reminiscent of Soul Reaver, as the item you find is a shard of a health glyph, and collecting a full glyph will add to your maximum health. Deeper within the dungeon, the game demonstrates to you the existence of breakable walls by blocking your progress with one. As you strike down the wall, another cutscene displays a feature which the player can use during gameplay as well. Kain has the power of telekinesis, which can be used to throw enemies around. In this cutscene, the ability is used rather lethally, as the spiked features on the walls aren't merely set decoration, but can be used to impale enemies. Yet another returning feature from Soul Reaver. Kain also explains to those not already familiar with the Legacy of Kain vampire lore that vampires are weak to water, and it should be avoided at all costs, imploring the player to find a way around this stream of liquid death. At the top of the room, if you have even a modicum of interest in exploring more than the absolutely obvious, you can find another of the relics which contains a collectible. This time it's a telekinesis rune, however, showing the player that the vertical bar in your user interface is a representation of your magical power, which makes sense considering it looks very similar to the magic power indicator in the first Blood Omen game. Further ahead, the game introduces you to magical barriers which block your progress, and how the symbols in these magical barriers represent the means with which you're intended to dispel the barrier. The first one you encounter causes the Soul Reaver to resonate, implying a link between them. But attempting to strike the barrier does nothing, causing Kain to come to the conclusion that the Reaver is not yet powerful enough to destroy this barrier. The next area finally acts as a tutorial to the telekinesis feature, which has been hinted at a few times now, as you're locked within a courtyard with enemies shooting at you from the ramparts. Telekinesis is an interesting feature and can be used to add some interesting variety to the combat. In this area specifically, you can tap the telekinesis button, which acts as a ranged push of sorts, allowing you to throw the guards of ramparts to their death. You can also hold the button and lift enemies. While they're lifted, you can move in a direction and release the telekinesis button to throw the enemy in that direction, allowing you to do things like draw the enemies closer to you, or in places where it's possible, throw them at environmental hazards to kill them. This, however, does prevent you from feeding on your foes, so using this ability has its pros and cons. Yes, you can kill an enemy very easily, but you have to surrender your opportunity to feed. This is a very fun feature and a really nice addition that works much better than the somewhat janky carry-and-throw system of the Soul Reaver. The only strange part to me is how the feature was teased several times before actually teaching you about the system. Considering how the tutorials of the game work, to me it would have made more sense to actually teach the player how the feature functions before displaying more creative uses of the ability. Even further within the bowels of the Sarafan Fortress, you find even more magical barriers blocking your way, this time with different symbols on them. A sword and a shield. In the same area, there's also a statue of a knight with glowing bits in its hands, being a somewhat obvious clue to what you're intended to do to proceed. As you explore the fortress, you'll also encounter projectile traps, which were extremely prominent in Blood Omen, but haven't made too many appearances since. Unlike Blood Omen, however, these projectile traps can be destroyed, making the area more safe for traversal. Soon after this, you'll also encounter your first checkpoint, which the game pauses with a pop-up to explain you. In previous videos, I've praised whenever a game lets you organically learn things, and even when they teach you more directly. I prefer when the game doesn't just pause to directly tell you every detail of a thing, but actually respects your ability to learn things. Defiance somewhat falters on this point, by pausing the game very often with a pop-up to teach you about a specific feature of the game. It's not something I'm vehemently against, but I am a little bit disappointed that a series that was good at teaching the player in a way that doesn't feel like someone backseating you and pressing pause to explain something now does exactly that. The checkpoint system itself is a very important part of the save system, which works similarly to that of Blood Omen 2. You can once more save whenever you want, but you continue from the position of the last checkpoint. It's not exactly that simple, however, since if you save between checkpoints, the game does seem to save things you've done and found, but still returns you to the last checkpoint you found before saving. The save descriptions themselves are also decent enough, telling you which chapter you're on and the amount of playtime in that playthrough. This makes it easy enough to keep track of which save you wish to load whenever you return to the game. It's not the worst system and is very much passable. Eventually, you find yourself in a grand hall of the Sarafan Fortress, very similar to the one seen in Soul Reaver 2, with some exceptions. Here we don't have a grandiose stained glass window portraying the fall of William the Just and the victory of the Sarafan Order over the ancient vampires. Instead, where you might expect to see the tomb of William is a pedestal holding some kind of an emblem. Kain explains that this emblem is clearly of vampire origin, intended to empower the Soul Reaver, and knowing the machinations of Mobius, believes this is not a coincidence, but a deliberate event orchestrated by the Time Streamer. But for what purpose? As you take this emblem, the Soul Reaver pulses with magical energy, and you're surrounded by Sarafan guards, imploring you to surrender, promising a swift, painless death if you do so. This gives the game a perfect opportunity to remind us of the fantastic personality of our sexy goth bad boy vampire.
I could promise you the same, but it would be a lie.
However, instead of the game immediately allowing you to begin fighting these humans, the game once more pauses to display you a tutorial pop-up. This time something that seems to have little to nothing to do with your current situation. Defiance has a rather comprehensive status menu, a feature which wasn't really a thing before, a detail that I have mentioned was not a good thing. Such as in Blood Omen, not having a proper status window to display which blood fountains you'd found, and so on, was an oversight that, while not a humongous problem, could make it harder for people to keep track of what they had done, especially if taking a short break from playing the game. This time, that's not an issue, and the status menu is split into 3 pages. Currently, however, the menu is rather lacking in information, but gives promise of much more stuff being in the game. The central page, on which the menu initially opens on, has your primary objective at the very top, and the current minor objective right below it. On the left are 3 artifact slots which have yet to be introduced. On the right is a combat experience bar in the shape of a Soul Reaver, implying there's some sort of a leveling system in the game. At the bottom is a Reaver's menu with 1 emblem on it. This was the artifact that you just recovered, and hovering on top of the emblem displays a 3D model of the Soul Reaver in the center window and calls this the Balance Emblem. What does it mean, other than that it's named after one of the aspects of the Pillars of Nosgoth, which at this point in time remain completely unexplained to players who might have chosen this game as their first Legacy of Kain game? We don't really know. Using our knowledge of the previous games, we can assume these are similar in function to the elemental Reavers of Soul Reaver 2, and have specific features that can be used to open new pathways. The left side page displays the collectible items you've found. These are the health talismans, which can be split into thirds, and there are 4 slots where they seem to fit. There are also the telekinetic runes and arcane tomes. Arcane tomes are collectible items which don't really do anything for the gameplay, but instead unlock extra material for the main menu, including things like concept art. The design of this page can be seen either in a positive or negative light, depending on your point of view about video game design. Personally, I kind of appreciate the design, since the layout of the collectible menu gives the player a very good idea of how many things the game has, making it easy to know whether you've already found all the things, or if you should still keep looking. I can also understand why someone would not like this, since in effect, telling the player how many hidden items the game has could be seen as a spoiler which diminishes some of the parts from the enjoyment of discovery. The page on the right side, however, is currently completely empty, implying that these things will be explained later. After familiarizing yourself with the status menu, you remember that this tutorial portion was introduced in the middle of a fight and swiftly dispatched the puny little humans attempting to thwart your progress, before being shown that now, finally, you can destroy at least some of the magical barriers blocking your progress. The tutorial continues introducing new features little by little, showing you an indentation on a door, which Kain explains is a curious lock, telling the player that there must be some kind of an object to be placed into this lock which will allow you to open it. Soon you're also introduced to the aim feature of the telekinesis ability, and demonstrates how you can sometimes break objects with this ability, allowing you to open new pathways for traversal. Then comes one of the most confounding parts of the entire tutorial segment, another combat tutorial. In this room, you're tasked with practicing your combat against training dummies, as the game directly explains to you all of the basic combat moves you can perform, and expects you to perform these before continuing the tutorial process. In theory, this is skippable, but in practice, it kind of isn't, since completing the entire tutorial rewards you with a shard of a health emblem. To me, this is absolutely strange game design. I was already confused with the placement of the telekinesis tutorial, but this one is even more weird to me. After having to fight a lot of enemies to even get to this point, you're only now shown all of the features of the combat system, many of which you've likely figured out yourself just by trying different button combinations during the multiple fights the game has already put in your way. Why is this here and not at the beginning of the game? Not only that, it's another example of being more direct about tutorials instead of allowing the player to learn things on their own, which to me is somewhat intrusive game design. It's not a deal breaker to me, but it's also a design choice that I'm not entirely pleased with. Especially the illusion of choice by locking a limited power-up item behind the complete tutorial segment, to me, is just bad. Soon, it's very likely that the game once more pauses with another tutorial pop-up as you're fighting, telling you that you've unlocked something called Cadaverous Laceration, imploring you to check the status menu for an explanation. This is also the point when I went into the game options menu and decided to finally turn the hints off, since unlike Soul Reaver 2 for example, which had a relatively non-intrusive way of displaying hints, the constant pausing of the game for tutorial pop-ups was beginning to become annoying to me. The problem with this solution became exceedingly clear when I restarted the game from the beginning to test it, as while the game indeed stops most of the tutorial pop-ups from appearing, it doesn't prevent all of them from happening, and the game is still paused with several pop-ups even when the hint system is turned off. What turning off hints does is turn off the non-intrusive button prompts sometimes shown on screen without pausing your game. So in effect, turning off the hint system doesn't prevent the game from pausing for pop-ups, but does stop the game from giving the player important information about the game's controls. In other words, I turned it back on again, which showed me another curious aspect of the hint system. Despite having played large portions of the tutorial already, after turning the hints back on, the game paused several times in rather quick succession, as every pop-up that the game had not shown were now shown whenever applicable, and considering the game had opened up a little bit more, those moments came rather quickly. Entering the status menu again, the purpose of the right side page is finally made clear, as you've unlocked a new combat move, the usage of which is explained in this page. In addition to having leveled up and gained a new combat move, the game also tells you that you can use the lift attack on stunned enemies to feed the Reaver. What this means in practice is that while fighting enemies slowly fills the Soul Reaver-shaped bar in your user interface, using this finishing move on an enemy increases that bar even more. Once the bar is full, you can hold and release the attack button to release a wave of magic from the Soul Reaver, which is often an area of effect spell that damages all enemies around you. These I do find quite fantastic. One of the major gripes I've had with most of the games in the series is how fighting quickly became boring, since the mechanics for fighting enemies remained basically the same from the beginning of the game. Adding a feature like leveling up your combat abilities and learning new moves, or a kind of limit break system for using heavily damaging spells, is a very welcome step in making fighting more interesting for a longer period of time. As you break barriers and make your way deeper into the hidden chambers of the Sarafan Fortress, you find your prey, Mobius, speaking to someone unseen, clearly receiving new directions. And you confront him, asking about the current location of Raziel, to which he snarkily replies,
"Perhaps you should ask, when?"
He incapacitates Kain with his magic orb and taunts the vampire, implying heavily that despite all that has happened during the previous games, Kain is still unaware of the larger implications of everything happening around him. After this back and forth, Kain's narration ensures that the next time he is to meet Mobius, he has some tricks up his own sleeves as well. And so ends Chapter 1. Just like in Blood Omen 2, Defiance is cut into chapters. This alone is not a bad thing, and considering the focus on storytelling that the developers have clearly chosen for the franchise, this kind of segmentation works pretty well. The beginning of Chapter 2 is a good example of one of the major reasons why this is, as you begin the chapter as Raziel, now trapped within the underworld where the Elder God is chastising him. Clearly, Raziel's rebellious nature wasn't something the Elder God appreciated, and he's now keeping him imprisoned and famished until he renounces his free will and accepts his place as the servant of the Elder God. Here, the game also gives us some exposition, which is good, especially considering how newer players would be completely unfamiliar with the concepts, as the Elder God explains the nature of the Wheel of Fate, the eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, and Raziel's place as the servant of said wheel. It also taunts Raziel, calling him cowardly for remaining a prisoner, as in the outside world the Soul Reaver is waiting to finally consume his soul, within which Raziel would spend the rest of eternity, trapped as the soul-devouring spirit within the sword, a fate so horrendous that the mental toll of it would be unimaginable. Still, this does awaken something within Raziel, as he decides that the only way for future to change is for something to be done about it. So he begins to placate the Elder God, pretending to surrender to its will. This leads to the second tutorial of the game. The first part of Raziel's tutorial is relatively simple and mostly demonstrates features that you already learned as you were playing as Kain. The movement and fighting mechanics of both characters are basically identical, so the first rooms are just a demonstration of this fact to the player. In the fighting portion, there is one minor change, however, since the feeding needs of the characters are slightly different. And as you fight enemies in the spirit realm, they do not exactly die, but instead, like in the earlier games, merely turn translucent and unable to attack you. While in this form they can be fed on, but if left to their own devices for long enough, they will attempt to feed on something and, in effect, resurrect themselves, requiring you to defeat them again. Sure, this is not exactly a major difference, but it is enough to add some variety to the combat strategies of each of the characters. After these rooms, you end up near the exit from this abyss, and the Elder God attempts to stop you from leaving. This is basically a room that tests how well you've learned the platforming mechanics of the game, including how the glide function is much more useful for terrain traversal with Raziel than it is with Kain. At the top of this cavern, the game tells you about the spectral realm mechanic of the game, telling you that you're trapped within this complex until you're able to find a conduit into the physical realm, as within the physical realm, you could just swim to the exit. A similar explanation of the mechanics happens as you encounter a door and are told that you can only manipulate physical objects within the physical realm. These are rather simple ways to introduce some of the realm mechanics to new players without feeling too out of character, as they are written as internal monologues of Raziel, who is trying to find a way out from this place. There is also a change that returning players may notice from the earlier games, as now Raziel can scale certain walls in the spectral realm. Previously, this was not possible since digging your claws into a wall was considered manipulating the physical realm, which was not possible. But that has been changed now to add more options for map exploration in both realms. As you find a conduit between the physical and spectral realms, the Elder God's disembodied voice confronts you, and we get more of an explanation to how these conduits work within the universe of Nosgoth. In previous games, the nature of the conduits wasn't properly explored, but instead they just felt like a game design choice with little in-world implications. In Defiance, however, they are revealed to be either created or at the very least controlled by the Elder God itself, as it disables these conduits, preventing you from entering the physical realm, as it gives Raziel one final taunt.
I have no need for you to enter the physical world, so no conduit will be granted. You serve me adequately as a wraith.
Soon, the true severity of this statement hits Raziel, and this merely strengthens his dedication to finding a way to leave this plane of existence behind. And so begins the next chapter, as we return to where we left Kain, in the caverns beneath the Sarafan fortress, surrounded by wraiths. This is basically how the game is structured, and it makes for some interesting storytelling, having the game include the stories of our two protagonists told in relatively small snippets back to back, alternating between the characters after each important story beat. I really like this, and it's one aspect of trying to be more like the movies that I actually think works in a game like this. It's not just trying to copy a look, but actually weaving the storytelling to the structure of the game in a creative way, which also means that technically after each chapter there's a sort of a cliffhanger that you'll have to wait a while to see get resolved. It also made me think about how will these two stories eventually connect to each other. After all, after Soul Reaver 2, Kain and Raziel were separated, and Raziel was drawn into the Abyss, back into the lair of the Elder God, where he has been kept prisoner for we don't even know how long at this point. At the same time, we are seeing the story of Kain, who's looking for Raziel, whom he sees as a key to changing the destinies of them both, and bringing back balance to the world while saving the vampire species from extinction. In addition to that, Mobius clearly has some kinds of plans in motion again, which might thwart whatever plans Kain has. This kind of structuring really tends to work for me, and it managed to excite my interest in how all of these plot points would eventually be resolved. The rest of the chapter revolves around simple puzzle solving and the demonstration of a few features involving Kain's abilities. Block puzzles make a return, but even more simplified than before, and most of what could in theory be called puzzle solving is more about finding an item, which is then put into the artifacts category in your status menu, and finding a place to insert that item in. Another example of the simplification, which I'm not at all a fan of, is the pair of doors with symbols I mentioned before. In the first chapter it seemed like an interesting clue to what you might have to deal with later, but now its purpose is explained to the player in detail, which completely removes the joy of discovery from figuring something out. In fact, the vast majority of this chapter is straightforward combat. Most of the rooms you enter as you travel through the Sarafan Fortress are blocked off once you enter them, and several enemies appear around you, which you need to dispatch to be able to continue. Overall, Defiance has moved even more focus away from the puzzle-solving elements of the Soul Reaver games and concentrates more heavily on combat. Depending on the types of games you enjoy, this might be either a good thing or a bad thing. In the earlier games, I would have definitely written this off as a very bad thing, since the combat was never the most interesting part of the Legacy of Kain series. This time, however, the combat actually feels pretty good, and the combination of the basic attacks, quick dodges, special attacks, magic and telekinesis really do work together quite well, allowing for many creative ways of combining your offensive abilities to make each encounter feel like a violent dance of life and death. The third chapter also adds a new type of enemy into the mix, a spellcaster type which acts partially as a support character, giving a protective shield around another combatant. A small addition such as this is much more interesting than the spellcasters in Soul Reaver 2, for example, where they acted merely as an alternate skin for ranged attackers. Many of Kain's abilities also make a return, including the jump ability from Blood Omen 2. A major change to those abilities is how they are no longer completely under your control. While in Blood Omen you could turn into the mist form whenever you wanted to, as long as you had enough magic energy to do so, this time the mist form is a situational thing and is automatically used to pass certain obstacles and during dodging. This automatic nature also applies to most other abilities as well, and to things like the long jump and turning into the bat form to move into another area are now done in specific locations and always function in the exact same way. Considering the structure of the game, this change is understandable, but does feel like it's taking control away from the player, which is not the best decision in my opinion. At the end of the chapter, you once more confront Mobius, this time with the odds in your favor, and our two old souls engage in more dialogue revolving around the nature and existence of Raziel. Mobius berates Kain for not understanding what he's doing and how his manipulations are pathetic and will never save him from his eventual fate or change the fate of the vampire species, while revealing that Raziel indeed is dangerous to his plans, as Raziel still retains his free will, making his future uncertain and unseeable. A frightening proposition to someone whose entire life has been that of certainty due to their control over time. While proclaiming that Kain and Raziel will meet their appointed fates when the time is right, one of which involving a final fight between the two, when Raziel is destined to slay Kain. And until that point, Raziel will remain imprisoned. Mobius taunts Kain's ignorance and tells him to go west of the Pillars of Nosgoth to a place where the answers he seeks are written in stone, before teleporting away, as he tends to do. Kain, curious as he is, decides to follow up on this clue, but has little faith in Mobius's honesty.
Go west of the pillars. There you will find a testament written in stone.
But stones too can lie.
As Kain departs the Sarafan fortress, we return to the story of Raziel, as he's pondering how to escape the spirit realm without the help of the conduits provided by the Elder God. If the first chapter with Raziel acted as a way to introduce his part of the story, the second chapter with him acts as an introduction to several gameplay elements you'll encounter while playing as him. The very first thing you may notice is the very visible relic container, but attempting to break it, as you've done several times by now as Kain, doesn't work, since you're in the spirit realm where interacting with the physical realm isn't possible. As you explore the graveyard, you may find a curious-looking door that's locked with two devices, and symbols which Raziel recognizes as the elemental symbols of light and darkness, things first introduced in Soul Reaver 2. Deep in the graveyard, Raziel finds a location that is emanating a strong spiritual essence, and comes up with an idea. He strains his will and inserts his soul into the corpse from which the essence is emanating from, and emerges back in the physical realm. This is an interesting way to change the lore of how he can enter the physical realm and diminish the influence of the Elder God, while in gameplay terms keeping the mechanic exactly the same as it always was, except instead of finding white glowing conduits, you find buried corpses with a strong spiritual essence. Now in the physical realm, weaknesses from previous games also return, including how your health is constantly draining while inhabiting a physical form, requiring you to feed occasionally to not have to return to the spirit realm. There are some changes from the previous game when it comes to Raziel, however, including how the Spirit Reaver has once more changed in its functionality. In the first Soul Reaver, the Spirit Reaver was only available in the physical realm when at full health, but when you did have it, the blade was an extremely powerful weapon. In Soul Reaver 2, the nature of the blade changed, and you could call the weapon at will, but if you used the weapon it would consume the souls of the enemies defeated with it, making using it more feasible, but also removing your ability to heal while using it, which was a very interesting drawback to add to the combat system. In Defiance, the nature of the blade has changed and is in a way a combination of both the earlier incarnations of the weapon, as the blade spawns automatically as you attack an enemy, but it does not destroy the souls of the enemies you're fighting. Instead, feeding on souls acts in a similar way to feasting on blood as Kain. Unlike in previous games, you do not merely kill an enemy and then wait for their soul to detach from their body and feed on it. Instead, you have to feed on the enemies while they are stunned and rip the soul from their bodies. As if you let them die, the soul almost immediately disappears into the underworld. While as a mechanic this is somewhat different to the previous games, I don't consider this a massive retcon, and the change works well with a new faster combat system, where the old way of feeding on souls would likely break the flow of the combat. Trying out how this works in practice can be done on the abundant vampire hunters scouring the graveyards for more prey to kill. This to Raziel places the timeline to a point sometime after Kain's mortal death, and he decides to find his way to the Pillars of Nosgoth and speak with the spirit of the previous Balance Guardian, Ariel. To do so, however, he needs to unlock the doorway locked with the elemental powers, and a large portion of this chapter is focused on unlocking the required elements by finding the appropriate forges and completing the somewhat simple challenges within, which consist mostly of exploring the area to find objects you can activate with the recently unlocked elements, finding all of which unlocks the exit from the forge. While doing this, possessed corpses begin to hunt Raziel, clearly knowing who he is, while Raziel is unaware of who these spirits may be. That is irrelevant to him at this point, and they merely pose yet another obstacle in your way to finding out what is going on. One very positive returning feature is the usefulness of the realm shifting ability. In the Soul Reaver 2 review, I lamented the lack of points where that feature was actually used well. The developers have now clearly learned their lesson, and while not as interesting as in the original Soul Reaver, now there are again several locations where the spectral shifting can be used to proceed forwards with your quest. I do love this, since the way how the physical and spirit realms differed from each other and how these differences were implemented into puzzle solving and exploration was one of my favorite features of the first Soul Reaver, and the lack of that was very much a disappointment to me in Soul Reaver 2. So it makes me happy to see that the feature returns and is treated rather well. The elemental forges serve another very important purpose in the game, in addition to giving you new abilities to play with, as they also act as summarized history lessons of the world of Nosgoth, in the form of narration from Raziel as he explains the meaning of murals within the ancient vampire constructions. Most of the information revealed in this way is already known to players who have gone through the entire franchise up until this point, but it's absolutely necessary to have these portions to give newer players some kind of a frame of reference to what is happening and why you're even doing any of this. Especially since until now, the game has not been entirely good at explaining the motivations of the characters or the world in general, and has mostly relied on players already having some kind of an idea of what the overarching story of the series is. An interesting aspect about the elemental upgrades to the Reaver is required to make progress in this area. As mentioned earlier, once the Soul Reaver gauge in your user interface is full, you can unleash the magical energies within the blade. What this energy is and does depends on what element you currently have equipped. For example, having the dark element equipped as you unleash the spell will cause Raziel to become invisible, a feature which is not only useful to make combat somewhat easier, but also allows you to pass what amount to magical security cameras that block your passage if they see you. Swimming also makes a return in Defiance, and it's still not terribly good. Underwater, the camera locks behind Raziel in a similar way as in previous games, but that does not apply to when you're on the surface. This can be relatively disorienting, but at the very least the underwater effect is much less annoying than it was in Soul Reaver 2. So for the most part, you can actually see where you're going. Overall, it's an improvement, but not a massive one. Once you've unlocked the elements, Raziel unlocks the gate to the next area and the story switches back to Kain's point of view. Back in the past, Kain has reached the Pillars of Nosgoth, beyond which Mobius claims lie the answers to Kain's questions about whether or not destiny can truly be rewritten. For the most part, this area doesn't progress the story very much, but does give some exposition about Kain's motivations and the nature of the pillars themselves. Once more, clearly being exposition intended to familiarize new players to the game. You complete the area and dispel magics which hide an ancient stronghold, the nature of which is a mystery, but may hold secrets Kain is looking for. Before we get there, however, it's time to once more see how Raziel's journey is progressing. 500 years in the future, Raziel reaches the same location you just visited as Kain, but now as a different kind of creature. Passages which were closed to you as Kain are now open. Before you reach the next door, something strange happens. Some of the spirits that have been possessing the corpses and attacking you have apparently increased in strength, as one of them possesses a vampire hunter. While in gameplay terms that doesn't change too much, it's still concerning. If the spirits can now possess humans, what can they do if they gain even more strength? Within the next elemental forge, more murals can be found, this time depicting the forging of the Soul Reaver, the sword which the vampires intended to be wielded by their prophesied savior, Raziel, but is now destined to house his soul within it, being created by none other than the ancient vampire Vorador himself. Not only that, it is revealed that Vorador was not only the eldest child of the legendary vampire Janus Audrin, but the first human to be given the dark gift of vampirism, as a desperate bid of the now cursed and sterile vampires to retain their bloodline. With these revelations, Raziel is not only determined to find Ariel, but also Vorador, who in this time should still be very much alive. But to do that, you must first solve the elemental forge of fire. This continues the same pattern as in the previous Raziel chapter, with some additions. The challenges within the forge are longer and require even more exploration. And before you can even imbue the spectral blade with a new element, you must find 2 boss creatures and defeat them to activate the forge. These boss battles against the spirits of the ancient vampire pillar guardians are not that complex or difficult, but they still act as a nice change of pace. Having gained the elemental power of fire, Raziel is finally able to reach the Pillars of Nosgoth, which in this time are all corrupted, signifying that Kain is yet to return any of the guardian talismans to the pillars. Here you meet the spirit of Ariel, who does not recognize Raziel, and instead seems to mistake him for someone else.
My kind. What exactly do you think I am?
Your name shall remain unspoken, as decreed by our ancestors.
This little line to me is fantastic. In Blood Omen, the name Unspoken was mentioned once in a throwaway sentence, But now, this name gets more significance. Clearly, Ariel knows of this unspoken and its nature, since she taunts Raziel, saying that his kind will finally come to an end once Kain has completed his mission and restored the pillars. Raziel, not particularly interested in Ariel's beliefs of what will happen, since he knows what the future entails, merely wishes to know how to find Vorador in this time, hoping to reach him before Mobius's vampire hunter mob is able to reach him and publicly execute him. To reach Vorador Swamp Manor, however, requires the unlocking of yet another element for the Spirit Reaver, which takes place in another elemental forge that functions basically exactly the same as the previous one, with one exception. The final part of the Air Forge combines all of the elemental affinities in its final puzzles, which would be more interesting if the puzzles didn't consist of choose the right element and press action. In the Air Forge, another mural can be seen, one depicting a portion of an ancient vampire prophecy. In this mural, a vision of the vampire hero, assumed to be Raziel, is shown fighting a foe wielding a flaming sword. Unfortunately, the details of this mural have faded, leaving the identity of this foe unclear. As Raziel departs towards Vorador's lair, we jump back to Kain, who's reached his destination, now revealed to be an ancient vampire citadel that has been long abandoned, from where Kain hopes to find answers to his questions, which, unlike what Mobius seemed to believe, do not revolve around the nature and future of Raziel, but those of his own as the guardian of balance. Within the citadel, more murals can be found, one of which depicts a part of history after the vampires were inflicted with the curse of vampirism. For a time, the vampires seemed to adopt and even kidnap humans who were intended to become the new guardians, but eventually the humans rebelled, launching a campaign which overthrew the vampiric rule and installed humans as the dominant species of Nosgoth. This rebellion was led by none other than Mobius the Time Streamer and Mortanius the Necromancer, two guardians whose lives intertwine with the existence of Kain. More murals describe the battle between the vampire champion and his foe in more detail, in a prophetic painting where the vampire champion is defeated by his foe, clearly Hilden in appearance. Still, most of the areas of the citadel are closed off to Kain, including a very prominent door at the center of the citadel, locked with a seal that requires the completed power-up emblem, so he needs to find more pieces of the emblem to proceed further. This is one of the worst portions of the game in my opinion, partially because the story moves on very slowly, but also because the vast majority of this chapter is just repetition of the areas you've already explored as Raziel, with the exception that now the forges you explore have no puzzles to solve, but instead are just a gauntlet of combat arena rooms. In the end, you collect a new emblem, battle your way through more and more enemies, one of which is a pretty cool reference to the main menu of Soul Reaver, and open a pathway deeper into the Vampire Citadel. And once more, the scene changes to Raziel, who's reached the Manor of Vorador, hoping to find the old vampire still alive. The manor stands tall within the Thermagant forest, protected by not only its imposing architecture, but by magical means as well. Here, Vorador has hidden himself somewhere, and Raziel is determined to find him. To this end, you must solve more puzzles, fight through hordes of enemies also looking for Vorador, and unlock another aspect of the Elemental Reaver. Eventually, your efforts begin to bear fruit, and more story is revealed. In the Elemental Forge, Raziel finds another mural, this one as well depicting the battle between the Vampire and Hilden champions, but now in pristine clarity. This, to Raziel, is not a relief, but a source of distress. He doesn't view his current form worthy of being depicted as one of the ancient vampires whom he in Soul Reaver 2 described as beautiful and angelic. Instead, he sees more similarities with himself and the more grotesque appearance of the Hilden champion. Still believing that the prophecies of the vampires lead to the final confrontation between him and Kain, but now wondering whether Kain was always intended to be the vampire champion, while he is the champion of their adversaries. This is a very interesting part of the story for me, especially since during the previous chapter it was possible to visit this exact mural, but the camera wouldn't focus on it, nor would Kain comment on it. And why would he? He already saw a later part of the prophecy depicted in a mural outside the Vampire Citadel, so for him this mural was meaningless. Whereas for Raziel, this is the first time seeing the vampire champion's foe as depicted by the ancient vampires, showing how differently Kain and Raziel find information during their travels, even though many of their steps take them to the same places, even if separated by several centuries. Not only that, the narration of the two protagonists shows quite well how different their interpretations of the information are. Kain is staunch in his belief that Raziel is the vampire champion and is prophesied to fall at the hands of the Hilden, seeking for a way to prevent this from happening. Whereas Raziel believes it is him and Kain who are meant to fight each other, perhaps even beginning to think that it's he who needs to be defeated, or the enemies of the vampires will win. Eventually you find Vorador himself, who unfortunately doesn't have much information to share with you. He may have forged the physical blade, but any magics in the blade or prophecies surrounding it were kept mostly a secret from him, and only the ancient vampires know the full extent of these secrets. However, there may still be a chance, as he has protected the body of Janos Audron, the last surviving member of the ancient vampires, whose heart the human Raziel once tore from his chest 5 centuries ago. Vorador says that the heart was taken into the Avernus Cathedral and hidden within, hoping that Raziel would be able to infiltrate the place, avoid the ancient dangers within, and recover the heart which is still beating and sustaining Janos' body. Returning the heart would resurrect the ancient vampire and give Raziel the opportunity to find the answers he seeks, and perhaps finally, all of the machinations and manipulations would begin to come together and make sense to him. Thankfully, he's not forgotten anything important regarding this issue, and he leaves towards the cathedral with a clear mission in mind.
Janos must stay dead.
Back in Kain's story, you find another portal to the Elemental Forges, where more enemies and a puzzle defend the final piece of the balance emblem, which you've been using to enhance the Soul Reaver's abilities. Not only that, you find 2 murals in a room that was inaccessible to Raziel. Here, 2 prophecies were made of the same event, one mural depicting the victory of the vampire champion over the Hilden champion, and the other one, similar to one seen before, showing the exact opposite. As you use the completed emblem to open the sealed chamber back at the Vampire Citadel, you find a curiously small room with a small pool in the middle of it. Nothing seems to be here until suddenly, a voice addresses Kain. The voice calls itself the Oracle of Kain's ancestors, and explains it already knows what Kain wants, displaying in the scrying pool images of Raziel at the Avernus Cathedral, seeking the Heart of Darkness to resurrect Janos Audron. The Oracle says to Kain that they both know that great harm will come if Raziel succeeds in this task. Therefore, he must be stopped. Despite not trusting the Oracle, Kain decides that he has no choice but to follow its instructions for now, as the Oracle has created a portal through time, which would transport Kain to the very hour in which Raziel enters the cathedral. And so, Kain jumps through the portal and finds himself hundreds of years in the future. Within the cathedral, Raziel has located another elemental forge with a mural that to him explains much about the history of the ancient vampires. Depicted in this mural is the Wheel of Fate, showing the vampires fall from its embrace. To Raziel, this clarifies the true nature of the vampire curse. It is not the bloodlust, but the immortality, which caused the Elder God to turn its back on the vampires, driving many of them to despair. While for the ancient vampires, this was a curse, Raziel's more intimate knowledge of the nature of this creature gives him a unique perspective.
But I had seen him, and whatever he was no god.
Scouring through the area, you eventually locate a hidden passage into the depths beneath Avernus, where the true nature of the cathedral becomes clear. Within these caverns lie more murals describing the battle between the vampires and the Hilden, but this time from the other perspective. According to the Hilden murals, the vampires unquestionably followed the Wheel of Fate and demanded the Hilden to do so as well, which they rejected. This rejection caused the vampires to start a war which was to spell the doom of both species. To Raziel, it now seems more clear than ever that he might not be the vampire champion after all, but that of the Hilden. Even further, you stumble upon a ritual, as the cultists within these ancient Hilden chambers are in the process of sacrificing a human to something they call the Hashak Geek. Out of sheer curiosity, Raziel peers into the ritual pit, but suddenly a force pulls him down. At the bottom dwells a monstrous creature, hungry for blood, believing itself to be a god, and to Raziel's surprise, this creature recognizes him, which results in a shocking discovery. This creature is Tyrell, the one vampire brother not fought during the events of Soul Reaver, and it is revealed he was summoned into this place and has been imprisoned in the pit for untold amounts of time, clearly becoming mentally unstable as a result. Soon, the Hilden spirits possess him, demonstrating the reason for his imprisonment, as he acts as a durable vessel for this possession, and in this state, has acted as the guard for the human cultists, with the Hilden using Tyrell's body to steer humanity into a direction which would eventually result in their release from their eternal imprisonment. Now they implore Raziel to continue his quest and kill Kain, before Tyrell is released from their control, and in his bloodlust decides to attack Raziel, hoping to gain his powers and finally be able to escape this torturous bondage. This segment to me is fascinating, not only because of how the storyline moves forwards and links many previously unresolved story threads together, such as the hidden cultist caverns beneath Avernus Cathedral in Blood Omen, which served little purpose other than to reveal that there was a cult and thus the nature of the cathedral itself was put into question. But what was this cult's purpose? We never truly knew, until now. This addition of Tyrell as the Hashak Geek does a good job of tying up a loose end created by cutting his content from Soul Reaver, and is written pretty well into the storyline. Another interesting part about this segment is the resulting boss battle against him, which brings into mind the boss encounters of Soul Reaver, since once more you can't directly attack Tyrell, but need to take advantage of the environment to first render him vulnerable. The only real problem with this boss fight is that it reminds the player that the earlier boss fights could have been interesting as well, instead of merely extensions of the regular fight mechanics. Once you defeat Tyrell, Raziel continues his habit from Soul Reaver and consumes his soul, this time unlocking an enhanced version of his telekinetic abilities. It's nice that this aspect of the franchise was not completely forgotten and actually got some more use. Up until this point, the telekinetic abilities of Raziel and Kain were different. While Kain could more effectively use his abilities to throw around enemies and break down objects, Raziel was only capable of projecting a telekinetic blast, just as in Soul Reaver. But now, his abilities match those of Kain. In gameplay terms, this could feel like an artificial limitation for Raziel, but the way it's linked to the lore is great. Since Raziel gained his telekinetic abilities in the first place by absorbing the soul of an older minion of Tyrell, it makes sense that the fully evolved ability would be unlocked only after consuming the soul of the progenitor of that lineage. Climbing out of the pit takes us to another meeting which wraps up multiple loose ends of the story, as you meet Mortanius the Necromancer, who's currently in the process of calling the younger Kain to the Pillars for their final confrontation. Mortanius as well seems to believe Raziel is the champion of the Hilden and taunts him about how he's too late, and how his plan is nearing completion, proclaiming his faith in how Kain will restore balance to the Pillars, finally locking away the Hilden for good. Soon, the Necromancer is possessed by a Hilden spirit, whom Raziel identifies as being the Unspoken, of which many have now, ironically, spoken about to him. As the Hilden taunts Raziel, pleased with the success of their plans to infiltrate the Guardians of the Pillars and use the Guardians themselves to finally set the Hilden free, before releasing control back to Mortanius. After being released, Mortanius also explains that while it was him and Mobius who originally led the rebellion against the vampires, he now understands that was a mistake, and they didn't know what the Pillars were truly holding back. But now he has set events in motion with the hopes that that mistake could be undone, and Kain is an important part of that equation. Raziel realizes that the Heart of Darkness was used to bring back Kain from his death, transforming him into the vampire he is now, and demands to know where it is hidden, before another wave of understanding seems to strike him.
You cannot make use of it as long as Kain guards it with his life.
Kain has it. It is in Kain.
Check and mate.
Then Mortanius leaves to meet his destiny, still holding on to his belief that Kain will restore balance to the Pillars, and so Raziel leaves as well. Immediately after reaching the main chamber of the cathedral, he is confronted by Kain. Feeling distraught and angry, Raziel and Kain joust verbally for a while, with Kain attempting to persuade Raziel to give up this task of finding the Heart of Darkness, as Janos must stay dead. To Raziel's astonishment, Kain is unaware of where the Heart of Darkness has been hidden, preferring to not know anything about it as he believes the heart needs to stay hidden. Unwilling to be told what to do, Raziel lashes out and a battle ensues. As a set piece, this portion of the game is very interesting, but from a gameplay perspective, it's mediocre. Especially after the more interesting boss battle with Turel that had taken place mere minutes before, since now you're playing as Kain, battling against Raziel, both of you using the movesets available during the game. After depleting the health bar of Raziel, another cutscene plays where it seems that some form of manipulation is being done by the Hilden, as his eyes glow in a similar way as has been seen whenever a Hilden spirit possesses a body. Now the battle changes, as instead of Kain, you now play as Raziel. This also highlights the immense similarities with how both of the characters work, as the actual functionality of the battle remains almost identical even though the sides have now switched. This is why I say it's an interesting portion as a set piece, but also acts as a way to show some of the limitations of the game. Thankfully, it does not take long to defeat Kain, and another cutscene plays. Now, Raziel is more than willing, in his burst of anger, to kill Kain, and he strikes. But as Kain stops him by grabbing his arm, the spirit of Raziel uses Kain's body as a conduit, beginning to drain into the Soul Reaver. This merely reinforces Raziel's rage. Was this Kain's plan all along, to finally trap him in the sword for all eternity? No. He will not accept this fate, and thrust his free hand into the chest of Kain, ripping the Heart of Darkness out of his body. While Kain is still shocked about this turn of events, Raziel telekinetically pushes him away and his body disappears into a portal. With the battle over, the rage within Raziel subsides, and he realizes that both of them stepped right into the trap set by their enemies, and he can't be sure whether Kain truly intended to kill him or not, and apparently, now he would never know. You travel back through Vorador's mansion, where Mobius and his mob have already captured the vampire and are taking him towards his execution, as he taunts Raziel, saying that while Kain and Raziel were pondering their roles in the ancient prophecies, to him and his master it was all irrelevant, as the only thing that mattered was their confrontation and its inevitable end result. After large amounts of fighting, Raziel reaches the chamber of Janos and uses the Heart of Darkness to resurrect him. Unsure about what all this portends, Janos transports them both to the vampire citadel, promising that here Raziel would finally find the answers he seeks. Deep within the innermost chambers lies an ancient spirit forge, connected to all but one of the elemental aspects of the Reaver, and for some reason, the Elder God is attempting to stop the stream of energy within this forge from being released. This results in what could be called a boss fight, but it's more of a platforming challenge which requires some amount of precision jumping and quick switching of the elemental affinity of the Reaver. Completing this task, the forge is fully powered up and its nature revealed, as a healed version of Ariel's spirit appears to talk to Raziel, explaining that by attuning all of the elements, the previous Balance Guardians were called into this place. Bringing the Soul Reaver here has one purpose: to completely purify the Soul Reaver and attune it to balance itself, by absorbing the power of every Balance Guardian that has ever existed. A fitting weapon for the Sign of Balance, revealed to be Kain, the prophesied savior of Nosgoth. This despairs Raziel, as after all he had just torn the life-sustaining heart from Kain's chest and seen his body disappear into nothingness. So he returns to Janos, hoping to find a way forwards, but alas, this is the fateful moment in history when the younger Kain defeated the Vessel of the Unspoken and refused to sacrifice himself. As he does so, the pillars shatter, and the weakened barrier between Nosgoth and the dimension to which the Hilden were banished is finally broken, and so the Unspoken possesses Janos' body, taunting Raziel about how he played right into their hands, delivering to them a powerful immortal vessel which the Hilden intend to use as they conquer the entirety of Nosgoth. This leads to a boss fight which is actually somewhat good, especially when compared to the earlier battles in the game, and you have to properly read the tells of the possessed Janos to be able to defeat him. Eventually, Raziel prevails, and Janos briefly regains control of his body, begging Raziel to end him so he can't be used by their ancient enemies. Unfortunately, this causes Raziel to falter for a moment, which allows the Unspoken to possess Janos again and rip Raziel in half. The Hilden plan has now been successful, and the Unspoken knows this, as Raziel fades back into the spirit realm, being pulled into the Spiritforged chamber, where the Elder God intends to imprison him for all eternity. Had the game ended here, it would have been a pretty annoying cliffhanger to have for what ended up being the final part of the franchise, at least so far. Thankfully, the story still continues, as next you play as Kain, who, surprised to be alive, finds himself in the hellish dimension where the Hilden were banished. Fighting his way out and following the traces of Raziel, Kain eventually finds himself in the chamber of the Spiritforge, where the time streamer Mobius is talking to the Elder God, ironically about the death of Kain, whose appearance surprises them both. This realization has immense implications to Kain, and likely also for the player, even if they are not directly vocalized within the game itself. We were told that Raziel's unusual rebirth in death is the reason why he was completely detached from the Wheel of Fate, giving him true free will, and making him practically invisible within the time streams. A wild card whose actions are impossible to predict for certain. Kain has now experienced a similar moment himself, as his heart was torn out, and at that very moment of death, he was cast into the dimension where life and death are meaningless. So he died, but survived. How he seems to be invisible to Mobius's prescient abilities, perhaps he too has gained true free will. With this realization, Kain decides Mobius has nothing he needs anymore and impales him. In the spirit realm, Mobius' spirit rises from his body and begins to prostrate himself in front of his god, not noticing Raziel's presence, who summarily also impales his spirit with a Reaver. This action causes Mobius to see the squid-like Elder God's true form for the first time, equally horrified by this visage as he is by the Soul Reaver sticking out from his chest. With this knowledge, Raziel sends Mobius to his master and has a realization. He was never the vampire savior, and his destiny is now clear. If the purified Reaver was intended for Kain as the only weapon capable of defeating the true adversary, this parasitic creature feasting on the lives of every soul in Nosgoth, and the only way to truly even know this creature exists is to possess the purifying flame of the Spirit Reaver. He knows there is only one thing to do. And so he possesses Mobius' corpse, which Kain believes was resurrected by the Elder God, and impales it once more. The realization that it is instead Raziel horrifies him, and he attempts to pull the Reaver out, but Raziel stops him, giving one of the most emotional speeches of the entire franchise, as he has finally shed all hatred he harbored for Kain, and willingly sacrifices himself for this cause, so Kain can finally make a true difference in this world.
This is what I am for. The two become one. Both Soul Reavers together. And the scion of balance is healed. And I am not your enemy, not your destroyer. I am, as before, your right hand, your sword.
As Raziel's spirit begins to inhabit the Soul Reaver, Kain begins to see things previously unseen, and the Elder God's visage becomes visible to him. The Elder God itself begins to immediately taunt Kain, threatening him with eternal imprisonment, which merely strengthens Kain's resolve. The battle with the Elder God is the final confrontation of the game, and takes the form of one of the more interesting boss battles. In a way, it's similar to the fight with Janus, in how you need to read for tells, dodge projectiles and melee attacks, and strike when you've reached certain set conditions to lower the shield on the Elder God's eye. Winning this battle leads to the final cutscenes, where the Elder God, despite being injured, very confidently states that eventually he will have Kain's soul, whether he wants it or not, as he is eternal. But Kain has his own taunts.
Your wretched, stagnant soul will finally be mine.
In the meantime, you'd best burrow deep.
Now with the Hilden freed from their imprisonment and the Elder God revealed to Kain, things could seem dire. But with his newfound free will and Raziel's sacrifice, which has given Kain the means to not only know that a true enemy exists, but to also harm this enemy, there is finally something that Kain has not truly had for all this time.
More acute even than the vision his sacrifice had accorded me. The first
bitter taste of that terrible illusion. Hope.
I have very mixed feelings about Defiance. On one hand, it does a lot of things right and improves upon many aspects of the previous games. But on the other hand, when it fails pretty hard. As tends to be the case with the series, their story is once more the best part of the game. In the earlier games, their stories have added little threads which seemed to go nowhere, and a bunch of those threads finally get a resolution in Defiance. Whether it's the identity of the unspoken, or finally understanding the true nature of Mobius' faith, or the complete vampire prophecy and our main character's places within that prophecy, to less important seeming loose threads like the cult of Hashak Gik beneath Avernus Cathedral, which was previously only mentioned in Blood Omen. So many of the story beats in this game link to the earlier games, adding important context and finally giving the player closure. It is also nice how there are parts that may not seem like they were telegraphed in some way or another, but in fact they were, such as the Spirit Forge where Raziel purifies the Reaver by absorbing the spirits of the Balance Guardians into the blade, which was shown in Soul Reaver as a vision towards the end. During that game though, we merely got a misinterpretation of the event. I love this so much, and as you may have noticed even from the size of this video, there's a lot of story in this game, and very little of it is uninteresting to me. There's one part that I'm not sure about, however, and that's the place of Vorador and Janos within the timeline. Since in the Blood Omen 2 timeline it was established that Vorador was still alive and Janos was used to assist the Hilden in physically entering Nosgoth, something which seemed difficult even in this game, where they had to possess other creatures or corpses to be able to manifest in Nosgoth even after the collapse of the pillars. But if Vorador was once more executed by the vampire hunter mob, how could he still be alive then? Sure, you could completely dismiss the storyline of Blood Omen 2, but even that doesn't completely work, since it plays an important part in Kain's knowledge of the Hilden threat, and of Janos' place within the machinations of the Hilden. Overall though, it's not a massive issue to me, and considering the amount of story and how convoluted it is in many aspects, it's almost a miracle that there aren't even more obvious issues within the timelines. A curious aspect which I hadn't paid much attention to, but was brought to my attention, might actually explain some of the deficiencies in the storytelling of Blood Omen 2. There was barely any narration in the game, which is a massive shame since the narration is one of the key features of storytelling aspect of the franchise. This time it's thankfully back, and acts as an amazing way to understand the inner thoughts and turmoils that the main characters are going through, while also giving us more exposition about the world. Perhaps this lack of narration is why some parts of Blood Omen 2 felt weird, and why the Vampire Lieutenant storyline, for example, was extremely lacking. As in other games of the franchise, those gaps in knowledge would have been filled with the narration. So it's possible there had originally been intent to have narration, but for some reason it was never actually made. As for Defiance, I really enjoy the storytelling structure, as it jumps between the two main characters, constantly giving us merely a glimpse of the story for each character, while often leading both of the characters to slowly come to different conclusions about the same subject because they are given different information. For me, this really worked, and the game was able to keep me very interested in seeing how all of this would finally conclude. Which brings us to the conclusion. That to me is a pretty great point to end the franchise. Yes, there are unresolved threads, quite major threads in fact, as now the Hilden who will become the Sarafan Lord has been released into the world, and Kain is finally aware of the existence and influence of the Elder God, whose machinations bind all souls to a never-ending cycle of life and death with no free will. These are admittedly pretty large threads to leave unresolved, and could have been used to write another sequel, but it's also a great ending, because the relationship of Kain and Raziel was finally resolved, and Raziel's sacrifice as he accepted his fate as the spirit within the Soul Reaver was an amazing resolution to that storyline. That sacrifice and the events which led Raziel to make that decision willingly also led Kain to most likely have true free will within the universe. So, even if we didn't get an ending that represents an ultimate victory over the foes of Kain, nor did we see the healing of the land, the final words of the series still make it a fantastic ending for me, since finally it was shown that the efforts of Kain and Raziel were not in vain, and things can be changed. That alone is a victory of such scale that overshadows every other victory seen in the franchise. The fighting system of the game is pretty good. It's much faster than before, and you can easily swap targets even mid-combo, leading to a fluidity of combat which hasn't been seen in the series until this game. The addition of combo moves and elemental weapons and spells are also great additions, and you can really have a kind of dance with your enemies, and feel a sense of satisfaction as you perform combos in a way you planned to, seeing the carnage unfold in front of your eyes. However, it's not all roses, since while the fighting is pretty damn good, there's way too much of it. Especially in the first half of the game, you're constantly locked into combat arena rooms in almost every place you enter, and even with a fighting system that's immensely better than in any of the earlier games, it does start to feel more like a chore the longer the game goes. It doesn't help that most enemies in the game can easily be dispatched by repeating similar combos over and over again, or that the difficulty of the enemies is mostly created by just adding more health to them, leading to prolonged uninteresting fights being very common towards the end. And that is a shame. The combat arena should have been used more sparingly, and it would have been more interesting to me. That change would mean I could praise the combat system more, because the system itself is actually good. It's the implementation that is lacking. Sometimes it's not the foes that are your worst enemy in these encounters, but instead, it's the camera. The static camera they chose to use this time is not the best. There are many situations where you can barely see anything because the camera positioning is just not good. And it's sometimes easy to get disoriented and not be certain which direction you're even meant to go, or which direction you can go. Considering the extremely cramped nature of some encounters and how horribly the camera adjusts to some of these situations, I wouldn't be surprised if the game originally had the third-person camera system of the previous games, but was changed during development for some reason. And not all of the already finished maps were adjusted to properly take this new camera system into account. Or maybe this is cope, because I don't want to believe someone would make the camera so bad on purpose. The platforming and puzzle-solving aspects of the game are decent, and most of my criticisms about both of those revolve around the camera, which sometimes makes it difficult to see where you are in relation to the map geometry. And the immense amount of backtracking, which is often made even longer by having those locked-out combat arenas slow your progress even more. I did like how, in a few places, the realm shifting ability was actually used in an imaginative way, even if I'm very much not a fan of the effect used within the spectral realm. That kind of distortion effect now used in the realm to me was just disorienting, and that made being in the realm rather unpleasant to me. The audiovisual presentation of the game is mostly pretty good, despite some flaws. One glaring issue I had with the game was that the vast majority of the music seemed to be recycled from earlier games. Sure, this isn't the worst thing, since the music of the franchise has been good, but it would have been nice to hear more new themes. I also thought about adding yet another aspect ratio rant here, but I'll try to keep it short, since I've already gone into more detail about the topic in the Blood Omen 2 video. A great example of some complaints in that video are shown in the introduction of this game, as the introduction shows some portions of Soul Reaver's intro, but this time cropped to match a widescreen aspect ratio. Speaking of widescreen, funnily enough, Defiance does support widescreen resolutions on the PC, but there seems to be no coding in the game to actually take that into account. Meaning that regardless of the aspect ratio of the resolution you choose, the game is still rendered in a 4:3 aspect ratio and merely stretched to the resolution you choose. There are fan patches to fix this, but since I try to play these as vanilla as possible, I didn't use them for making of this video. Overall, the game is mostly carried by the story, and while the combat initially feels fun, the lack of variety and challenge leads it to wear out its welcome rather quickly. The repetition of areas and backtracking for the sole purpose of padding the playtime while barely anything new can be found from those areas when revisiting them can make actually playing the game feel tedious at times. The game also doesn't make a terribly good job at actually introducing the world and the story to new players, which means that many portions of the game that to me were very meaningful and amazing to see might mean almost nothing to players who haven't played the earlier games. This really is the biggest weakness of the entire franchise, as it can be hard to hop into a game and properly try and understand what's going on without the context of the earlier games. For those who've played through all of the games, this aspect is obviously fantastic, but having that new player perspective in mind can explain why the series was in a way doomed to end at some point. Still, despite the flaws and some more annoying aspects of the game, I did actually enjoy it for the most part. And to me, it's a nice conclusion to the saga, even if the story ends at a point where there still could have been more to come. And I do think that this game is still worth experiencing, especially if you're the type of person who has the patience and interest to go through the entire franchise. As a standalone game, however, it's fine. That concludes a franchise that's had a place in my heart for a long time, and I'm glad to have replayed the entirety of it. As much as nostalgia is a powerful force, it's good to sometimes challenge that nostalgia and go through things you loved to see whether those things still hold up. And especially the story of this franchise, in my opinion, really does. Yes, many of the gameplay elements of every game shows its age and has to be taken in the context of the time, but they're also not so outdated that someone with even a passing interest in retro games couldn't get used to them. But that is it for this time, and I would like to thank all of the Ko-fi and Patreon supporters: High Food Court, Iliad Drone, Paul Leone, The Bloke, Zai, Cordell Hebert, and Daniel Zupka. Thank you for supporting this fantastic journey, as we've now reached the end of another series. Considering how long some of the franchises I'm interested in looking at are, in the future I might not always go through an entire series back to back, but might instead break the longer franchises up by doing some other games here and there between the franchise games. After all, I'd like to avoid getting a burnout, so having some variety will likely help avoiding that. I'm not anywhere near that point, mind you, but I'm still thinking about how I want to do the series reviews or retrospectives, whatever word you may wish to use. Next one though, I'll go through back to back. Since it's a relatively short series, ties back to some things we've already done on this channel, and the latest iteration just got an update which I want to explore as we get to the final chapter of that upcoming saga. I think the best way to quickly explain the next topic would be this: Ultima Underworld in space. Until next time, Fitrovert signing out.